girls, if you want to warm up, go that way. Just use the outside couple of lanes. Go ahead. There you go. Stay away from the finish line.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 3 of the BC High School Track and Field Championships. We're coming to you live from McLeod Stadium in beautiful township of Langley. My name is Roy Boss, and I'm here with Andrew Boss, and we'll be your commentators for the day. We have just started the first round of the 800-meter grade 8s. There are 3 heats. In the first heat, we have Kira Asarud from Glen Rosa Middle, Alexandra Eyre from West Point Grey, Bryn Riley, Nanaimo District, Lucy McIntosh, Templeton, Stella Hudek, Cadillac Secondary, Avery Odgers, Surrey Christian, Yvonne Hayden, Holy Cross, and Sophia Iorio from Burnaby Mountain.
It looks to be Bryn Riley from Nanaimo District taking out the lead pretty early, coming through the bell lap. There's also Stella Hudek from Cadillac, followed closely behind.
There 1 lap remaining. Another beautiful day today. We've had excellent weather. Probably couldn't ask for much better.
Yeah, it's gotten better day over day. It's perfect.
And it looks like the winds are calm today, so let's knock on wood and hope that that keeps up.
That's who's asking. We need to know cameras. So we don't even see force, so I'm not going to add that to our high priority.
So it looks like Bryn Riley's still in the lead. She's from Nanaimo District Secondary. The top 2 qualify automatically, and then the next 2 fastest times move on to the final later on in the day. And we have a challenge now. We have an athlete moving from 4th up into 3rd. It is still Bryn Riley. Stella Hudek, Alexandra Eyre from West Point Grey Academy, now challenging for 2nd. She moves into 2nd. And that's Alexandra Eyre. And Stella Hudek will take 3rd from Chatelac Secondary. Those are our top 3.
Yes, always just make sure that line is
and the time should be coming up in just a moment. There's a good look at our winner, Bryn Riley.
Heights.
2:26:20, Bryn Riley's time.
It's a very fast time to start the day.
Air coming in at 2:30:15. And those are our 2 automatic qualifiers. And once again, we'll have to wait until the end of the 3 heats to see who our finalists are going to be. Stella Hudek from Cadillac taking 3rd, 2:30 as well. And now we move on to the 2nd heat.
All right, up next, we have Kate Moynes from St. John's School. We have Briar Chapman from Windermere, Mia Bruneau from Seaquam, Evelyn Argyle Anderson, Dover Bay Secondary, Sloan Key from West Point Grey, Eden Talifer from Grandview Heights, Brinley Scrambler from Seaquam, and Olivia Brunoro from Langley Christian, running out the field out in lane 8.
Olivia Brunoro from Langley Christian has the fastest seed time. She's starting off in lane 9 at 2:27. The record here is 2:17.97, set by Maya Beckler from Kitsilano back in 2019.
It's Kate Moynes on the inside, taking the lead up there with Mia Bruneau as well.
The lead is changing, though, rapidly around the 200-meter mark. Girls are just settling into their pace right now. In fact, the leader group, top 3 or 4, has changed significantly in the first 200 meters. So Brindley Scrambler from Siaquam now has the lead. They head into their bell lap. Now this is turning into a two-person race. Along with Brindley Scrambler, another athlete has moved in right on her heels. They're separating themselves a bit.
Yeah, they're really starting to separate themselves from the rest of the pack.
That's right. So they are in good position right now to be the automatic qualifiers. So that is Bryn Scrambler, and now she is being passed by. Let's.
I think that might be Olivia Brunoro.
That is Olivia Brunero from Langley Christian. She has the fastest seed time coming in here, and she looks very comfortable. Now we're
Evelyn Argyle Anderson from Dover Bay making a nice kick in that last 50 to get that automatic qualifier.
That's right. She's going really well there. Very close for third and fourth. Can't quite see it from this angle.
That was Sloan Key. That was just inched up to third in that final last 10 meters. A very close race. So Evelyn Argyle Anderson in 2:29, Olivia Brunoro 2:30. So your automatic qualifiers. And Sloan Key and Brindley Scambler coming through in third and fourth at 2:30 respectively.
This is a new sheet for the senior boys. We're going to run them with the junior boys, so the junior boys are 115 and the senior boys are 6.
Another excellent race. 2:17 is a pretty hot record for these girls to be chasing. There isn't really, based on seed times, anyone in the pack that might be challenging, but you know, from what we saw yesterday and on Thursday, you never know. We saw an incredible number of records broken, some of them going back 25, 30 years. You know, those are ones you don't expect to see broken, but it sure happened yesterday.
Yeah, we started losing count yesterday, so it was quite a phenomenal day.
It was, yeah. That was just in the track events, and I understand, I don't have an update on it, but we had quite a number of field events broken over the last 2 days as well.
So we'll try to provide you some updates with that over the day as well.
Some of the records in this meet date back to 1971. That's incredible when you think about it. It's well over 50 years. Here is the third heat. We have Elia Ralph from Earl Marriott, Amy Robinson, Glen Lyon Norfolk, Lucy D, St. John Paul II Academy, Cadence Johnson, Heritage Christian, Dahlia Ham, Canyon Falls, Avery Hines, Semiahmoo, Rachel Hardy, West Point Gray, and Elliot Vandermeer from Claiborne Middle. Fastest seed time coming in here is a 2:26.64 from Elliot Vandermeer. And she is running on the outside.
Looks like Avery Hind and Elliot Vandermeer taking it out strong. Out there in first and second, coming through with 600 to go.
Yeah, the pack is very much intact early in the race. Usually by this time things have spread out a bit, but not happening yet.
Look at this tight race after the first 300 meters. Let's cheer them across that first lap, everyone.
That's Avery Hind still leading the pack.
Yes, and she is from Semiahmoo.
Rachel Hardy up there as well. Still anyone's race with 1 lap to go.
This should get interesting now. You know, some of the athletes could be pacing themselves, waiting for that magic burst at the end. It's still though Elliot Vandermeer and Avery Hind. Rachel Hardy appear to be our top three. Lead now has changed hands again with 200 meters to go.
We have one obviously that you're on. Two is on the finish line. Right on the track there, on the stand. Three.
It looks like you're in a great race here. Get to that final 120 meters. Here we go. Here's your child running. Just love this moment.
Still anyone's race in this last 100.
That is Elliot Vandermeer from Cleburne Middle holding on to the lead. Avery Hind looks like she's going to finish second. I'm not sure if anybody's going to catch them, but it is Elliot Vandermeer followed by Avery Hind taking the top two automatic qualifying spots.
And that was Lucy D coming through in that third place position, making a nice move on that home stretch from St. John Paul.
Look at Dahlia Ham from Canyon Falls, secondary. So it is Vandermeer and Avery Hind taking second. They are automatic qualifiers. And for the third and fourth place winners, I'll have to wait and see when the final results are tabulated.
Yeah, I think that might be enough for Lucy D and Rachel Hardy. 2:30 seemed to be that kind of cutoff mark, so they may be enough for them to move on to today's final.
That's right. That was a very fast heat, for sure. Okay, now we move on to the grade 8 boys. Again, there are 3 heats, top 2 automatic qualifiers. In our first heat, we have Xavier Gladish from DP Todd, Marcus Gavro from St. George's, Arsham Shagfat from Carson Graham, Preston Ryan, Ecole Glenbrook, Jackson Verreau, High Road Academy, Brandon Moon, Grandview Heights, Preston Hootfelter from Walnut Grove, and Finn English from Nanaimo District. Lane 4 is empty. Be interesting telling the athletes apart. We have 4 red jerseys.
Lots of red and lots of black.
Lots of black, yeah.
Input for one year up.
Fastest seed time in this group is Arsham Shagfat from Carson Graham, starting out of lane 3. Marcus Govro on the inside is staying right on his shoulder, and it looks like they will be the ones to settle into the lead position. The athletes stay in their lanes until they get around the first 2 corners.
Looks like that's Finn English out in lane 8. Seemed to get through that merge first. He's taking the lead.
Shagfat and Govro nestled right in there in second and third.
All right, here's the first lap. You're going to cheer for them really loud, give them that push in the final 500 meters. Great job, grade 8 boys. You are representing your school at the provincial championships. No small feat to get here. Great work, boys.
Those 3 athletes have now separated themselves with 1 lap remaining in their bell lap. They've been coming through in 1:05. The record here is 2:02.98. So they're on a good pace for that. Oh, sorry, record 2 minutes flat, 0.91. And this has definitely turned into a 3-man race with Finn English, Marcus Gavro, and Arsham Shagfat. Shagfat now taking over the lead. Guvro from St. George's now moving into second. English still holding on to third. So Gavro and Shafkat wanting to make sure of that automatic qualifying spot. Finn English is going to have to stay in touch with them. Putting on a little burst at the end. He wants to make sure of that spot. And that's a good look at Arsham Shafkat from Carson Graham taking that heat. Marcus Govro from St. George's and Finn English taking third.
Winning time of 2:13:30 for Arsham Shafkat. And Marcus Gavro in second, very close behind at 2:14:35.
Introducing our second heat now, 3 heats. In lane 1, Lincoln Wilson, Grandview Heights. In lane 2, Wesley Chung.
Finn English coming through in third at 2:17, so a very fast time as well.
All the way from Fernie.
So 2:17 as far as non-automatic qualifiers is the time to beat right now.
In lane 5, Rio Guyan from Sir Winston Churchill's. In lane 6, in lane 7, Oliver Van Nostrand, Shuswap Middle School in Salmon Arm. And from Samuel Robertson, Sean Waterman. This is an across heat.
All right, up next in Heat 2, in the Grade 8 men's 800-meter heats, we have Lincoln Wilson from Grandview Heights, Wesley Chung from Burnaby North, Gayuth Gardia from North Delta, Adam Riddell from Fernie, Mio Pelletier from Kalamaka Secondary, Rio Nguyen from Sir Winston, Oliver Van Nostrand, Shuswap, and Sean Waterman from Samuel Robertson Technical. So the two fastest times will automatically move into today's final. That will be happening at 3:30. Fastest C time coming into this race is Rio Nguyen out in lane 6. All making a quick push to the break to try to get that leading spot, hoping nobody gets boxed in.
A little crowded there right now. The 200-meter mark is settled in, and everybody is still in contention. The interior regions are well represented in this race with Fernie, Kalamalka from Vernon, and Shuswap Middle School. That's Mario Pelletier from Kalamalka. Extending a lead now. He's in the blue jersey. Really opening things up. Comes in with a 2:19:23 time. Next pack of 3, they're going to be battling it out for that second qualifying spot.
Seat time in this race is Rio Guyan from Sir Winston Churchill at 2:15. Keeping an eye on him as well. But all 8 boys in the race with 500 meters to go.
Has expanded his lead to about 10 meters there. Still looking pretty good on that back stretch.
The second, third, and fourth race is going to be pretty interesting. I'm not sure if anybody's going to be able to challenge for first. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen now. Rio Nguyen, Oliver Van Nostrand from Shuswap Middle. It is now Rio Nguyen moving into first. And Van Nostrand from Shuswap taking second, that automatic qualifying spot. And we have a spill at the finish line. Unfortunate for Mio Pelletier from Kalamalka, who led most of the race and had a mishap at the finish line. I hope he's okay.
He had a fantastic run. Was leading the pack pretty much the entire race. Just that last 50.
2:09:92. That's a pretty fast time for Nguyen. Oliver Van Nostrand from Shuswap taking second. Wesley Chung in third, 2:11. So it looks like at this point, the 2:11 and 2:13 would be automatic qualifiers. Not automatic, but secondary qualifiers.
Yeah, that was a bit of a faster heat than we saw in the first one. I think the top 4 finishers in that heat were faster than the the winner in the previous heat. So
That's right. Yeah.
that's good news, hopefully, for those third and fourth finishers in that race.
There's the one more left to go. And that brings us to the third heat now. We have Nicholas Tran from William A.F. Not sure what the end of that is. Eli Hebert from White Rock Christian, Caden Bensula, Abbotsford Christian, Aaron Lazo, Pacific Academy, MJ Andaya from Sir Charles Tupper, Miguel Marfori, Grandview Heights, Christosimos Mesatopatis from Vancouver College, and James Bergen from Claiborne Middle.
It looks like lane 2 is empty there. So
Nicholas Tran is from William A. Fraser. Lane 2 is empty. That would be Eli Hebert from White Rock Christian. Off to a fair start. Let's see, we have two athletes in the 217 range. Andaya and Mesatopatis from Vancouver College. Andaya's from Sir Charles Tupper. This promises to be a pretty fast heat as well.
How about Aaron Lazo from Pacific Academy, who's taking it out quite strong, separating himself from the rest of the pack pretty early. Chrysostomos Mesto Pete from Vancouver College going with them as well. It's MJ and Daya from Sir Charles Tupper, followed closely behind.
So the battle right now is between Lazo and Mesatopatis. Coming through in about 104. That's pretty fast pace for first lap. See them on the far side. They're still maintaining their distance. Now Lazo from Pacific Academy now shoulder to shoulder with Mesatopatis. 200 meters to go. Mesatopatis now pulling away a little bit. I think they're both in a position now where they can, as long as they know what the situation is behind them, they can relax a little bit. You do what you need to do in this situation, in the heats. And now we have a challenge coming from Andaya from Sir Charles Tupper, now moving into second. It is going to be Andaya taking second.
Mesotopopidis, winning time of 2:14. Vancouver College. MJ and Daya with a nice kick on that home stretch, clinching that second spot at 2:16.
So Lazo now will have to, he's in the wait and see position. And that completes the grade 8 boys heats. Final in that event will be later on in the day.
There's a nice relaxing finish from your winner there.
Little drama, a little showmanship.
I think he'll have a bit more to give in that final there.
That's right.
Looked pretty relaxed down that home stretch.
So Aaron Lazo's time of 2:16, that may not be enough to get him into the final, after holding a solid second there for most of the race.
Yeah, he ran hard though. That's what you got to do in these heats. Give it your all. He was able to pull the rest of the athletes through to some fast times as well. So very gutsy race by him as well.
And now we have the junior women first heat. There are 4 heats. You must win your heat to qualify automatically. Then the next 4 fastest times. We have Tatiana Coquette, R.A. McMath, Indy Cudmore, Mark Isfeld, Amelia Ann Liu, Okanagan Mission, Mel Wieslu, Okanagan Mission, Sophia Bertuccio, Esquimalt, Sophia Kruger, Ecole Heritage, Zoe Lubin, Oak Bay, and Annika Verkeic, Langley Christian. Fastest seed time in here is from Amelia Ann Liu at a 2:17. Now the record in this race is a flat-out amazing 2:07:41. That is actually faster than the senior record, which has been around for about 30 years. That was set by Alexa Dow 2 years ago.
It's a very impressive record, one that will probably be around for a long time.
Amelia Ann Liu living up to her billing as the top seed from Okanagan Mission.
And this first 100 meters where we get to see them, the first lap, give them a huge round of applause. Great start, Amelia Ann Liu.
Annika Verkeic, Langley Christian.
Right behind. Indy Cudmore having a great little final finish there in her first 400.
Was sitting third, and we have a new athlete in second place.
Quite a bit, and she's doing great. You're all doing great, ladies.
Amelia Ann Liu of Okanagan Mission leaving no doubt in this one. She's running very fast pace.
Looking very relaxed down that back stretch.
Wow, she is really taking it out. I think she needs a rearview mirror here to see what's going on behind her. She doesn't need to push herself too hard, but she is looking very, very strong.
This is an incredible run amongst a bunch of great riders as well. Well, a good fight here for second place.
She leaves no doubt about who the automatic qualifier is.
Show for us today.
And now this looks like her sister, Mel Wieslu from Okanagan Mission, taking second.
Mel Wieslu and Indy Cudmore having a good battle there for second and third. Looks like OPM may take second place as well. So OPM number 1 and number 2.
There we go. Sister combination taking the top 2 spots.
Will make it to the final. Great run, ladies.
And that's Indy Cudmore in third place from Mark R. Isfield with a 2:22, clinching that third spot.
So her time of 2:22. We'll have to wait, of course, now for 4 heats to see how that stacks up. There's not much of a comfort zone here in terms of qualifying.
Well, especially in these races when there's 4 heats, just give them that automatic first qualifier.
Right.
The rest will have to bank it on time.
Depending on the heat and the pace of the heat, sometimes you'll have to go all out in the heats, which is not always a wise thing to be doing, but in this case you have to.
Especially when the finals are later today. It's a bit nicer when you have maybe a day or two to rest and kind of get recovered, but you know, we only have a couple hours before we'll see these athletes running in the finals again. So up next in Heat 2, we have Jada Tillman from Unity Christian, Annalise Lamb from David Thompson, Megan James, John Barsby, Clara Campbell from DP Todd Secondary, Sarah Weeb, Burnaby North, Alice Barton from Crofton House, Katie Rourke from Kitsilano Secondary, and Charlotte Go from Francis Kelsey Secondary.
The fastest seed time in this group belongs to Charlotte Goff from Francis Kelsey. So getting back to the record in this, that was set 2 years ago in this track, and that time of 2:07:41 would have actually won the Canadian University Championships indoors this year.
Wow.
And it's a second ahead of the senior record, but the rules are you must be, if you're wanting to break a senior record, you must be running in the senior race. So her record, unfortunately, will stay with, fortunately, will stay with the junior, and I think that one's going to be around for a long time.
So that's Katie Rourke and Charlotte Goff from Kitsilano and Francis Kelsey taking that early lead.
Top seed time in this race is Charlotte Goff from
Sarah Weep followed closely behind from Burnaby North. And Jada Thielman, Unity Christian, right there in the orange, currently sitting in fourth.
Charlotte Goff, a quick glance over her shoulder there. And she knows what she needs to do here. Opening up her lead now. Charlotte Goff now with just over 200 meters to go, really opening up her lead. Kate Rourke from Kitsilano holding down second. She's going to have to keep in contact with her though. Once again, only one automatic qualifier. And this is going to be Charlotte Goff from Francis Kelsey. She's looking very comfortable. A little glance over her shoulder there.
Yeah, I think she has this one.
Another glance. She's looking over her shoulder. She knows where the competition is. And that is Katie Rourke from Kitsilano who will take second.
Jada Thielman finishing strong there in third.
Comes in around the 2:18 mark.
Great finish by Megan James as well. Coming through in fourth. That was Megan James in fourth, Alice Barton in fifth, but a winning time from Charlotte Goff in 2:19.51.
Rourke finishing in 2:20. At 2:20, well, it's hard to say at this point, but we'll put her in contention for that conditional qualifying spot.
I think that's the currently the fastest non-automatic qualifier. So good time to keep an eye on as we move through this third heat.
Now we move on to the third heat. Starting off, we have Lenke Routh from Kamloops Christian. We've seen her run yesterday. Very, very strong runner. Ella Walker from Penticton. Evelyn Marr, St. Thomas More. Natasha Kiljansky from R.A. McMath. Lauren Simpson, Earl Marriott. Jane Soroka, Glen Lyon, Norfolk. Isla Vivanko, Ecole Salish, and Amy Molman from Dr. Charles Best in Port Coquitlam, sorry. Got it right after 3 tries.
Great start out there by Natasha Kiljansky from Robert Alexander, taking out that early lead.
Lenke Routh, though, moving very well on the inside. She's coming out of lane 1, and she has settled into that early lead. Remember, the runners have to stay in their lanes around that second turn, and then there's a cutoff zone. Very quickly, 2 athletes have settled into the lead. Lenke Routh has a time of 2:22 coming into this. She is, or would be considered, the pre-race favorite. Natasha Kiljansky sitting in second. They have really separated themselves. Amy Molman from Charles Best and Jane Soroka from Glen Lyon, Norfolk. Right up there as well. It looks like Amy Molman moving into that third spot now. This race right now belongs to Linky Rath and Natasha Kiljanski.
Moving at a very comfortable pace in that back stretch with
They
about
are,
200 to
yeah.
go.
Linky Rath has been a very busy girl at this meet so far. They are really distancing themselves from the pack, so it is going to be Linky Rath and Natasha Kiljanski for sure. And Rath is very comfortably in first place. And that is Isla Vivanko from Ecole Salish in third place. Evelyn Marr, St. Thomas More will take fourth.
That's Ella Walker getting that third spot in 2:27. There's your winner on the screen. Linky Rath looks calm, cool, and collective. Very commanding win for her. Looked pretty much in control that whole race. But Natasha Kiljanski gave her a good run for her money and came out with a very fast time of 2:22 for that second place spot.
Yeah, that hopefully that will be enough. It's going to be close. There will be 4 second or third place finishers that will move on.
All right, in the fourth and final heat of the junior women's 800-meter heats, we have Taya Holubar from Walnut Grove, Cedar Hale from Sentinel, Callie Lenstrom from Centennial, Seal Fitzpatrick from Walkridge Secondary, Annika Vipler from Burnsview, Adelie Albert from Parkland, Leah Evans Penticton, and Eva Potash from Semiahmoo.
CL Fitzpatrick from Rockridge, 2:18 is the fastest seed time by quite a bit. Actually by almost 10 seconds in this group. And she is running out of lane 4. And after that, it's pretty much anybody's race.
Still quite bunched in that that merge. That's CL Fitzpatrick taking the early lead. I think that was Eva Potash from Seaquam sitting there in second.
A very close number of athletes still in contention.
And here we come, one big round of applause to encourage them. They are all very close here on the first lap. Getting ready for the second lap, ready to hear that bell.
Adelie Albert and Leah Evans from Parkland and Penticton right up there as well. And that, I don't want to call it a leader group right now because there's 6 girls who are really in contention there. Could go to anybody.
Coming through that bell lap in about 1:10, a very quick pace.
Eva Potash from Semiahmoo hanging in there with CL Fitzpatrick. Now a group of 3, Fitzpatrick, Potash, and we'll have to see who that third girl is.
Fitzpatrick, Eva Potash from Semiahmoo also making a push here in the final 200 meters.
This is where things will now start to open up, about 180 meters to go.
And here comes the strategy in your final 100 meters. You've got a good race here.
It is Fitzpatrick. And Italy Albert. Adley Albert from Parkland now moving into second. And she's very close. And very wise to stay close to CL Fitzpatrick, but it is Fitzpatrick, Albert.
And that's Cedar Hale from Sentinel moving into that third place position.
Very controlled race by CL Fitzpatrick. Pretty experienced girl, knows just what she has to do. She looks pretty relaxed and happy. .219 for Albert. And that 219 puts her in pretty good position to move on.
Yeah, I think we were needing about a sub 222 to make that automatic make that final as a non-automatic qualifier. So, all right, so that concludes the junior women's 800 meter heats. We'll see them in the finals later today.
Now we move on to the junior men. Again, we have 4 heats. Automatic qualifier will be the winner. It's going to be a pretty competitive grouping. Our first group has Mackay Cooper from Kamloops Christian, Sasha Goodai from Charles Best, Miguel Phillips, South Delta, Jay Jung from Charles Best, Keanu Shear from Glen Eagle, William Cram, Ladysmith, Theo Mogatis from Vancouver College, and Taryn Kang from Credo Christian. The record in this one, I think, is going to be around for a little bit longer, is 154.50, set by Dean Ellenwood from Langley Secondary, which is right in the backyard of the stadium. That record was set back in 2014, and that is a pretty darn fast record.
That was a good year for him. He also broke the 400 meter record as well for the junior boys and still holds that, so quite a strong athlete back in the day.
Yeah, very talented family as well. Older sister Georgia Ellenwood went on to represent Canada in the Olympics. And younger brother ran track at SFU as well.
Top seat time is Sasha Gaidai from Dr. Charles Best, followed by William Cram from Ladysmith. Sorry, check that. Miguel Phillips also from South Delta.
Pretty tight group coming off that merge, but it looks like it's Sasha Goodai from Dr. Charles Best is taking the early lead.
Miguel Phillips with South Delta and Jay Jung. That is Goodai. Phillips and Jung now drop back a little bit. Theo Magatis from Vancouver College now moving up into third.
Coming through in about 60 flat. Moving pretty quick.
Sasha Goodai is still in control of this.
There's that group following very closely behind, though, closing that gap.
Sasha Goodai is a pretty experienced runner. He's been around the scene for quite a while. And he looks determined to hang on to this lead. Right now it is Sasha Goodai. And a real battle now. William Cram from Ladysmith. And Cram from Ladysmith comes from out of nowhere to take that heat. Sasha Goodai finishing second. And it looks like Miguel Phillips from South Delta taking third. Miguel Phillips from South Delta came in with the fastest seed time at 2:01. And he finished third in that heat. So this is going to be interesting.
All three athletes were able to dip under that 2-minute flat mark. So they should all be very happy with that time.
Yeah, we're looking at personal bests there for based on their seed times anyway. Certainly for Sasha Godai. Wow, that was a good finish.
It's a great finish by William Cram coming in. I think he's in about third off that final stretch and was able to, looks like he had a little bit extra to have that final kick to get that automatic qualifier.
He came into this race with a seed time of 2:05, so he has really dropped his time.
All right, so up next in Heat 2, we have Jack Haynes from Carson Graham, Nolan Smith from Sullivan Friesen from Langley Christian, Nolan Smith from Vernon Christian, Mahi Marwaha from RE Mountain, Maxwell Montgomery, Mission Senior Secondary, Jackson Nespin from Seaquam, Thomas Shen from Grandview Heights, and Ashton Tan from Eric Hamber.
Fastest seed time in this group is Sullivan Friesen from Langley Christian. Comes in with the 2:01. Mahi Marwaha from RE Mountain comes in with the 2:04. Mahi Marwaha from RE Mountain with the early lead. Maxwell Montgomery from Mission holding down second. That's going to change here though.
That's Friesen, Marwaha, Montgomery, and Shen, all pretty close in those top 4 spots.
That pack of 5 though are pretty close together and still very much anybody's race. Here you go, we have somebody challenging for the lead now. I can't tell from this angle just yet who it is. Could be Maxwell Montgomery from Mission. It is Maxwell Montgomery from Mission. And Mahi Marwaha from RE Mountain now taking the lead. So it is Marwaha and Montgomery taking the top 2 spots.
And that's Carson Graham Jack Haynes from Carson Graham coming through in 3rd place. A great finish for him as well. But that's going to be Mahi Marwaha from RE Mountain with a 2:03.47 winning time. Maxwell Montgomery close behind in 2:04.10.
That 2:04 time, that's going to be, might not be enough to get him into the final. We had a very, very fast first heat where we had several athletes under the 2-minute mark. So their qualifying position is pretty good right at the moment. Marwaha, though, will qualify automatically. We see just in the background there another airplane taking off. We are right next door to the Langley Airport. And being a Saturday, I'm sure we're going to see lots of planes coming and going in our background. Here's the 3rd heat now. We have Finn Adamson from Glen Lyon, Norfolk, Ted Liu, Mulgrave, Braylon Thiessen, MEI, Sebastian Osiowi from Penticton, Carter Cunning, John Bardsby, Daniel Zhang, Elgin Park, Indio Truscott from WL Seaton and Vernon, Ashton Berghammer from White Rock Christian. Finn Adamson, running out of lane 1, is the only athlete out of all of the entrants who has gone under the 2-minute mark. That is until today. We saw 3 athletes go under that mark in the first heat.
But he's taking it out quite strong, so that is Finn Adamson who's taken that early lead.
He has a seed time of 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. 1:59.60. And he has very early opened up a good lead there. And the other athletes are going to have to stay in touch as much as they possibly can with him. Daniel Zhang and Sebastian Osioe holding down the next two spots. Finn Adamson comes through there just under 2 minutes flat, or 60 seconds. Looking pretty strong there.
As Daniel Zhang followed closely behind in that second place position.
He's opening up a bit of distance, but still in contention. I believe it's Sebastian Osioe from Penticton. But this race belongs to Finn Adamson from Glen Lyon, Norfolk. He is comfortably in the lead. This is where you hope that he runs a fast enough time to draw everybody else in. And that's Sebastian Osioe from Penticton now taking over second spot. He wants to close the distance. Comes in at about 2:04.
Great finish by Ashton Berkhammer as well from White Rock Christian. Just sprinting to that third place finish.
So that's going to be tough. The second place finish there of around 2:04, and that is may not be enough to get him into the final. Finn Adamson for sure is in. Very comfortable 2:02. Now therein lies the problem with pacing, because in a race like that, Finn Adamson knew he had, he could run comfortably, and in doing so, not producing a time fast enough to draw the others into a better qualifying spot. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there, but it looks like we do have a number of qualifiers from the first heat for sure.
Yeah, he did go through pretty quick in that 60 minute flat mark.
Yeah, I think he just wanted to make a statement there and then kick back and relax. And this is Heat 4. We have Dylan Drew from Point Grey, Eric Boileau, Sir Alexander McKenzie, Gabriel Veloso, Sullivan Heights, Finn Moreland, New West Secondary, Tristan Hill, Reynolds, Colin Nishi, R.A. McMath, Hudson DeGenova from Oak Bay, and Kenton Bradell from Fernie. Fastest seed time in this group is Gabriel Veloso from Sullivan Heights at 2:03, followed closely by Colin Nishi, R.A. McMath at 2:04.
It does look like it's Gabriel Veloso who's taking the early lead, out there leading the pack as they come down this first final home stretch.
Tristan Hill, a pack of four there now. Tristan Hill, Gabriel Veloso, Hudson DeGenova, right up there as well. We definitely have a pack of four now. .300 meters to go. This is a very interesting grouping here.
Still anyone's race. Wow,
they're going to be pushing each other, I think, to a faster time just by the fact they're all so close to each other. And they're all going to be hungry here because they know that first place is still in reach.
That's actually Colin Nishi who's now leading the pack, coming with 150 to go. Looking very strong.
Oh, he's being passed now.
Gabriel Veloso retaking the lead.
Veloso now turning up the heat. Nishi, second, and Hudson DeGenova from Oak Bay will take third.
Great run all around. Good finish here for fifth as well.
Winning time from Gabriel Veloso, 2:01.39. Colin Nishi also dipping under that 2:02 mark of 2:01.79.
Colin Nishi's time there of 2:02 may be enough to get him in, but we know for sure that there are at least 3 qualifiers coming from the first heat, and after that it's very close. So, great round of junior men. We move on now to the senior women.
That puts us now into the women's 800-meter run as senior. Same thing, 4 prelims, top person for each heat, plus the next 4 best times will qualify for the finals. In lane 1 from Burnaby Central Secondary, we have Juliana Talberg. In lane 2, Rachel Malau from West Point Grey Academy. In lane number 3, Kate Elizabeth McDonald from Gladstone Secondary. From Lake City Secondary, Kira Dyer. In lane 4. In lane 5, we have Carmen MacArthur from Vernon W. Wilson.
All right, so we have the senior women's 800 meters. There will be 4 heats. Top winner or winner from each heat will automatically move on to today's final, and then we'll be looking for the next 4 fastest times. So up next in heat 1, we have Juliana Thauberger from Burnaby Central, Rachel Malau from West Point Grey, Kate Elizabeth McDunn from Gladstone, Kira Dyer from Lake City, Carmen MacArthur from W.L. Seton Secondary, Maya Vezina from St. Andrews, Nagore Mora from Claremont, and Maria Villariza from North Surrey Secondary.
Top 2 seed times here come from Rachel Malau at 2:17 and Maya Vezina at 2:15. The record in this event is an amazing 2:08.61, set 35 years ago by Laurie Durward from Handsworth. That's a record that's been around for a long time, and I think is going to be around a lot longer. As we mentioned earlier, though, Alexa Dow 2 years ago exceeded that time with a 2:07 running as a junior. But not sure why, but she does not seem to be in the lineup for this senior women's 800 this year. This is her graduating year.
That would have been good to see her here. Would have been a great contender for that record. But we're looking for some other fast times here. Pretty tight group pack right here, coming off the merge. Once again, they will be racing against the other 4 heats for that fastest time, so timing is very critical.
Couple runners to look out for. Mia Vezina from St. Andrews with a seat time of 2:15.87, and Rachel Malau from West Point Grey Academy with a 2:17.15. The record was set at 1990.
Maria Villariza from North Surrey, our early leader.
Big round of applause as we hit the end of this first lap. Here we go. Encourage him on his warm day.
Rachel Malau now moving up into the lead. Carmen MacArthur, I think, from W.L. Seton right up there as well. Now the pack is beginning to spread out a little bit.
So that's Rachel Malau from West Point Grey currently leading. Maya Vezina right on her heels. As they're coming through with about 2:50 to go.
And they are our top 2 seeds, and they're living up to that right now. They're going to want to stay in touch, and we may see a sprint. But bottom line is second place in this type of setup. It may not be enough to get into the final.
That's right.
Maya Vezina now making the lead, battling it out with Rachel Malau from West Point Grey. So the battle now, Vezina now taking first place, Rachel Malau settling into second. Vezina looking very strong here. coming through in a 2:22, 2:23.
That was Maria Villariza and Kate Elizabeth McDonald battling it out for that second and third and fourth place position.
We'll see what the times are here now. Maya Vizina from St. Andrews looking very relaxed after that victory. She was content to sit in second for most of the race, and she knew when to turn it on. Rachel Malau, I would imagine, have fast enough time to move on. But again, we'll have to wait and see. Anything can happen in these heats.
Yeah, so that was Maya with the winning time of 2:22, and Rachel followed closely with the 2:23. So those are your top two finishers in Heat 1. All right, up next in Heat 2, we have Kira Bergen from GW Graham, lane 2. Izzy Hagleit from Sir Charles Tupper. We have Ava Bootlazar from St. Thomas More Collegiate. We have Maggie Epp, GW Graham. Aaliyah Smith, LV Rogers. Ava Gauthier from Nanaimo District. Jasmine Henry from Summerland. And Bria Gillette from Nanaimo District.
One thing to note in this heat is loaded with grade 11s. At least 6 of them. Grade 11, so they will have another shot if they stick with track, another shot next year. And one of those grade 11s, Maggie Epp from GW Graham, comes in with a time of 2:16. Bria Gillette from Nanaimo District at a 2:16. They would appear to be the pre-race favorites. And Maggie Epp and Bria Gillette are early leaders. Ava Butzelar from St. Thomas More hanging in there in third place.
I think it might actually be Izzy Hagleit from Sir Charles Tupper sitting in third place.
That's right. My mistake there. They're going to be pushing the pace a little bit. It's going to have to be that way in order for both of them to qualify. One will qualify for sure.
Coming through with about 100 to go, still pretty close.
And we're going to have a real battle here. Bria Gillette and Maggie Epp. Maggie Epp now taking control. It will be Maggie Epp and Bria Gillette taking second. And that is Iggy Hagleit from Sir Charles Tupper taking third place.
Great finish there by Ava Gauthier and Jasmine Henry from Nanaimo District and Summerland, battling it out for that fourth place position. But the winning time from Maggie Epp is 2:14. Bria Gillette in 2:15, so two very fast times.
2:15 should be enough to get her to move her on for sure. They came in very close to their seed times. A little bit under, in fact.
Both athletes looking very strong in that last 50. Winning time in the previous heat was 2:22, so they were quite a bit quicker than that one. So Should be enough for Bria Gillette to make it into that final.
Yeah, after 2 heats, that definitely stands up as one of the faster secondary qualifying times. Maggie Appa kind of establishes herself there, maybe as one of the favorites for the final. And now we have the 3rd heat featuring Chloe Simon, Lord Bing, Tiana Iorio from Burnaby Mountain, Nisha Clare, Burn Creek, Juliana Wolfenden, West Point Grey, Haley Leon, Fleetwood Park, Midori Schimmelman from Mount Boucherie in Kelowna, Audrey Biber, Mount Douglas, and Isla O'Flaherty Wills from Little Flower. Chloe Simon, we saw her compete yesterday. Very polished athlete. She, I believe, has the record in the junior category, or no, it's not in the junior category, in the 1500. Oh, sorry, the 400. Chloe Simon was in the 400 yesterday. And she comes in with a 2:13, so she's definitely a favorite. She's running with Lord Bing. And she currently is settled into 2nd place. Early leader is Haley Elon from Fleetwood Park, Juliana Wolfenden, West Point Grey sitting in 2nd, Chloe Simon comfortably in 3rd.
Juliana Wolfenden with a good first 400 from West Point Grey Academy.
So Juliana Wolfenden with 1 lap remaining from West Point Grey. Chloe Simon just kind of biding her time in behind her.
Chloe Simon in 2nd place with Lord Bing secondary. Looks like she has a strategy. All 8 runners doing fantastic.
So based on seed times, Chloe Simon has about a 10-second edge on Wolfenden. So I think she is just pacing herself right now. Oh, here she goes. 200 meters to go. She's now moved into the lead. It's time. And she's still looking pretty comfortable. She's sort of on cruise control right now.
Yeah, looking very strong coming into this final home stretch. With a very commanding lead.
Pleasant combination of strong and smooth. Juliana Wolfenden, Tiana Iorio from Burnaby Mountain is going to take the 3rd spot. But it will be Chloe Simon easily taking this heat. Very smart running on her part. Wolfenden from Point Grey taking 2nd. And Iorio from Burnaby Mountain taking 3rd.
So 2:25 for Chloe Simon, winning heat 3. And Juliana Wolfenden in 2:26.
Now the problem there for the 2nd and 3rd place athletes is Chloe Simon ran a very controlled pace, didn't really push it hard, and in that sense did not really draw the others to a time that might be good enough to qualify.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I think that 2:25 seems to be, the 2:26 I think is the current cutoff, so we'll have to wait and see what happens in this final heat to see if that was enough for Juliana Wolfenden to move on to today's final. But a very fast time and a very fast pace. You can kind of tell Chloe Simon kind of kicked it into 2nd gear. About 200 to go.
Right. Kind
of separating herself from the rest of the pack there. Once again, she's coming off a 400-meter provincial title yesterday, so definitely has that speed.
Right. She was really on cruise control for much of that race, and again, her experience shows through. In the heats, you know exactly what you need to. You know what the rest of the pack can do.
All right, so up next we have the 4th and final heat of the senior women's 800 meter. We have Regan Arlett from Semiahmoo, Gabby Barton from Crofton House, Rory O'Brien, Sutherland, Noah Smurden from R. Robert Alexander, McMath, Heidi Bellis, Charles Hayes, Jewel Dahl from Elgin Park, Ava Rodway from Pacific Academy, and Chelsea Padgum from Sardis.
Rory O'Brien starting out in lane 3, fastest seed time at 2:14. We have a number of athletes in around that 2:13, 2:14 mark, which could make for a very competitive final.
So it seems to be Gabby Barton and Rory O'Brien taking the lead out early. Ava Rodway up in that grouping there as well.
Rory O'Brien and Ava Rodway with our lead right now, but Ava Rodway, Rory O'Brien sitting comfortably in third right now, and we can expect her to turn up the heat just a bit.
It's Noah Smurden from R.A. McMath closely sitting in that group in fourth. We'll probably need to see a sub 226 to qualify for today's final, so pace is very important as they're moving down this backstretch, making sure that they're keeping up with the quick time.
Now we see Rory O'Brien from Sutherland moving into the lead and turning up the heat just a bit here with 200 meters to go. And she looks pretty comfortable right now. She is right up there with Chloe Simon from the previous heat in terms of time. She looks very strong right now and yet very comfortable. Ava Rodway sitting in second, and Gabby Barton.
Well, it's going to be a battle for second. It's Gabby Barton and Ava Rodway fighting for that second and third place position.
They're going to come in around 222, both of them.
That was Rory O'Brien with the 2:19.74 winning time.
And looking very comfortable in doing so.
And that's Ava Rodway and Gabby Barton coming through in 2:22 in second and third. Rory O'Brien was actually the 800-meter champion last year, so she's back again to defend her title. So wanting just to make sure she's getting in a good position for that final. But she was looking very strong.
Yeah, out of each heat, there was one dominant runner. And when you put them all together in a final, it's promising to be very fast. It'll be very competitive. Again, I doubt very much whether the record of 2:08.61 from Laurie Durwood from Handsworth back in 1990, that is a 35-year-old record. We talked yesterday about how long some of these records have been around, and I think the oldest records in the book go back to 1971, before I was born. Well, maybe not me. But that's incredible when you think about that.
Especially how technology's changed, even spikes, tracks. It's quite phenomenal to see some of these records that are still standing.
That's right. And a lot of those records were set, it's in 1971, that would have been Swangard Stadium before the artificial track went in. It was a cinder track, not famous for being a fast track. But it did produce some incredible times from way back then. Okay, now we move on to the senior man heats. We have 4 heats. You must win to qualify automatically. We have Jimmy Reed, Nechako Valley, Quinn Tviat Borgenstrom, Handsworth, Bernardo Sada, Walnut Grove, Benjamin Boquist, Oak Bay, Ben Campbell, West Point Grey, Brody Cormier, A.L. Fortune and Enderby, Carl Sampson, Charles Hayes, and Miles Hayden from Penticton. Miles Hayden from Penticton has the fastest seed time of 1:58. He's one of about 5 or 6 runners who have gone under the 2-minute mark.
It looks to be Sam Nystrom who's taken it out quite strong to bring the pack through.
Miles Hayden from Penticton just sitting comfortably right now in second place. Bernardo Sada, Walnut Grove, sitting in third. Quinn Tviat Borgenson from Hansworth is our leader. And they're coming through in about 60 seconds flat, very close to that. Possible we could see that 2-minute mark broken in the heats. The record here is 150.7, set by Peter Sharp from Mountain Secondary way back in 1984. So that is a 41-year-old record. And here we go now. The top three are turning up the heat. Quinn Tviat Borgenstrom. Bernardo Sada and Miles Hayden. Miles Hayden has dropped back into third place. And that is Bernardo Sada from Walnut Grove coming through in about 157. Miles Hayden came in with a 158 and he dropped back to third. So Bernardo Sada.
156.
Wow, very fast.
Very fast time.
Quinn Borgenstrom from Hansworth taking second.
157.
And Miles Hayden, Penticton in third.
157 as well. So we had 3 athletes there under that 2-minute mark. And a very quick opening heat for the senior men's 800.
Right. Bernardo Sada comes in with a time of about 6 seconds faster than his seed time. So they have really made a statement there. So finishing in third there, Miles Hayden with that time still has a shot at qualifying. So does Quinn Tviat Borgenstrom from Hansworth. So that's going to be interesting. But that is a very fast start.
All right, up next we have Heat 2. We have Jericho Geddes from Grandview Heights Secondary, Maverick Rakola from Penticton, Alexander Dam, Kitsilano, Sam Nystrom from Gladstone, Liam Manmohan from Ucluelet, Martin Kuak from Holy Cross Regional, and Egan Franny from Stellies.
Now we have Maverick Rakola from Penticton is running 157.7. That is his seed time. Alexander Dam, Kitsilano, Sam Nystrom, both hovering around that 2-minute flat mark. So they will bear some attention as well. We've only seen one heat and already it's shaping up to be a very competitive final. And right now, too close to call. It's anybody's race. There are 5 athletes that are bunched at the beginning. Make that 6. All 7 athletes still very much in contention now. Coming around in the early lead, Maverick Rakola, Egan Franey from Stellies, sitting in second place. Martin Kuak from Holy Cross, up there as well. Coming through in about 58 seconds. That's a very fast first lap.
Very quick.
And just one more time, it is athletes only on the football field, athletes only, no coaches.
Maverick Rakola looking pretty strong. But there are still 5 guys basically who could contend here. 200 meters to go. He is still hanging in there with the lead. Sam Nystrom from Gladstone challenging there, but he is not going to catch Maverick Rakola. It is going to be Sam Nystrom taking second. And Egan Freeney from Stellies will take third. Maverick Ricola coming in at about 156, roughly.
So very fast time for Maverick Ricola in 156. And Sam Nystrom coming through in 157. Very tight finish between Sam Nystrom and Egan Franny from Stellies, also running in 157. And that was Alexander Dam from Kitsilano in 159. So your top four finishers just dipping under that 2-minute mark.
Wow, we've had two very fast heats so far. 4 athletes going under the 2-minute mark.
Almost identical to the previous heat. The winners were one in 156, second and third 157. So it'll be very, very close to getting to that final just based off time.
Right, we're only 2 heats in. We have 2 more heats to go. With 2 heats to go, we still have 3 athletes who come in with seed times of under 2 minutes and a lot of others who are flirting with that number.
In this race, we have Noah Lowers from Credo Christian. We have Reese Boudon from Dover Bay Secondary. Armandip Panu from Earl Marriott Secondary. Cade McCarthy, LV Rogers. Rylan Niels, Mount Butchery Senior Secondary. David Ham, Okanagan Mission. And Alistair Day from Nanaimo District Secondary.
So Rylan Niels is the only one in the group officially who has gone under 2 minutes, but we know that Noah Lowers is a very strong runner. We saw him run yesterday. Reese Bodoin from Dover Bay comes in at a 2:01. David Ham, 2:02 from Okanagan Mission. So we've got a lot of runners here who are flirting with that 2-minute barrier.
It's Noah Lowers currently leading the pack, sitting there in first place.
Armandip Panu right up there from Earl Marriott. Rylan Niels from Mount Boucherie, he is the fastest seed time, hanging in there very comfortably. He looks very loose and relaxed. They're giving themselves a bit of distance over the 4th place runner. And I have a feeling they're going to be pushing each other to a very fast time here. So let's see, right now, Rylan Niels, Mount Boucherie now moving into the lead. Noah Lauer not really letting him go.
Well, 200 to go. It's a full-on sprint for them.
I think these guys both know the stakes here. You have to be pretty fast. If you're not winning that heat, you got to be a pretty fast second. Noah Lauer still with the lead. Rylan Niels, Mount Boucherie. Not able to keep up. Noah Lauer is just glancing over his shoulder. And Niels finishing strongly to come in at around 158. Armandip Panu from Earl Marriott taking third. That's a very good race for Noah Lowers.
And there's your winner on screen there, Noah, running a 158.68. Looking pretty relaxed in that last 50 meters. Did a quick look back just to make sure he had that spot secured. Great finish and push by Rylan Niels as well from Mount Boucherie, so coming through in second in 159. Great race by Armandip Panu as well in 2:01, finishing in third in that third heat of the senior men's 800.
Now, I think for sure you're going to have to go under 2 minutes to make that final. So Rylan Niels 159, it's going to be touch and go for him.
Yeah, we saw a couple 156 and 157s in those previous races, so yeah, it's going to be close.
Now, in our fourth heat, we have Jackson Myers from Charles Best, Jacob Amos from Killarney, Eduardo Randon from New West Secondary, Henry Nessman from Siakwam, Kayan Jenner from Sardis, Charles King, John Paul, St. John Paul II Academy, Noah Gladish, DP Todd, and Marco La Chimea from Alpha Secondary. Fastest seed time coming in here, we have two athletes with 1:59s, Jacob Adams and Henry Nessman.
Looks to be Henry Nessman taking out the early lead.
Noah Gladish has a 1:2:01, which is very close. Charles King has a 2:02, so this is going to be a very competitive heat as well. Henry Nessman, Charles King from St. John Paul Academy sitting in second. Eduardo Randon from New West in third. Henry Nessman now trying to open up a little bit of space.
There's Amos making a move into second, starting to close a gap between Nessman. Charles King still sitting quite strong in third.
Nessman and Amos come in to this race with almost identical seed times.
They'll need to push it here. They got to be under 1:58 to make that final.
Right. Nessman looking very comfortable. Turning up the pace just a bit. And a real battle going on now for that second place spot.
It's Noah Gladish making a nice move on the outside.
Noah Gladish. Now, Henry Nessman is in danger. It is going to be Gladish.
Oh, it's going to come down to a lean. Looks like it was Amos.
Right. Gladish and Amos very, very close there. Henry Nessman, who held the lead for pretty much the entire race, was caught just at the finish line the last 20 meters or so.
That was a 1:57 by Jacob Amos, 1:57.99. Really had to push it on that inside. You don't typically see them making a move on the inside. That's a bit of a risky move.
That's right.
But was able to find that opening and kick it into second gear for that automatic qualifier. Noah Gladish with a 1:58.06. And Henry Nessman in third with 1:58.72.
Wow, this is going to be close for the finals. It's going to take a 1:57 or 1:58.
Yeah, it's going to be close.
Yeah.
We'll see. So that concludes the senior men's 800-meter heats. So we'll see those athletes in the finals today at 3:30. So looks to be shaping up to be some quick finals.
Very much. Very competitive group. And again, the record will not be threatened, I don't think, at 150.7. But again, that is almost a 41-year-old record. So that is pretty long time that record's been around. There will be a bit of a break in the action right now while we await the setup of the distance hurdle races. We'll be coming back at 10:20 on the air with the men's 400-meter senior. The event order changes with the hurdles due to setup, making it convenient for the hurdle crew to set up. I'll be starting with the senior boys and the junior men and working down from there. So we look forward to being back on the air in about 20 minutes' time. This is Roy Boss and Andrew Boss signing off temporarily from the 2025 BC High School Track Championships.
this breaking action. Another account from our sponsor, Return-It. Return-It is excited to team up with BC School Sports to promote a cleaner, greener future. When you recycle, you're helping reduce waste and keep our problems beautiful. Remember to recycle all your empty beverage containers. Each container counts. Learn more at returnit.ca. We're just a good reminder, please keep the grounds tidy too. It's nice and lively to host us. And make sure you do throw away all your garbage and recycle well. We'll do one more note from our sponsors, Fitness World. We're proud to announce that Fitness World is the official partner of British Columbia School Sports. Fitness World is committed to a warming up inside the cones. Athletes only, no parents, no spectators over there on the football field. Thank you, athletes. Fun to see those javelins get tossed there across the way too, and just breaking the action. You check out the field events happening right now. Triple jump happening as well right now. Do check out that stuff as our first hurdlers come out. All right, we are in heat number 1 of 4 prelims in the men's 400 meters senior hurdle. In lane number 1, we have Mateo Porter from OKM. In lane 2, Harrison Young from Hansford. In lane 3, Trevor Lancer, Winston Churchill. In lane 4, Julian Lawrenson from Caribou Hill Secondary. Lane number 5, Dallas Dong from Killarney Secondary. In lane 6, Juju from University Hill Secondary. In lane 7, Jake Lyons from Vernon Christian School. Vernon Christian School has been bringing their A game on cheering today. And in lane 8, Will Van Schlagen from Sardis Secondary in Chilliwack. Sardis bringing their A game in cheering. We got some good cheering going on in heat 1 of the men's 400 meter hurdle. Top 1 from each heat plus the next 4 best times will qualify for the final. Great cheering, Alberta Christian, for your athletes. I'm sure Matt Dreeder would be very proud of your cheering today, and great cheering as well, Sardis Secondary. We're going to cheer for all those athletes today.
We're back on the air again right now. We're coming to you live from the BC High School Track and Field Championships in McLeod Stadium in Township of Langley. Welcome back, everyone. If you've just joined us, my name is Roy Boss, and I'm here with Andrew Boss, and we will be your commentators for this broadcast for the remainder of the day. We're just getting ready to start the 400-meter hurdles, senior boys, and there are going to be 4 heats. Automatic qualifier is first place, and then after that, the next 4 fastest times. We have 5 athletes, I should say, in the group of 4 heats that have dipped under the 60-second mark. That's kind of like the holy grail of this race for seniors, is getting under that 60-second barrier. We're starting off with our first heat. In lane 1, Mateo Porter, Okanagan Mission. Harrison Young in lane 2 from Handsworth. Trevor Lamb, Sir Winston Churchill. In 3, Julian Lauritsen from Caribou Hill. In lane 5, Dallas Dong, Killarney. Lane 6, Jude Zhu from University Hill. In lane 7, Jacob Leyenhorst from Vernon Christian. And lane 8, Will Van Shagen from Sardis Secondary. Will Van Shagen from Sardis running in the outside lane. That's a tough lane to be in this race. Comes in with a 57.89 seed time. He is the only one in this group who's gone under the 60-second barrier. Jacob Leyenhorst from Vernon Christian, running right beside him in lane 7, is very, very close to that mark.
All right, and they're off. A very clean start.
Will Van Shagen from Sardis looking very strong, way on the outside of the track. Showing good form. What would you say is the most important component of this race?
I think just maintain a good pace and maintain the number of strides consistently throughout the race. You know, as you kind of get through those last couple of hurdles, fatigue can kick in, so just making sure that you're able to clear the hurdles and not knocking them down or making sure that it's not impeding your rhythm. But he's looking pretty smooth and relaxed coming over this.
Yeah, showing very good technique for sure. Inexperienced athletes will tend to stutter step as they approach the hurdle, and that slows you down. And if you're doing that in a race with 10 hurdles, basically you're slowing yourself down 10 times.
That was Jacob Leyenhurst from Vernon Christian finishing in second, but a pretty commanding win by Will Van Shagen from Sardis, winning time of 58.88, and Jacob Leyenhurst with 59.78.
And hugs. Good job, boys. Way to cheer for.
It's going to probably, I'm going to say, take under 60 seconds to get into the final.
Will Van Shagen was actually second place last year in the senior boys 400-meter hurdles final, so it's good to see him back. But a great way to set the stage in this senior men 400-meter hurdles heats. And they'll be running the finals later today as well.
400 hurdles is one of those races that the coach comes up to you and taps you on the shoulder and says, look, we need points. You're running the 400 hurdles. And it's a pretty scary thought. And that's actually happened. I know several cases where it's happened, and people kind of get hooked on it, and ends up becoming their race.
Yeah, you don't know how good you are at it until you try it. It's definitely one of those races as well where it takes a lot of races to really get your rhythm and get your groove.
That's right. And the key word there that you said is rhythm. And you want to make sure that you're hitting every hurdle with the same stride. Very few athletes are able to hurdle with a left lead leg and a right lead leg. Pretty well everyone has a dominant leg. Makes it a lot easier to get over the hurdles. And you want to make sure that your steps in between the hurdles are odd number. 17, 19, 21, whatever it happens to be. At the senior level, most of the athletes there are running 13 strides in between hurdles.
Yeah, 13 or 15 is kind of the sweet spot.
That's right. You do see the odd athlete who is able to hurdle equally well with both legs, which is a good skill to have, but it's not one that you want to actively promote.
It's a good alternative than stuttering to try to hit your dominant lead leg. So.
That's right.
All right, so up next we have Heat 2. In lane 1 we have Lucas Border from Oak Bay Secondary. Lane 2, Paul Torville de Labro from Richmond Christian. Lane 3, Taiki Koyami from Burnaby Mountain. Lane 4, Alex Manuel from Yale Secondary. Lane 5, Liam Barnes from North Surrey. Lane 6, Ethan Hall, Brooks Secondary. In lane 7, Lenny Nguyen from Guilford Park. And in lane 8, Kingsley Thomas from Burn Creek. Liam Barnes in lane 5 with the fastest seat time of 57.23. So keep an eye out for him out in lane 5.
Liam Barnes has a 57.23 going into this race. That's fastest seed time.
It's actually Alex Manuel, though, looking quite strong in lane 4 from Yale Secondary.
Yeah, he's looking really good, actually. Liam Barnes, North Surrey in the red jersey, right up there as well. You can tell who's leading by who goes over the hurdle first on the stagger. But Manuel looking very strong here. Liam Barnes is really going to have to hustle to catch up. Ethan Hall from Brooks is in the mix as well. And here comes Liam Barnes. And he is going to take that out of lane 5, and Alex Manuel from Yale taking second. Ethan Hall taking third from Brooks. See what their winning time is now.
And that's unofficially a 57.92 for Liam Barnes.
58.12. Alex Manuel, that's about a 3-second improvement on his seed time.
Alex Manuel went out really strong, was able to maintain a really good pace. But Liam Barnes just was able to pass him just in that final 20 or 30 meters. But a great run by Alex Manuel as well. So 57.92 Liam Barnes, Alex Manuel 58.11, and Ethan Hall 58.83. So a very fast time as well.
That's right. That completes the second heat. We now move on to heat number 3. We have in lane 1, Joseph Matalazzo from Archbishop Kearney. Lane 2, Nathan Watko, Westview. Lane 3, Devin Kozak, Penticton. Lane 4, Carlos Hernandez, Queen Elizabeth. Lane 5, Tyson Chung, Chilliwack. Lane 6, Misha Sayani from Burnaby Central. Lane 7, Mason Kopelman from Grandview Heights. And rounding out the field in lane 8, Avery Nilsson, Kitsilano. We have 2 athletes here who posted under 60 seconds. Devin Kozak from Penticton has run a 58.74, and Avery Nielsen, Kitsilano, 59.19. Another factor here is as you approach a hurdle, having the ability to charge it rather than kind of fear it and back off a little bit. Every time you slow down and stutter step at a hurdle, you're losing precious tenths of a second.
Yeah, there's no room for any hesitation as you're getting up to each hurdle. Need to attack it as quickly and as efficiently as you can.
400-meter hurdles has taken on a real new interest level at the international level with Sydney McLaughlin from the U.S. running some absolutely amazing times. She's posting some times in the 400 hurdles that many athletes would be pleased if they were running that time without the hurdles.
Even in this the international men's competition, the world record having been broken a couple years ago, but at a 45.9. So it's quite exceptional just to see that someone's able to get around the track with hurdles in under 46 seconds.
That's right. With the hurdles, it's long been thought that if you're a decent hurdler, you take your fastest 400 time, you should be able to run 3 seconds within 3 seconds of that time over the hurdles. But I think that thought is bygone now.
It's Devin Kozak making a very quick start out in lane 3 on the backstretch. You can see him getting over the hurdles first, but out in lane 8, Avery Nilsson looking quite strong as well.
Devin Kozak with just a slight edge going over the hurdle. You can kind of tell by watching who goes over the hurdle first. But right now it looks like Devin Kozak and Avery Nilsson are easily our top top leaders here. Devin Kozak is going to take this race. Nielsen will finish in third, and out in lane 6, Misha Sayani will be third from Burnaby Central.
So winning time of 57.77 by Devin Kozak. Avery Nelson in 58.75. Is your winner on the screen there, Devin Kozak.
58.75. That time is right in there for possible qualification, but for sure Devin Kozak. That is one of the faster times so far. I think that is the fastest time so far. Now this brings us to the final heat. We have 7 athletes in this event. Lane 1, Avery Kumar, Carahai. Lane 2, Caden Lowen from AL Fortune. Lane 3, Jeloni Bryant from Guilford Park. Lane 4, Luke Primo, Vancouver College. Lane 5 is empty. Lane 6, Ethan Moran from Pacific Academy. Lane 7, Finley Halanen from St. Michael's. And lane 8, Eric Slump from Credo Christian. Ethan Moran running out of lane 6 has a 57.24. I think that is the fastest overall seed time, so he definitely will be one of the favorites. Keep an eye on him. Luke Primo, Vancouver College. Just flirting with breaking that 60-second barrier.
Good luck, guys. Heat 4 boys, get the top one from each heat, plus the next 4 best times will move on to the final. Finals are going to be beginning at 10 p.m., beginning at 2:10 p.m. Just one more big round of applause for our officials out there this hot day, working so hard on this hot day. Well done, officials.
Now, interestingly, in this race, back in 1988, a fellow named Laurier Primo from Queen Elizabeth won this event in 55:01, and we see his son racing here in, let's see, in lane 4, Luke Primo. One of many father and son or parent-child combinations
Yeah, he was
we've seen over the years.
He was a finalist last year in this race, so it's great to see him back again.
And Heat 404, Kyle Skiga. See time to watch here, lane 6, Ethan Moran, Pacific Academy with a 57.
Ethan Moran looking very strong.
That's lane 6, and Moran has had a nice start to this race already today.
Luke Primo moving up now into second place.
Looks like Primo from Vancouver College is having a great run as well. Cindy Lennon from St.
Ethan Moran pretty much in control of this race. Looking very strong coming around the corner. Very good technique, and let's see how he charges this second to last hurdle. A little bit of a stutter step, but not too bad. Luke Primo charging now. And it is going to be Ethan Moran from Pacific Academy. Luke Primo coming in just under 60 seconds flat.
It was a winning time of 58:17 for Ethan Moran, Pacific Academy. And Luke Primo coming through in 59:71 for second place.
So Luke Primo's, we'll have to wait and see whether his 59.71 will qualify him for the final. It will be very close. But definitely all 8 athletes will need a sub 60-second time to qualify for the finals. And that concludes the senior men's version. We now have a brief pause while we reset the height of the hurdles for the senior women.
So that is the end of the 4 prelims for senior boys. Senior girls will be going here in a few minutes. They're coming out now, and the hurdles just need to be adjusted. And we'll be cheering on our women's 400 meter hurdles senior. Again, in that race, too, top one from each heat will advance plus the next 4 best times. Looking at the clock, it is 10:31. At 10:35, senior boys 400 meter top 8. The people who finished top 8 in senior boys 400 meter, please meet at the awards tent on the south side, just past the grandstand. We're going to call you out for your podium, for your medals, for your top 8 finishes. We want you to celebrate you. 10:35. At 10:40, senior girls in the 400 meter, the top 8 finalists, top 8 finishers, sorry, in senior girls will meet at 10:40 at the awards tent. We want to celebrate you as well. So if you were top 8 in senior boys 400
We did mention earlier that the senior men's record is 53.49, set by James Leishman from Handsworth way back in 1992. So that record is, let's see, 25, 33 years old. 53.49, very, very fast time.
We saw the winner last year, Hayden Hall, come pretty close to that record. He ran a 53.81. So that's probably, I'd say, one of the closest we've actually seen an athlete get to that long-standing 400-meter hurdle record.
That's right. Coming up now, we have the first heat of the senior women. Lane 1 is empty. Lane 2, Leah Funk from Vernon Christian. Lane 3, Afsana Dosange from Panorama. Lane 4, Isabel Mitchell from Crofton House. Lane 5, Carly Zal from GP Vanier. Lane 6, Elise Leduc from St. Andrews Regional. Lane 7, Molly Andulajevic from Oak Bay. And in Lane 8, Delaney Self from Charles Best. Delaney Self has the fastest seed time in this group at 104.28, and we saw her earlier running the sprint hurdles.
I guess the lane assignments must be random in these heats, just given we don't typically see a fastest seed time placed out in lane 8.
Right. Traditionally, having a fast seed time will earn you a lane like 4, 5, or 6. But we're seeing a lot of the top seeds out in lane 8, in fact.
Though it could be to your advantage running out in lane 8. You kind of are running your own race. You're not having to see any other athletes, so you're able to kind of get into the zone a bit more, especially when you're running a hurdle race where, it can get a bit chaotic if, hurdles are getting hit or...
You definitely don't want to be looking over your shoulder. We see a lot of runners in the distance races just doing that shoulder check to see where they are, and you don't want to be doing that anywhere in a 400-meter hurdle race. It's a very grueling race. 400 is bad enough by itself, but add in 10 hurdles, and it really adds an extra dimension. Come across that last hurdle or approaching the last hurdle, you sort of hit a wall.
I'd say arguably probably the toughest race out there.
Definitely
the 400 meters on its own, people would consider one of the hardest races because it's a mix of
sprints
endurance and sprints, like you said, let alone throw 10 hurdles in the mix, and those last 2 or 3 hurdles can be extremely challenging, especially if you've taken it out too hard or you don't have that kind of extra strength to be able to kind of carry yourself over those last 2 or 3 hurdles. So pacing, rhythm is very important in this race.
That's right. You don't often see hurdles knocked over as you do in the sprint races, but if it's going to happen, it's going to happen on the last 2 hurdles most likely. Okay, we're getting ready to start here. The record in this event is 1 minute flat, 0.09, set by Stephanie Cho from Sir Winston Churchill back in 2014. So that's an 11-year-old record. It's been around a while. She came very, very close to breaking that 60-second barrier. Delaney Self looking very strong over the first hurdle. Very long, easy stride and not slowing down at all. You can see her way on the outside there. Running pretty much by herself right now. Nice pace between the hurdles. She is cruising right now.
Pretty close for second. Leah Funk, Afsana Dosanj, and Isabel Mitchell pretty close out in lanes 2, 3, and 4. It does seem to be Delaney Self.
Yeah, she's looking very strong here. Isabel Mitchell from Crofton House is currently in second as she comes around the corner. It will be Delaney Self. Isabel Mitchell. And Molly Andulajevic from Oak Bay will take third.
It's a winning time from Delaney Self of 105.43 and Charles Best. Isabel Mitchell from Crofton House in second in 109.92, and Molly Indolajevic from Oak Bay finishing in third, 111.
And that is the first heat. So with that time of 105, Delaney Self sort of establishes herself as a favorite. She was a medalist yesterday in the sprint hurdles and gold medalist in the 4x1 relay team that set a provincial record. And I think she'll be running in the 4x4 as well.
All right, so up next in Heat 2, we have Hannah Liston from Dutchess Park Secondary. Lane 2 is empty. Lane 3, Kia Chindakar from Burnaby Mountain. Lane 4, Vera Tanner from Revelstoke Secondary. Lane 5, Grace Jones, Killarney Secondary. Lane 6, Arden Mathis from Sullivan Heights Secondary. Lane 7, Punjit Jaj from Burn Creek Community Secondary. And then lane 8, Ava Heenan from Brentwood College School.
Fastest seed time for this group comes from lane 6, Arden Mathis from Sullivan Heights. And she has posted a 106.47.
Arden Mathis was second place in this race last year. So she's coming back for another fast time.
And she is the first one over the hurdles. That's, again, how you can gauge who is leading is who gets over that hurdle first on the stagger. And that would be her right now. Arden Mathis, Sullivan Heights.
Grace Jones looking pretty good as well from Killarney, just on the inside of her. And that's Ava Heenan from Brentwood out on the outside as well. They were pretty much stride for stride over that.
Yeah, Jones and Mathis are very close to each other. And that's where the battle is right now. Grace Jones and Arden Mathis. Very tight. They're synchronized hurdling, both going over the hurdle at the same time. Arden Mathis from Sullivan Heights. And this is going to be a real battle. Very close. Can't call it from here. Going to have to wait for the camera on that one.
So Arden Mathis, just with the lean, getting that first place finish of 105.31. Grace Jones as well, 105.34. So those are your top two finishers. And Ava Heenan in third and 110.
And I think those two, safe to say, Arden Mathis will qualify automatically. Grace Jones should be in there with a 105 time. You see how close they are, look of determination there, and that little lean at the tape. Very close, just 3/100ths of a second between the two of them. Ava Heenan coming in at 110. So Arden Mathis is our automatic qualifier. Grace Jones should be at this time with that time right up there as well. I think that is the third fastest time overall that we've seen so far, including winning times.
Yeah, we've seen about 3:105 so far.
This brings us to now the third heat. We have in lane 1, Momomi Togaru from White Rock Christian. Lane 2, Alexis Chow, St. John Brebeuf. Lane 3, Shanvir Mangat from Queen Elizabeth. Lane 4, Gabrielle Giesbrecht from Salmon Arm. Lane 5, Alexis Duncan, Penticton. Lane 7, Mael Westner from Markar Isfeld. Lane 7, Anna Hatch, Penticton. And lane 7, Magdalena Baudoin from Corlew. Mile Westner running out of lane 6 has the fastest seed time in this group. Second fastest seed time. Alexis Chow running out of lane 2 has a 1:08. And Mile Westner 1:09.
All right, and they're off with a clean start.
Mile Westner out on the outside. You can see her going over the hurdle first, followed closely by Alexis Chow.
Showing some great form over that hurdle.
That's an excellent camera angle. It really gives you an idea, great perspective on the race. Alexis Chow now moving up from St. John's. But in the lead right now, lane 6, Mile Westner from Mark Hisfeld. A little hesitation there, and the difference is Alexis Chow is able to charge on that hurdle, but Mile Westner picks it up a notch after the last hurdle. Still very close between the two of them.
So that was 107 for Mile Wesner, 107.08 and Alexis Chow, 107.41. And there's your Heat 3 winner. Pretty tight finish between the two of them. Yeah, Alexis Chow definitely had a better last hurdle, but Mile Wesner was able to still maintain that lead that she had on that last stretch. But Alexa Chow really kind of powered over that last hurdle, which almost kind of made a difference in that outcome.
That's right. She did have just a minor stutter step there approaching the hurdle, whereas the other athlete charged it, and fortunately she was able to come back after that and take the heat.
But two very fast times. They should be enough to bring them both through to the final today. All right. Up next, we have the fourth and final heat of the senior women's 400-meter hurdles. In lane 1, we have Emma Touche from Charles Hayes. In lane 2, Mira Hadani, MEI. Lane 3, Autumn Allen from Sardis. Lane 4, Sophia Rosado from Langley. Secondary, lane 5, Dima Almagebel from University Hill Secondary. Lane 6, Constance Nago Gates from GW Graham. Lane 7, Uma Malik, Sir Winston Churchill. And in lane 8, Tegvir Kaur from Queen Elizabeth Secondary.
Fastest seed time in this group comes from Constance Nago Getz in lane 6 from GW Graham.
And Dima Almagel also with the 108.21, so keep your eyes out on lane 5 and 6. So it should be a close finish.
Constance Nago Getz really charging that first hurdle.
Going out at a very quick pace.
Yeah, she's looking very strong. Almagel from University Hill right on her tail.
It's Autumn Allen in lane 3, running a Really strong backstretch as well.
Constance Nago-Getz from GW Graham with a pretty solid lead here. Looking very comfortable. Dima Al-Megbel from University Hill is going to take second here. Autumn Allen will take third.
And the winning time for Constance Nago-Gates is 105.65, and Dima Almabel 107.65. So those are your top two finishers in the fourth and final heat.
And the burning question is, Constance Nago-Getz will qualify automatically, but Dima Al-Megbel from University Hill, will 107 be enough to get her into the final? I think so.
I think it will be.
Yeah.
Yeah, that will probably be the 7th or 8th final qualifier. So we'll be seeing them in the final today. And that completes the senior women's 400-meter hurdles.
There'll be a brief pause now while they reset. The starters now move over to the 300-meter hurdle mark, and we'll be back in just a few moments' time.
Looking ahead to the 200-meter hurdle time finals for Grady boys and Grady girls. Grady boys is first. The 200-meter hurdle time finals, Grady boys is first. The Grady boys should be meeting at the tent at 11 a.m., followed by the Grady girls. So we are 9 minutes up from 11 a.m., so Grady boys 200-meter hurdles, you should start looping your way towards the tent.
It's so bad. Oh, so yeah.
We're moving on to the men's 300-meter hurdles junior. Top one to meet G plus next for best times. Will advance. And if my announcing partner from Rockbridge should come up here soon, that would be fantastic.
Oh, yeah. Yes, we do.
Senior girls 400-meter dash. If you finish in the top 8, please do meet at the awards tent now. We're going to get you up there about 11 for a podium celebration. And my Rockbridge announcing friend, if you can come up. And one more time to boys 200-meter, Grady boys 200-meter hurdles should be at the fall tent by about 11 a.m.
Yeah. It's like the,
We are currently getting set up for the men's
I just
200-meter
walked it out.
hurdles
Like,
junior.
I had the worst kink in my hip yesterday. I just walked. I think just after walking it out for just like
The
8
boys are
hours.
getting set up over on the far end. Let's introduce the runners in heat number 1. From St. John Paul II Academy, Damian Watt in lane 2. From Kamloops Christian School in lane 3, Adrian Long from lane 4.
We're getting ready to start in a few moments' time the 300-meter hurdles. While the seniors run 400, the juniors run 300-meter hurdles, and the grade 8s run 200-meter hurdles. The hurdles are all the same distance apart, no matter what the race. What does change, though, is the length of the race and the height of the hurdles will vary as well. At one point in the history of the meet, the 300-meter hurdles was the only distance hurdle race, and that was for seniors. That was the late 60s, early 70s, and then the 400-meter hurdles was added in there. Time of 39:26 is the record held by Thomas Maw. That was set back in 2019. That is a very fast time. In terms of seed times, there's only one person in the group out of all 4 heats who has come within even 2 seconds of that. Now, again, we're probably going to see improvements on these seed times. Now you get a good view from a distance from the stadium camera at the start of the 300-meter hurdles. In our first grouping, lane 1, we have Damian Watt from St. John Paul II Academy. Lane 2, Mackay Cooper from Kamloops Christian. Lane 3, Adrian Fong, Burnaby Mountain. Lane 4, Griffin Morris, Qualicum. Lane 5, Nate Colby, Oak Bay. Lane 6, Liam Ivani from Elgin Park. Lane 7, Xavier Johnson from Sands. And in lane 8, Felix Wallace from Rutland Senior Secondary. Fastest seed time in this group is from Xavier Johnson from Sands. Adrian Fong also has a very fast time of 42:54. Damian Watt, St. John Paul, 43:34. And look for them to be the pre-race favorites.
So this race has 8 hurdles instead of the 10 hurdles that we saw in the 400-meter hurdles. Definitely a bit more of a sprint than a bit more of an endurance that we saw at the 400. So expect them to take it out a little bit quicker than we saw in the 400-meter hurdles.
Adrian Fong looking very strong from Burnaby Mountain. Nate Colby from Oak Bay right up there as well. But it is Adrian Fong moving very, very well out of lane 3. He's looking very strong. A little bit of a stutter, but otherwise very good technique. And let's see how well he charges the hurdle. Good pacing there. Moving up on the inside is Damian Watt from St. John Paul. And there's a lot of sprint distance from that last hurdle to the finish line, but Damian Watt used that advantage to take that heat. Adrian Fong was leading going over the last hurdle, but was out-sprinted there by Damian Watt. Very good finish for him.
Yeah, you could see that Adrian Fong looked over his right shoulder, and then that kind of gave the opportunity for Damian Watt to kind of sprint past him just in that final last 10 meters.
That's right. Ideally, you should not look over your shoulder. It does slow you down, surprisingly.
Yep. Or make sure you look over both shoulders, I guess, in this situation. But still
That's
two
right.
very fast times for Damian Watt and Adrian Fong.
Speaking of looking over the shoulder, there's that famous statue in Stanley Park of John Landy and Roger Bannister from the Miracle Mile at the 1954 Commonwealth Games, where coming around the corner, Landy looked over his shoulder on the left and didn't see Roger Bannister coming, and he cruised around and won in one of the rare, at that time in history, sub 4-minute miles. And I believe that was the first time 2 runners ran under 4 minutes in the mile.
That's some good history. I think probably a lot of people are wondering what that statue is when they walk by, so hopefully that's
That's right. Yeah, it is. It's kind of a neat one. Used to be out in front of Empire Stadium for many years, but they've now moved it to Stanley Park.
Okay, perfect. So up next in Heat 2, we have Joshua Caleb Poe from White Rock Christian Academy. Lane 2, Lucas Friend, St. Thomas Aquinas. Lane 3, Aiden McGrath, Valley View Secondary. Lane 4, Austin Lee from White Rock Christian Academy. Lane 5, Jacob Simmons, Pemberton. Lane 6, Marcus Brandsma from Abbotsford Christian. Lane 7, Ethan Kruger from Chilliwack. And in Lane 8, Hayden Hurtubise from Langley Secondary. Looks like they just got called back, so we'll just have to wait and see what the officials. There was an issue with the start there.
Hayden Hurtubise from Langley Secondary. Fastest seed time of 42.19 coming into this race.
I think we have an empty lane out there. Just need to confirm that, but
Yeah, it looks like lane 2 is empty.
that's Hayden Hurtubise out in lane 8.
Now she's looking very strong.
Jacob Sims and Pemberton
Good
closely
speed.
behind in second, but anyone's race for that second, third, and fourth spot.
We do have a sprint to the finish there. It's going to be very close between lane 3 and lane 5. Aiden McGrath and Jacob Sims. Not sure there, but it is definitely Hayden Hurtubise. Great shot of them coming down. Good camera angle. And very close, but it looks like Jacob Sims from Pemberton, I think, took second there. And yes, he did. 42.21. 44 flat. And 44.10 for Aiden McGrath. It's going to take sub 44 or 44 very close to get into the final here. We now move on to the third heat. In lane 1, William Hamilton, St. Michael's. Lane 2, Cameron Johnson, Nachaco Valley. Lane 3, Christopher Freer from St. Thomas More. Lane 4, Ty Kinji from Vancouver West Van. Lane 5, Carlos C., West Point Gray. Lane 6, Micah Breveld, Samuel Robertson. Lane 7, Tyler Hvidson from Penticton Secondary. Lane 8, Tarek Lerman from St. George's. Fastest seed time in this group is Tyler Hvidson, 41.19. That's a very fast time. And we've seen him competing already this weekend, done very well. Right off the start, out of lane 1, William Hamilton from St. Michael's really taking off. Looking very good over the hurdles and already made up 2 staggers. On the outside, Tarek Lamam from St. George's. Sorry, Tyler Hvidson from Penticton, and he will come around the corner in the lead, looking very, very solid. Attacking that hurdle. So it is lane 7 and lane 6. Micah Breveld taking second from Samuel Robertson. Tyler Hvidson from Penn High looking very subtle over the hurdles. Very long legs, came down off that hurdle very quickly. Very little air time. That's the secret to good hurdling at any distance, is minimize the amount of time you're in the air. Again, another glance over his shoulder we can see there.
Yeah, we saw him in the junior men's 100-meter hurdles finals. He was actually the winner of that race. You could tell that he has some really good hurdle technique.
That's right, yeah.
Because although hurdle technique isn't as important in the longer hurdles as you see it in the shorter hurdles, but it can once again make or break, that first or second place finish. But you saw him kind of going as super smooth over each hurdle.
Right. You can have all the speed in the world, but if you don't have rhythm over the hurdles, you've got 8 hurdles in the race. You've got to maintain a very solid rhythm to keep your pace going.
Exactly.
We've seen a couple of situations where an athlete might have been in the lead and falter on that last hurdle and get caught down the stretch. So it's all about how you charge into the hurdles. Lane, that brings us to heat 4 now. 41.87 currently the fastest, 40.39, Tyler Hvidson. And that brings him within 1 second of the record.
So we might see something special in the final today.
Yeah, and he wasn't really pressed in that heat. He didn't have to go that fast. So we'll interesting to see what happens in the final.
All right, so the fourth and final heat, we have Jediah Poe from White Rock Christian, lane 2, Jasper Chung, Caribou Hill, lane 3, Shaden Cormier, A.L. Fortune, lane 4, Even You, Dover Bay, lane 5, Prabjeet Bar from Enver Creek, lane 6, Samuel Newfield from Sardis, lane 7, Henry Grim, Gold River, and in lane 8, Ryan Franz from Houston.
Fastest seed time in this group is out of lane 1, Jedediah Poe. And he appears to be in control of this race. He looks very strong. Jedediah Poe from White Rock Christian. And wow, he is really taking it out here. He's going to win this race easily. Second place looks like Samuel Neufeld from Sardis. And it is going to be Poe and Neufeld taking second. Poe is going to be right in around the 42 second.
So 42.35 for Poe and 43.7 for Samuel Neufeld from Sardis in second place.
Good race for Jedediah Poe, leading that one pretty well start to finish.
Yeah, it's going to be close for that 7th and 8th non-automatic qualifier. It's going to come down to about a 43.5, 43.7. So we'll have to see for Samuel Neufeld if that time is going to be enough.
Minor pause here while the hurdle crew goes to work. Again, the hurdles are the same distance apart for the junior women, but they are 3 inches lower. So the hurdle crew needs to make that adjustment. One of the nice things about the distance hurdle race is as you graduate from 200 meters to 300 to 400 over the years, the hurdle distances are always the same. And that makes the transition a little bit better. The height of the hurdles, of course, changes.
It is nice, though, that these hurdles are a bit lower than the sprint hurdles.
That's
so
right.
There's usually about a 3-inch difference between the sprint versus the distance hurdles. I have sometimes a tough time calling these distance hurdles because it is still technically a sprint.
It is, yeah, 200.
Yeah.
At one point in the senior men's, there used to actually be a world record for what they call the 220 low hurdles. And I don't know how low they were, but it's a sprint for senior men you'd never see anymore. But back in the 60s or so on, there was actually a sprint and an actual world record for that.
Sometimes we see as well sprint hurdle relays. That's a thing that's quite common in the U.S. at the high school level.
That would be interesting.
All right, looks like they're all set up. So in Heat 1 for the junior women's 300-meter hurdles, we have Evelyn Ashford Livingstone from St. Thomas More in lane 2, Dara Morova from RE Mountain, lane 3, Elise D, St. John Paul Academy, lane 4, Sophia Carlton Palano from Penticton, lane 5, Annika Tim, St. Andrews, lane 6, Avery Watson from White Rock, lane 7, Rhiannon Paul from Oak Bay, and lane 8, Samantha Shipley.
Fastest seed time in this group comes from Annika Tim, running out of lane 5, 45:58. The record here is 44:47, and that could be in jeopardy here. A number of athletes that in striking distance, and one athlete, in fact, has broken that time. So that record could definitely be in jeopardy. Might even happen in the heats. Evelyn Ashford Livingstone. I wonder if her parents had aspirations for her to be a runner with a name like Evelyn Ashford. Great name for a sprinter. Oh, we have one runner down. Unfortunately, back up though. Annika Tim from St. Andrews Regional looking very strong. Out in lane 5. Moving up in lane 3 though, Elise D, St. John Paul Academy. And she is really charging now. Very close over the hurdle, almost identical. And Elise D just edging out Annika Tim. That was a great competition over the last hurdle. They were perfectly synchronized going in, and it was just a little more aggressive sprint from Elise D that gave her the victory there.
Yeah, Annika Tim did hit that 6th hurdle, which I think allowed Elise D to make a bit of a move on that. But two very fast times for Elise D and Annika Tim, 45.94, 45.95, and 45.95, so almost identical.
Yeah, 100th of a second separating them. The victory does go to Elise D, but that time should be good for both of them. Annika Tim hopefully will qualify with that time. That is only our first heat though, so a lot can change. In our second heat now, in lane 1, we have Anna Jordison from Maple Ridge. Lane 2, Portia Comber from Okanagan Mission. Lane 3, Leah Vorster, RE Mountain. Lane 4, Evelyn Whitfield from Oak Bay. Lane 5, Madeline DeJong from Kitsilano. Lane 6, Anna Stevens, Charles Hayes. Lane 7, Christina Emery from Point Grey. And in lane 8, Olivia English from South Kamloops. Leah Vorster, running out of lane 3, has broken the record. She is about half a second under that record with her seed time. So let's keep an eye on her. The record is held by Hannah Johnson from Vancouver Tech. And actually it's a 9-year-old record. No, 11-year-old record. So it's been a while before since anyone has challenged that one.
Leah Vorster was our junior women's 80-meter hurdles champion. We saw her run in that race yesterday.
Yeah, she's
so we'll see some good form from her as well.
Excellent, very strong hurdler. Keep an eye on her. She will be running out of lane 3, blue uniform, blue and white. It's a great shot of great camera angle there. You can almost see a little bit of heat wave in the air rising off the track. That is Leah Vorster right there. Looking very strong over the hurdle. Excellent technique. That was a great shot of her technique head on. She's looking very strong. Patricia Comber from Okanagan Mission also trying to keep pace with her. But it's going to be Leah Vorster. Leah Vorster and Portia Comber taking second.
So Leah Vorster in a winning time of 45:32. And Portia Comer with a 46:02.
I think she has lots left over for the final. It'll be interesting to see if she can challenge that record.
Great run by Olivia English as well from South Kamloops, running out in lane 8 on her own. 46:93. So she'll need to wait for the other two heats to see if that time was enough to move her to today's final.
Next up on the track, we have the third heat, the junior women's 300 hurdles. In lane 1, we have Taya Fraser from Charles Best. Lane 2, Veronica Kwong, David Thompson. Lane 3, Sylvia Park, Lord Bing. Lane 4, Chelsea Ju, Siakwam. Lane 5, Jayamuni Shanuli Silva from Holy Cross. Lane 3, Katie Bransma, Abby Christian. Lane 7, Lisa Howes, Mosscrop. And lane 8, Via Fitzpatrick from Rockridge. Two runners here have very fast seed times. Katie Bransma from Abby Christian and Taya Fraser from Charles Best. They'll be the ones to watch.
All right, and they're off. Great start by Taya Fraser out in lane 1 from Charles Best, making up the stagger quite early.
Yeah, she's looking very strong. She was the Fraser Valley North champion. She is looking really solid in lane 2.
Jayanumi running quite strong out in lane 5 as well, being challenged by Katie Bransma.
Katie Bransma holding her off. It is going to be Taya Fraser, Katie Bransma, but there's a late challenge from Tanaz Aulak Kalan, but not quite able to catch Esme Wheatley. Sorry, wrong heat. There's a good look at Taya Fraser, our winner in that heat. Katie Bransma taking second, just fending off Jamea Shanuli Silver in bronze.
Currently the fastest time so far out of these 3 heats. Taya Fraser with that 44, the only runner to go under 45 so far.
Unofficially, looks like she may have tied the record with that run. So, well, that's unofficial totally, but tying the record, that's pretty good. Again, that's an 11-year-old record. That puts her in pretty good position. She looked dominant in that race. And now we move up to the very final heat.
We have Nia Wheatley in lane 1 from Alberni District. Lane 2, Claire Montiel Jorgensen, Elgin Park Secondary. Lane 3, Sylvia Donay from Earl Marriott Secondary. Lane 4, Kira McGrath, Valley View. Lane 5, Tanaz Aluka Cologne from Burnsview. Lane 6, Emma Blackwell, Parkland. Lane 7, representing Alberni District, Esme Wheatley. And in lane 8 from Sir Charles Tupper Secondary, Amy Kamara.
And the fastest of this group is Tanaz Aulak Kalan from Burnsview, 44.61. So she will be a favorite. And again, that time is very close to the record as well. Nia Wheatley has 47:09, and they should be the pre-race favorites.
So that's Tanaz Aluka Cologne out very, very strong. Coming with just about 100 to go with a very commanding lead.
She's looking very strong. You can see how she charges the hurdle. There's no hesitation. Look very smooth. And real battle for second and third. Nia Wheatley from Albernian District is going to take second. And Kira McGrath will take third.
So winning time for Tanaz Alaka Cologne, 45:25. Second place, Nia Wheatley, 47:46.
So this shaping up to be a very competitive final. The record has been tied. And that means that we could have a very, very, very close final here. A lot of athletes within a second of each other. I believe pretty much all 8 athletes will be within a second and a half.
Yeah, I think most of them were under that 47 mark, so it should be a pretty close final. So that concludes the junior women's 300-meter hurdle heats. We'll see them in the finals later today.
And we will pause just briefly while the hurdle crew resets. 200-meter hurdles, there are 5 hurdles altogether in this race. And the hurdles will be exactly the same height as they were for the junior women. So we'll be back joining you in about in just a few minutes' time.
this event start at 11:30?
The stage is being set now for the start of the 200-meter boys, grade 8, hurdles. This will be a time final. There are 3 heats. And we'll be having the introductions in just a few moments.
Well, just make sure we are. What time is this race supposed to start?
They're going to start it. They're already got them in that block.
This is too much. It's so fast.
Record in this event, very, very fast. 26:72 set by Tyson Carr from KLO Middle in Kelowna back in 2019. So this is a 6-year-old record. And 26:72 is incredibly fast. There's a possibility of that record being broken. I think there are 1 or 2 athletes that have come dangerously close to it. So it'll be very exciting if it can happen. The athletes are in position. We'll be introducing them shortly. And again, this is a time final, so we'll have to wait and see until the very last race who the overall winners are.
Yeah, this race is a little bit different than the 300-meter hurdles as well. It's a kind of it's just pretty much a pure out sprint, so you don't really necessarily have to pace yourself as much as you would regularly have to do for, say, a 300-meter hurdle race or a 400-meter hurdle race.
That's right. But the key there is also, the speed getting over the hurdles, as little airtime as possible. And here we have our first athlete, Alec Barnes from St. John Paul Academy in lane 7. Louis Pearson from Winston Churchill in lane 6. Micah Grady, Revelstoke. Lane 5, Cole Christensen, Bolinas. Lane 4, Cole Kruger from Vernon Christian. Lane 3, Braden Dryfout from Langley Christian. Lane 2, Matthew Simmons, Kings Christian. And rounding out the field in lane 1, Luca Carter from Vancouver College. Interesting bit of trivia here. Lane 1, Luca Carter from Vancouver College, trying to follow in the footsteps of his dad, who was the winner of the 400-meter hurdles back in 1996. So another example of parent-child participation in this meet. Fastest seed time in this group is Cole Christensen from Bolinas at 31:73. He'll be running out of lane 5.
And they're off to a clean start.
Braden Dreyford from Langley Christian looking very strong here, coming out of lane 3. He will come around the corner in the lead. It is Braden Dreyford from Langley Christian. Cole Christensen from Bolinas. But it will be Dreyfod and Christensen taking the top 2 spots. Dreyfod's winning time 30.07.
He ran a great curve, was able to kind of make up the stagger pretty quickly on the rest of the athletes. And had a very, very strong quick finish. So the time to beat 30.17 by Braden Dreyfod.
So once again, this is a time final. So even though he won his heat, he has to wait and see over the next 2. It's not a matter of qualifying, it's a matter of going all out in your heat.
Coming up next on the track, we'll have Heat 2 of the Grade 8 Boys 200-meter hurdles. You can see in this race we have 4 White Rock Christian Academy runners.
Must have a hurdles coach out there.
I was going to say they're probably growing their hurdle program.
That's right. Very good hurdle program at the White Rock Track and Field Club, Ocean Athletics. Be having the introduction in just a few moments' time here.
A couple of athletes in this race coming in under that 31-second mark. All right, out there in lane 8, we can see Carlson Ertz from Glen Lyon Folk. Lane 7, we have Aiden Berghammer, White Rock Christian Academy. Lane 6, Timothy Makwadi, White Rock Christian. Lane 5, we have Jesse Peter Poe, White Rock Christian Academy. Lane 4, Brandon Moon, Grandview Heights. Lane 3, Truman Spence. Lane 2, Armin Bring from Sir Winston Churchill. And in lane 1, Jimmy Han from White Rock Christian Academy.
Have 3 guys in this group, lane 4, 5, and 6, all running in the 30-second range. 30.65, 30.61, and 30.87. We have 4 runners actually going over the hurdles almost identically here. Coming over that last one, we have 1 hurdle knocked down. Didn't seem to slow him down though. Jesse Poe, very fast. Oh, this is going to be a very close finish. Brandon Moon from Grandview Heights surging at the finish line after that last hurdle to take first. Jesse Poe, Tim Makwadi from White Rock Christian, very close as well. A way to see on second and
Too
third.
close to call, but it does look like it was Brandon Moon from Grandview Heights with that winning time of 30.33. Timothy Makwadi out there in lane 6, clinching second in 30.38. And Jesse Peter Poe from White Rock Christian Academy in third in 30.56.
That was a very close finish. Coming over that last hurdle, the race was still very much in doubt.
0.3 of a second separating those top 3 finishers.
Now we'll be coming up with the introductions very shortly for the final heat. Final heat, we have 5 athletes who've gone under the 30-second mark. And once again, the record to chase is 26:72. Tyson Carr, KLO Kelowna. Pretty fast time. That's a fast time for a flat 200, actually.
Yeah, he also holds the 400-meter record for the grade 8 boys. So, a good 200, 400-meter runner. But still the fastest time overall we saw in that first heat, so that's still the time to beat, 30.17.
And here we go now, the introductions out in lane 8. Benji Wong from Mosscrop. Finn Olsen from Wellington. Arjan Beerings from Sir Winston Churchill. Riker Jays. from Peter Ewart Middle. Tristan Van Cedars, Credo Christian. Yujan Du from St. John Paul, Second Academy. Jackson Clausen from King's Christian. And rounding out the field in lane 1, Jonathan Fairholm, White Rock Christian. Here's a good look at the field. Very good start. Lane 5 and 6 looking very strong. That is Riker Jays and Arjan Beering from Winston Churchill. That is Beering from Churchill. And now Riker Jays from Peter Ewart Middle moving into the lead. Riker Jays taking that race. Arjan Beering in second.
And it looks like he may have just tied the provincial record. 26:72 is the provincial record. We'll have to see what his time rounds up to. 26:72.
Wow.
Very fast time by Riker Jays.
Very good. He'll be happy with that.
Looking very strong over that last hurdle.
He did. Must have been that little nod at the end that did it for him. Seriously, that gave him that little extra nudge there.
Arjan Beering from Sir Winston Churchill in second, 27:18. And Yujan Du from St. John Paul in that third place finish of 28:24. So these times were faster than what we saw in those previous two heats. So those are your top three finishers overall in the grade 8 men's 200 meter hurdles.
So congratulations on another record broken. We couldn't believe yesterday the number of records we saw topple, some of them being 25 or 30 years old. So a very successful day, and we're already on a good start to another successful day today with that race.
And because that ties the old record, we'll now see two names under that record moving forward. So Tyson's cars will still be on the list, so I'm sure he'll be excited to see that. All right, up next in the 200 meter hurdles for grade 8 girls in lane 8, Kenzie McTavish in lane 8, Rutland Madison DeLang from Abbotsford Christian lane 7. That's Kate Vanderhorst from Credo Christian in lane 6. Enya Morosi from North Shuswap in lane 5. Lane 4, Patricia Lee. It's from Archbishop Kearney. Lane 3, Sophia Hristoff from Windsor. From Pacific Academy, we have Leanne Galvitz. And in lane 1, from Vetter Middle, Emily Ooze.
And once again, these are time finals. 3 groupings altogether. And we have to wait until the last heat is complete to see our overall winners. The record here is 28:69, held by Leah Peters from 2019. 2019 seemed to be a good year for records.
And a clean start. We're up. This first time final. 200 meters. Grade 8 girls on the hurdles.
Kate Vanderhorst from Credo Christian with the lead coming around the corner. Coming to that last hurdle, it is Kate Vanderhorst from Credo Christian. Madison DeLange, Abbotsford Christian, right on her heels. But it will be Kate Vanderhorst, Madison DeLange taking second.
Great job, girls. An exciting finish for sure. Track and field provincials in grade 8.
Winning time of 33.80 for Kate Vanderhorst from Credo Christian. That's a good group hug from all the finishers there, so that's some good sportsmanship. Second place, Madison Delange from Abbotsford Christian in 34.30.
You mentioned good sportsmanship. I don't think you'll see a sport where you see as much camaraderie and sportsmanship as you do in track and field. That's one of the very cool things about it. Athletes, after competing a race, are always there to cheer on and welcome across the finish line all the athletes until the race is complete.
Yeah, you'll see them high-fiving, shaking hands.
Lots of hugs.
That's always great to see. All right, in lane 8, we have Sophie Trendle from Fraser Academy. Out in lane 7, we have Emma Bruckelman from Credo Christian. In lane 6, Ella Brynjolfsson from Pemberton Secondary. Lane 5 is empty. Lane 4, Jade McGowan from Pemberton Secondary. Lane 3, representing Langley Christian, that's Caitlin Lammers. Lane 2, Emma Chang, St. Andrews Regional High. And in lane 1, Chloe Sung, Windermere Community Secondary.
Fastest seed time in this group is Jade McGowan from Pemberton. We have 2 athletes from Pemberton, and actually they are very close to each other, just a 100th of a second apart with the 2 fastest seed times. Watch for them in lane 4 and lane 6. Lane 3 and 4, good battle going on. Lane 7 as well. Lane 3, Caitlin Lammers from Langley Christian. And it's going to be a real battle here. Lane 4, I think Jade McGowan from Pemberton might have just edged her out, but a very close race. And double high five there for both of them. And it is McGowan, 32.89. You can see how close it is right at the end. Another angle. Yeah, that's
almost too close to call at the end there.
That's right, 32.89, 33.03. Second place was Emma Bruckelman from Credo Christian. Very close finish. And this brings us to the final heat, and this will be the last hurdle race of the day for this group. There are no finals. These are the finals right here. I'll have introductions in just a moment. The record these girls are chasing is 28.69, Leah Peters, Panorama Ridge, back in 2019. And there we see in lane 8, Betty Golding, St. Thomas More. In lane 7, Eden Talifer from Grandview Heights. In lane 6, we have Skyla Weber, Nanaimo Christian. Lane 5, Rhea Denoa from Grandview Heights. Lane 4, Elma Dutois from Alberni District. Lane 3, Zoe Leung, Crofton House. Lane 2, Dylan Saulnier from Pemberton. And lane 1, Ella Andrews from Abbotsford Christian. A grand total of 3 athletes, I believe, from Pemberton altogether. And once again, the record these girls are chasing is 28:69. And we'll see if that can happen in this heat. 30:42, 30:26 are two of the faster times. Skyla Weber and Elma Dutois. Elma Dutois off to a very fast start in the red jersey. A little bit of a stutter over the hurdle, but still great speed in between. Very strong hurdle there for Elma Dutois.
Skyla Weber following close behind as well there.
Elma Dutois very strong over the last few hurdles. It is going to be Elma Dutois, Sky Weber.
And Betty Golding out on lane 8, getting that third spot.
Yeah, very close. Great race.
Winning time for Elma Dutois at 30.57. Skyla Weber 30.87 and Betty Golding 31.76. So those are your top 3 finishers out of all 3 heats. So you're provincial champions.
Oh, congratulations there to Elma Dutois. Starting off her high school career with a championship.
All right, so that concludes the morning session of the distant hurdles. So we'll see the 300-meter and 400-meter hurdle finals later this afternoon. And those were time finals for the 200-meter hurdles, so congratulations to those winners.
Be getting going with the race walks very soon. The next event will be the junior women 1500-meter race walk. Coming up now, we will be starting the 1500-meter race walk for junior women. We have a large field, 27 athletes. Maya Pisek from Moskrop, Maria Tiamo, Kitsilano, Charlotte Clark, Little Flower, Olivia Shen, Caribou Hill, Rowan Clark, Nanaimo District, Leanne Lee from David Thompson, Mackenzie Seaton, Pacific Academy, Taylor Orr, Hansworth, Ojaswi Karmachera from Killarney, Elia Como, Hansworth, Kara Wong, David Thompson, Chloe Yu, Walnut Grove, Jocelyn Shua from York House, Zuwanie Su from Brockton Preparatory School, Joanne Steben, Pacific Academy, Adriana Them Larad, Langley Fundamental, Finley Wallace, Cumberland, Mila Knudsen, Alberni District, Maya Gillespie, Cumberland, Stephanie C., Pacific Academy, Abigail McWadi from Wairau Christian, Araya Bourgeois from Fleetwood Park, Juno Watson, Gold River, Carolina Zhu from David Thompson, Jimena Burgueno Pelotero from Westview Secondary, Sarah Sadu, Fleetwood Park, and rounding out the field, Adriana Mazurek from White Rock Christian. Now, a little comment before this race starts. Once in a while, a generational talent comes along, and we have that in Maya Paisak from Moskrop Secondary. We're looking at her time, seed time of 6:58:30. She comes in well over a minute ahead of any other competitors. At the Fraser Valley North Championship, she broke the record there, the 1,500 meter record, by 2.5 minutes. And at that time, she ran the 6:58 that was ahead of the 7:05 provincial record, which she'll be, I'm sure, hoping to match today or beat. To put things in context, that 7:05 record from 2019 was set by Olivia Lundman from Dover Bay, who's gone on to become one of Canada's top race walkers. And she's a training partner of Evan Dunphy, who of course is one of the world's foremost race walkers. And she is now competing internationally. So Maya Pisek, if she continues, she is already off to an amazing start in her career. Probably one of the best technical race walkers I've ever seen.
Well, this will be a race to remember.
I hope so. And right off the get-go, they're calling them back for whatever reason. I'm not sure what happened there. Saw a couple of them glancing over the shoulder. I hope that's not a false start. You don't generally see something like that.
No, that would be probably a first. It's always tough when you've already gone about 100 meters in the race.
Right. But this young lady was, just the technique is amazing. Race walk is something that looks easy.
Very, very difficult.
But until you try it, you don't realize how vulnerable your knees and hips are until you try race walking. Even, 100 meters. Try race walking with the proper technique for 100 meters and you'll see what it's like. It's not easy.
Also, there's a lot of focus required as well, because you kind of need to get into a certain groove and rhythm. If you kind of take your mind off it, you could kind of lose your stride and rhythm.
Right.
And that could maybe cost you a race. But because there is a very unique, specific technique with it, always having to have one foot on the ground at all times. I think your knees need to be below a certain level. You'll notice around the track there are going to be judges keeping an eye out for any violations. I think there's 3.
I think you're allowed 3, and on the 4th you can be disqualified.
Yeah, so it's really important to maintain that technique and ensure that it's within the appropriate guidelines.
You very seldom see disqualifications in this race because the athletes have done it so much. It's second nature to them. But anyway, I'm very excited about this race. I've been looking forward to this one for several weeks now. So Maya Pisek from Moskrop, competitor number 1315, and sure she's going to take charge of this race very early.
So they're back at the start line here. Not sure what that issue was, so not sure if the officials are still just trying to figure that out, but hopefully we can get started shortly. looks like they're ready to go.
Okay, here they go. And right away, Maya Parsek takes the lead. You see how smooth her technique is. She's just absolutely flows.
Yeah, they're already breaking away from that pack quite early.
And here she comes. A very smooth technique. She has got it down pat. And it'll be interesting to see how she can challenge that record. Already opened up a lead of about 30 meters. As I said in the Fraser Valley North Zone Championships, anytime you break a record by 2.5 minutes, that's quite remarkable.
Yeah, it's quite exceptional.
Over 1,500 meters.
They do compete in this event. It's 1,500 meters for both the junior and senior categories, so they are running at that same distance over, she'll be running over the next 4 years.
Yeah, this is definitely the unfortunate thing for her is not having anyone to pace her. She'll be walking pretty much entirely on her own. And here she comes, Maya Pysak from Mosscrop. Really opening things up now. And I'm wondering at this point if she's had a chance to link up with Evan Dunphy. I know he takes promising race walkers under his wing as training partners. Maria Tiamo from Kitsilano in second. Sitting in second place is Maya Tiamo from Kitsilano, Elia Como from Handsworth, Olivia Shen, Caribou Hill, Rowan Clark from Nanaimo District. Those are our top groupings. Mariah Tiamo by herself in second place, and then the next group of three. And around the 200-meter mark, we're tracking Maya Pysak from Mosscrop. And she has about 500 meters to go now. She's coming up on her bell lap. And it'll be very interesting to see how she handles this last 400 meters. But the lead she has right now is probably close to 200 meters. Pretty much unheard of. It's coming into the 5-minute mark. And she has got to come in this last lap at just over 2 minutes to break the record.
Our next athletes coming around here will get
300 meters to go for Maya Pysak. That is Maria Tamo from Kitsilano holding down second place. Coming down the straightaway. Elia Como sitting in third place. Rowan Clark in fourth. Maya Pysak at the 200-meter mark is now lapping the field. And here she comes. 6:11 her time right now. The time to beat is 7:05. And wow, look at her go.
moving at a very quick pace still.
7:05. Last four, she needs to come in about 40 seconds. This last 20 meters, I don't see any reason why not. Here she comes. The time to watch is 7:05. Here she comes. 7:05 is the time to beat, and she is going to do it. Here comes Maya Pysak finishing 6:50. Wow.
Wow, she shatters that record. It's very impressive. Wow.
That's and the second place finisher is just passing 200 meters to go. That is Maria Tiamo from Kitsilano. And that is about as dominant a performance as you will ever see in any sport. And looking down the finish line, how is she celebrating? She is waiting for the rest of the competitors to come in. Here comes Maria Tiamo from Kitsilano. She will be our second place finisher. And the battle is on for third.
That's Olivia Shen from Caribou Hill, who's moved into third place, followed closely by Elia Kumo and Rowan Clark from the Nanaimo District, sitting in fourth and fifth.
Then Charlotte Clark from Little Flower following that. Chloe Yu from Walnut Grove.
That's Chloe Yu from Walnut Grove, just coming through the line.
This is Kara Wong coming down the straightaway from David Thompson. Finley Wallace, Cumberland.
Oh, some great finishes coming up.
A little nudging there, just about 40 meters from the finish line. A little jostling, you don't often see that in this race.
Joanne Stephen from Pacific Academy coming through. Adriana Uzarek, White Rock Christian Academy. Maya Gillespie coming through at 9:51. Good battle between Sarah Sadu and Stephanie Say from Pacific Academy in Fleetwood Park. Wow, that one goes down in the record books.
That's right. We just history in the making there for sure. So the record of 7:05 by Olivia Lundman, as I said, she is an Olympian now and one of the top race walkers in Canada. Training partner with Evan Dunphy, I should say. Maya Pasak broke her record by 20 seconds. That's unheard of. Bright future. If she sticks with it, I'm sure we're going to see her on the Olympic stage at some point.
Getting pretty close to that senior record as well, which is 6:26. So definitely within reach as she progresses over the years.
That's right, for sure. She also runs the 1500, and I've seen her run the steeplechase as well. But I think when the dust settles, race walking is going to be her forte. So, amazing run by Maya Pasak. Moskrop, a new meet record by 20 seconds, breaking the old record of 7:05.63, set by Olivia Lundman from Dover Bay back in 2019. Her time 6:50. Amazing. So that's a record that is going to be around for a while.
All right, great way to start the race walks here. All right, up next on the track we have the senior women's 1500 meter race walk.
Of a very large field here, 21 athletes. We have Livia Fatovic-Spur from Killarney, Gudia Hira from Robert Bateman, Anna Raddick from Lord Byng, Livia Armitage from Pacific Academy, Kiera Blair from Walnut Grove, Danielle Trividic from Sir Charles Tupper, Amelia Talonic from Brookswood, Sandy Wang, Brockton Prep, Naomi Schramm, Fraser Academy, Megumi Tanami Hendricks from Sir Winston Churchill, Miley Karam from Alberni District, Abby Boehm, Pacific Academy, Rojang Shu from Queen Elizabeth, Anya Lashika from Crofton House, Maddie Perot, Enver Creek, Mackenzie Austin, Burnaby Mountain, Isabel Shea from St. Thomas More, Puneet Jaj from Burn Creek, Kendra Olpheus from Abbey Christian, Julia Palbiski from Moskrop, and rounding out the field, Caitlin Yip from David Thompson. The fastest seed time in this group belongs to Livia Fatovic-Spur from Killarney. She comes in with a 7:32 time. Gudia Hira from Robert Bateman, second fastest time. Pre-race favorite here has to be Livia Fatovic-Spur from Killarney. And interestingly, Killarney over the years have had an interesting history with racewalk. With the racewalk, it's a matter of having a teacher at the school or somebody in the community that has a real interest in racewalk and brings that to the school. Mm-hmm. And that's been the case with Killarney over the last, as long as I can remember.
Yeah, it's great to have a good mentor at the school level or community. Can definitely kind of help you guide your way, especially with a unique event like this.
That's right. It is highly technical. It may not look like it, but there's a lot of technique and a lot of work going into perfecting that technique. That is our leader right now, Livia Fatovic-Spur from Killarney. Sorry, Gurdia Hira from Robert Bateman. Is our leader, Livia Fatovic-Spur from Killarney, sitting in second right now.
It's Amelia Tolonix from Brookswood. Livia Armitage and Kiera Blair from Pacific Academy and Walnut Grove, sitting in that second group. In that third, fourth, and fifth positions.
We look back in the history of race walking. We see the name Evan Dunphy appear twice. 2007, 2008, he was the provincial champion, and that was the starting point for him, moving on to becoming now one of the premier race walkers in the world. He currently holds the world record in the 35K, and he's had an Olympic medal, fourth place finish, and a fifth place finish at the Olympics. So again, his starting point was here at the BC High School Championships.
And that was back in 2007. 2008, so he's had a very long career at the international level, so it's great that he's been able to keep it up over the years.
And also 2 years prior to that, Inaki Gomez won in 2005, 2006, and those two fellows, along with Ben Thorne, combined to win a silver medal at the World Team Championships a few years back.
It's great that they have are able to incorporate the team component to this race as well.
So a real battle going on here between Gurdia Hira from Robert Bateman and Livia Fatovic-Spur. Livia Fatovic-Spur came into this with a seed time of a minute and a half faster than Gurdia Hira, but here she is hanging right in there with her.
Currently sitting in third is Livia Armitage from Pacific Academy, followed closely by Danielle Trividic from Sir Charles Tupper, Kiera Blair, Walnut Grove. Also in the mix is Naomi Schramm and Amelia Tolonix. So very tight bunch, kind of aiming for that third place finish. Still anyone's race. 2 laps to go. It looks to be Livia Fatovic-Spur, who's kind of started to separate herself from Gurdia Hira.
Definitely kicking it up a notch now.
Meet record in this race is 6:26, so a very fast time, set back in 2003, so a 22-year-old record. I believe that individual went on to run at the international level as well.
Livia Fatovic-Spur heading into her bell lap from Killarney, now really opening things up, showing pretty good technique. Gurdia Hira, Robert Bateman, sitting in second. And could have a battle for third and fourth between Livia Armitage and Danielle Trividic, from Sir Charles Tupper. So the technique involves that sort of a heel to toe action. You're supposed to straighten your knee with every stride. And when you combine that, arm action is important as well. That's a good shot of our leader, Livia Fatomic Spur.
Showing some great form in that backstretch. I'm sure the fatigue is starting to kick in with about 200 to go, but able to maintain her rhythm and great race walking technique.
Always wondered when you see two athletes who are very close to each other coming down to the straightaway, the temptation to sprint. What is exactly is a sprint in a race walk? You still have to maintain that technique. You can't break into a run or a jog of any kind. But 120 meters to go. Here comes our leader, Livia Fatovic Spur. A great technique. You can see the extension of the knees with every step. You can see the heel to toe kind of rolling movement of her feet. There she is.
Still very focused. 50 to go. I think she can see that gold medal championship getting closer and closer.
And there she is, our senior girls champion. And now coming down the straightaway is Gerdia Hira from Robert Bateman. And there she is. She is our silver medalist.
That's Livia Armitage from Pacific Academy, currently sitting in third.
She will be our bronze medalist.
But Danielle Trividic from Sir Charles Tupper making a bit of a move.
We have, I guess we'd call this a sprint. And looks like she is going to take over third place. And it is Danielle Trividic from Charles Tupper taking the bronze medal, edging out Livia Armitage from Pacific Academy.
That's Kira Blair from Walnut Grove. She's passing through the finish line as well.
You look right there at
Naomi Schramm from Fraser Academy finishing in sixth.
Amelia Talonix, we just saw on our screen. Kira Blair from Walnut Grove. Maddie Perot from Enver Creek, we just saw on the screen there.
We're just crossing through the finish line. Abby Bohm from Pacific Academy coming through in 9:40. Megumi Tanami Hendricks in 9:44. Sir Winston Churchill. Mali Karim, Alberni District. There was a big group of them just came through together there. Miley Karim, Isabel Che, and Anya Lachia coming through as a group there too. On the screen, we just saw Sandy Wang come through the finish line from Brockton Preparatory School. Caitlin Yip just crossing through the finish line as well. Mackenzie Austin from Burnaby Mountain. It's Maddie Peralt from Enver Creek coming in strong.
And there you see the rest of the athletes welcoming home. They're very exhausted. Maddie Perot from Enver Creek. Again, these girls showing amazing sportsmanship and camaraderie. Now, coming up, I think we are having a combined race walk here, the junior and senior men. Just need to get confirmation on that. Okay, we have a rather large field here. We have 27 athletes altogether, combined junior and senior men. We'll do our best to keep them separate. Our junior men, starting off with Ty Humber from Oak Bay, Tobias Burge from White Rock Christian, Liam Ivany from Elgin Park, Samuel O'Brien, Burnaby Mountain, David Batt from Robert Bateman, Carter Coop, Abbey Christian, Cassius Armistead from Yale, Evan Hu from Elgin Park, Dominique Coe, Burn Creek, James Rutherford, Point Grey, Elliot Donegan, Robert Bateman, Noah Lee, John Knox, Judah Strickland, Burnaby Central, Edward Buckle, Argyle, and Rhythm Arliot from Elphinstone. Rhythm, good name for a race walker. In our senior group, we have Lincoln Froese from Unity Christian, Hanson Sue from Mosscrop, Tristan Andrews, Abbey Christian, Josh Newen from Killarney, Adam Bellafoot from Brooks, Luke Gibbons, Unity Christian, Solomon Pearson, Gold River, Tommy Gibson, West Point, Gray, and Oscar Hensel, Gold River, Long Quock from Holy Cross, Will Cudahy from St. Michael's, and Owen Brenaham from Sir Alexander Mackenzie. That is Lincoln Froese from Unity Christian, our leader right off the get-go. He is from Unity Christian. He is a senior walker. And he is really taking it out. He comes in with the fastest seed time.
So Tristan Andrews from Abbotsford Christian followed closely behind in that group. There was also Tommy Gibson from West Point Grey Academy, Hansen Sue from Mosscrop, and Josh Nguyen from Killarney Secondary as well in that group following Lincoln Froese.
And we've talked about Evan Dunphy a bit here. He won the provincial championship 2 years in a row, but oddly enough, he does not hold the record. He was a very strong race walker in high school, but he really came into his own once he got into the international scene, and that's where he really established himself as one of the premier race walkers in the world.
Yeah, the current senior boys record held by Ben Thorne, who was also an Olympian as well, so definitely had a fantastic career post high school. So that's a time of 5:34.17 set back in 2011.
Very fast. Daniel Sullivan from Killarney holds the junior record, 6:41.87, set back in 2017. And that was in an era where Killarney particularly seemed to load up the races and often finished in the top 3 or 4 or 5 positions in high school race walking. That is Lincoln Froese from Unity Christian, our overall leader and senior leader. Hanson Sue from Mosscrop. Tristan Andrews, Abbey Christian.
Josh Nguyen coming through the lap there from Killarney Secondary, moving quite strong.
Race walkers are a very unique personality. Evan Dunphy shared a story with me a few years ago. He came to the Coquitlam Cheetahs meet, and late in the race he was on pace to break the Canadian 10K, and of course the crowd got pumped up when they realized that, and he did finish the race, setting a new Canadian record in the 10K. And he confided to me afterwards that he did a little tune-up walk in the morning. He said he got up at 7 o'clock in the morning and went for a 40K walk, then hopped on the bus.
Wow.
Came out to Coquitlam and turned around and set a Canadian record in the 10K. So altogether, 50K in one day. I think that's more race walking than I've done in my entire life.
I believe he also did the Vancouver Sun or the BMO Marathon and was able to
That's right.
finish quite high as well.
Yep.
I think he was even able to beat the Sedines, which is quite impressive.
And they're no slouches when it comes to fitness. So Lincoln Froese from Unity Christian, here he comes. He is our leader.
That's Froese, Sue, or that's Tristan Andrews actually currently sitting in second. And Tommy Gibson, West Point Gray, followed closely in third. So pretty close race still for that 1, 2, 3 spots. And then that's Hanson's Who from Mosscrop currently sitting in fourth.
Tommy Gibson now moving into second place, just ahead of Tristan Andrews from Abbey Christian. Tristan Andrews from Abbey Christian. You wonder if he's going to pick up the pace here. He could be chasing after the leader, but Lincoln Froese is hanging on to that. We'll try and nail down soon our junior leaders.
Yep, they're all mixed on our end, so we'll do our best to try to locate that top runner. It's good for them, though. They're able to, compete with this older age group, so hopefully it's able to pull them along to some fast times.
And just coming around the corner now, we have a leader, Lincoln Froese. He's opened up some distance. Tommy Gibson from West Point Gray, Tristan Andrews, Abbotsford Christian, sitting in third. And that is going to be our top 3 finishers. Here comes Lincoln Froese. He will be our gold medalist. Tommy Gibson in the green jersey right behind, and the light blue jersey coming down the track. It is Tristan Andrews from Abbotsford Christian. Now we're going to be keeping an eye now on the junior finishers. Be looking for competitors 1 through 15.
Lots of excitement at the finish line there for those top 3 finishers. Amping up the crowd. There.
And it looks like this is our junior leader, Ty Humber from Oak Bay, coming down the track. Tobias Burge from White Rock Christian, I think in second. I think that's Carter Coop from Abbotsford Christian, but not 100% sure. There's our junior winner, junior second place, and junior third place winner. So Ty Humber, Tobias Burge, and Carter Coop from Abbotsford Christian are 3 medalists for our junior category. And we'll have to see the printout of the final results to see what their time spreads are.
There's a lot of athletes in that race.
That is,
That's quite exciting.
27 athletes in all.
So the winning time, 6:46 in that senior category. A very fast time. It's getting pretty warm out there as well, so you can see the officials handing out water right after they finish to kind of cool them off.
Yeah, it's important on a day like today to keep hydrated. And the race walk is not exactly a walk in the park. It's very stressful, a lot of strain on your body.
That's why technique is so important. I think
right.
The more down you have your technique, the easier it is on your body, and you're able to kind of maintain a good composure for the full race.
Anybody who's been involved in sports for a long period of time knows the stress on your knees and hips and feet, and it's got to be even that much greater with race walking because so many factors involved. what kind of shape are your knees like 20 years from now?
I don't believe they use spikes in racewalk. I think they are wearing runners, so I think a good pair of racewalk runners probably makes a big difference too.
Yeah. Good question. I hadn't really thought about that. You're right. Especially in the international, when we look at the longer races like 20K, 35K, and 50K, 50K is no longer involved in the Olympics, but they're run on city streets basically. They're not run on the track. I think the longest race walk on the track is maybe 10K, and after that, they're outside the stadium and out on the streets.
It's interesting when you look at the Canadian records for race walk. There's about 20 different categories. It goes from 5,000 meter race walk to 10,000 meter race walk, 20,000, 30,000, 35. There's a bunch of different categories. There's even a 2-hour race walk, which I guess is just walk as far as you can for 2 hours.
Right. And Evan Dunphy is the record holder in most of those. I know from a fact at the Coquitlam Cheetahs meet a few years ago, he set a record for the 3K and the 5K in the same race.
Wow.
So he was walking the actual 5K, and along the way he set the 3K record, kept going, set the 5K, and as I mentioned before that, he had the 10K. I'm sure he has the 20K.
I think he holds the 20K, 30K, and the 50K race walk.
Right,
So-
and now the world record in the 35K. That was the recent one. That was set this
back
year.
in March, right? Yeah.
That's right, yeah. What's he done lately, though?
Yeah.
Quite a remarkable career, and honestly, great human being, too.
Yeah, BC well known for its great race walkers. Looks great to see that we're able to get so many athletes out in these races, and we're hoping to see a lot of these athletes continue on for the years to come. Hopefully we can see some of their names in the record books as well.
As we've mentioned several times, too, the BC High School Championships has been the breeding ground for many international, national and international athletes, even gold medalists on the world stage. Many of them have competed at the at the BC High School Championships. Cameron Rogers from Richmond, hammer thrower, has won the World Championships and the Olympic Championships. She was a provincial champion not that long ago.
We can see on the screen here we have the grade 8s heading over to the 200-meter start line, so we'll be running the heats for that coming up pretty shortly.
And there will be heats in this event. We will have, for the grade 8 girls, we will have 3 heats. Top 2 qualify automatically, next 2 fastest times out of all 3 heats. And here we have the starting lineup for the first heat. The meet is running right on schedule right now. We get ready to start heat 1 in lane 1, Jada Waite from St. Thomas More. Lane 2, Sloan Key from West Point Grey. Lane 3, Claire Schulten, Credo Christian. Lane 4, Charlotte Perry from Mount Shilessi. Lane 5, Gemma Battiston from KLO Middle. Lane 6, Julissa Veenstra from North Surrey. Lane 7, Adriana Gill, Archbishop Carney. And in lane 8, Alaya Masiga from R.A. McMath. Fastest seed time in here comes from Julissa Veenstra from North Surrey and Jada Waite from St. Thomas More, both coming in the 26-second range. And they are off right now. Jada Wade looking very strong in lane 1. And she's going to come around the corner in the lead. Out in lane 6, Julissa Veenstra from North Surrey. They're going to be very close. It could be Veenstra from North Surrey, I think, taking that heat, and Jada Wade finishing in second. Looks like they will be, for sure, the automatic qualifiers. And Veenstra's winning time 26:22, and Wade coming in at 26:32. Very good finish for both of those girls. So they are automatic qualifiers. Julissa Veenstra, North Surrey, and Jada Wade, St. Thomas More. The record in this event was set last year, 25:26 by Avion Marie Dean, Pacific Academy. That's a very fast time. It's going to be tough to beat for these girls. And now we look down the field, the second heat, getting their blocks set. Lane 1 is empty. Lane 2, Carla Vila from Point Grey. Lane 3, Kenzie Claypool, Semiahmoo. Lane 4, Rhea Denoa, Grandview Heights. Lane 5, Araya Marie Tiglau from Holy Cross. Lane 6, Addison Illingworth from Merritt. Lane 7, Elizabeth Linder, Dover Bay. And in lane 8, Blake Towers from Little Flower Academy. Looks like we have a couple of empty lanes here. Lanes 1 and 2 are empty. Addison Illingworth from Merritt, running out of lane 6, has the fastest seed time in this group. Actually, that lane is empty. Blake Towers from Little Flower Academy is the lead right now. Blake Towers, Elizabeth Linder from Dover Bay. It'll be Blake Towers, Elizabeth Linder, and out in lane 3, Kenzie Claypool from Semiahmoo. There we see Blake Towers from Little Flower Academy out in the outside lane taking that heat. Elizabeth Linder taking second and Kenzie Claypool in third. So our top two automatic qualifiers are Blake Towers and Elizabeth Linder. And now we have the final of the three heats. And lane 1, Scarlett Quast, Prince Rupert, middle. Lane 2 is empty. Lane 3, Kirpa Sidhu from North Delta. Lane 4, Emerson Rossi, KLO middle. Lane 5, Ileana Arenz, Abbotsford Christian. Lane 6, Serena Chapman, Dover Bay. Lane 7, Briar Balaka from Stitos Laleham Elementary. That's Kelly Road, I believe. And lane 3, Chioma Uzozi from York House. Fastest time, seed time in this group comes from Chioma Uzozi from York House School with a very fast 26:36, followed by Ileana Arenz, Abbotsford Christian, coming in with a 27:47. Chioma Uzozi making a good run at it right from the start, and the light-colored uniform out on the outside lane. She is from York House, and she is running away with this one. Chioma Uzozi, a real battle now for second, third, and fourth, though. This is going to be very close. And I'm not even going to dare call that one. Lanes 5, 6, and 7, all very close for second, third, and fourth. And we see Uzozi on the outside clearly winning that one. And the three runners in 5, 6, 7, very close. There's Chioma Uzozi, very, very happy. She will qualify automatically. Bacala looks like she finished second, and Arenz in third. So Briar Balaka from Stidos Lalem takes second place, automatic qualifier, and Ileana Ahrens, we'll have to wait and see on her time. But at 27:33 looks pretty good. Serena Chapman, Dover Bay very close, 27:34. Now the scene is being set now for the grade 8 men, 200 meters.
So here we go. 200 meters, grade 8 boys, same as our amazing female athletes that were just out there as well. Top two will advance along to next best times. So the two best times.
Yeah, first heat coming out. This is grade 8 men. Lane 1, Silas Rowe, Spring Valley. Lane 2, Sao Lee from Sentinel. Lane 3, Narayan Deer, St. Thomas More. Lane 4, Louis Gonzaga from Vancouver College. Lane 5, Louis Gang from Burnaby South. Lane 6, Umi Bomani Romiliwa from Vancouver College. Lane 7, Nicholas Very from William A.F. Alexander. And in lane 8, Andrew Chin. Sorry, that's William Alexander Fraser. Andrew Chin is from R.A. McMath. The record here is 23:86. That's a pretty fast time set by Jackson Bradley from R.A. McMath. My apologies. Record, again, correction there, is 23:13 set by David Midgley back in 2017. David Midgley hails from Walnut Grove.
Fastest seat time coming in is from Narayan Deer out in lane 3, the 24:43, so keep an eye out on him. Louis Gonzaga, lane 4 from Vancouver College, also with a fast 24:69 seat time.
Good look at the field as they get ready to start. The first two will automatically qualify here. Gonzaga from Vancouver College looking very strong in the yellow uniform out of lane 4. On the outside lane, Andrew Chin from R.A. McMath looking strong as well, but it's going to be Gonzaga from Vancouver College all the way. And in lane 3, Deer from St. Thomas More taking second. Automatic qualifiers there. And Gonzaga, Deer, and looks like Andrew Chin from R.A. McMath taking third. We'll see their times pop up in just a minute. We know for sure Gonzaga and Deer are two qualifiers. 24:46, 24:62, and Chin coming in at 24:69. So 24:69 will be the time to watch. That'll be the cutoff point for, or that's the leading time for the non-automatic qualifier right now.
All right, getting ready in Heat 2. We have Tiando Skalinski from Earl Marriott Secondary. In Lane 2, Oliver King, Shuswap Middle School. Lane 3, Grayson Sodoki, Brocklehurst. In Lane 4, Kasobi Udamaga from Shasta Kelly Road Secondary. Lane 5, Mackenzie Midholland, Caribou Hill Secondary. And Lane 6, Jackson Ewert, Glen Lyon Norfolk. And in Lane 8, Noah Thompson Sutherland Secondary. So this is your Heat 2 of the Grade 8 boys 200-meter dash. It actually looks like Lane 7 and 8 are empty.
Off to a fast start. That is Cassiope Udamaga from Kelly Road, looking very strong in Lane 4. And it is Udamaga, Kelly Road. Coming up very fast in Lane 2, Oliver King, Shuswap Middle.
And that was Jackson Ewert, looks like out in Lane 6, was able to get that second place spot.
Very close there, not sure about that one.
So 23.94 for Kasobi Udamaga. Jackson Ewert in second with 24.93. And Oliver King rounding out that field in 25.09. So 3 very fast times.
Yeah, looking very good. Okay, Jackson Ewert taking second. So Udamaga and Ewert will be the top qualifiers. Oliver King will have to wait and see. What was Oliver King's time again there?
Okay, just missed that, but I think it was in the mid 24s or mid to high 24s. Or 25 low, yeah, that looks about right.
And now we have the third and final heat. In Lane 1, we have Max Peterson from DP Todd. Lane 2, Amari Williams, Burnaby South. Lane 3, Tassi Lianga from St. Andrews. Lane 4, Cole Walters, St. George's. Lane 5, Johnny Pearson Jr., Alberni District. Lane 6, Brody Pawalchuk from Brookswood. Lane 7, Jalitha Uthpala Pebitowi Gam from Gladstone. And in Lane 8, Chase Glavin from Sullivan Heights. Cole Walters has a seed time of 23:65, which is actually under the record held by Jackson Bradley from McNath from 6 years ago. Sorry, David, keep getting this wrong. David Midgley from Walnut Grove has the record. Sometimes we are looking at 2 different sheets, and sometimes they have the same information, sometimes they don't. That being said, he is still very, very close to the record of 23:13. It is doable. All 8 lanes are full. Keep an eye on lane 4, Cole Walters, St. George's, and he'll have a red jersey on. And he will be one of the favorites in this race. And he's off to a very fast start. Amari Williams from Burnaby South looking pretty good on the inside too. It is going to be Cole Walters coming through from St. George's, looking very strong. And very good battle for second now. I'm not even going to begin to call this one. Lane 1 and Lane 3, Max Peterson and Tashi Lianga, but I really can't tell for sure. There rode 5 of them coming across in a blanket finish.
So
Waters.
23.91 from Waters. And Tashi Lianga looks like was able to get that second spot of 24.98. Brody Powelchak from Brookswood close behind at 25.05. Yeah, there's pretty much a line of them crossing the finish line there, but looks like it was Liango that was able to kind of just push ahead for that last 5 meters to take that second place spot.
Look at how close that was. Fourth place, 25-14, 25-15, 25-20. All of those guys very close. Powalchuk from Brookswood, though, came through with a 25.06. That might be good enough to get him into the final.
Wow, 0.2 of a second, separating those second, third, fourth, and fifth spots.
Right.
It's exciting to see.
That was a good one. We had a potentially really competitive set of races coming up now in the junior women. As we move there, we have 4 heats. And this is a tough one to qualify. You have to win your heat or be one of the next 4 fastest times. And that's spread out over 4 heats. So it's a real challenge to these athletes. The record in this event is 24.60, held by Alexa Latour from École Salish. And we've seen her several times this weekend already, continuing as a senior. In the first grouping, we have in lane 1, Ashni Patel, Burnaby Central. Lane 2, Ellie Davidson, Kitsilano. Lane 3, Sophia Zanone, RE Mountain. Lane 4, Colby Silver Adams, Corilo. Lane 5, Sydney O'Neill, WJ Mowat. Lane 6, Erica Fred, Alberni District. Lane 7, Julia Walker, Oak Bay. And lane 8, Jayla Dennis from Centennial. She comes in with easily the fastest time in this group at 25 flat. She has run a 24.60. Saw her do that last weekend, which actually ties the meet record set by Alexa Latour from École Salish. And we have seen her run as well this weekend. Done very well. Jayla Dennis is running out in the outside lane. Very smooth, nice long stride, perfect runner's build.
Looking great on the outside.
Wow, that's a tough lane to run in. You don't know where everybody is, but she's a veteran. At the age of grade 9, if you can call her a veteran. And lane 3, Sophia Zanone from RE Mountain, taking second. See what her winning time is there. That was down
24.36. Wow.
Wow. And that is another provincial record for her. We saw her set a provincial record yesterday in the 100, running in 11.7.
She's having a fantastic weekend. Wow.
Oh, wow. Amazing. And I believe she has done super well in the high jump as well. I haven't got an official confirmation on that. And she'll be anchoring a couple of relay teams for Centennial as well. 24.37, so that is a new provincial record for her.
Really great time from Sophia Zanone as well in second at 25.50. We saw her in the 400 meters yesterday as well, so fantastic time for her.
So just a note here, officially, records that are broken in the heats do stand, so you don't have to wait to the finals to break the record. But 24.36, I'm pretty sure that's a PB for her.
Also running into a headwind.
That's right. And in lane 8. What else did she have going against her? Wow, great start to this series of races.
All right, up next in Heat 2, we have in Lane 1, Olivia Robinson from New Westminster Secondary. Lane 2, Chloe Chan, Stevenson London Secondary. Lane 3, Victoria Chung from Crofton House. Lane 4, Scotia Lafreniere from Kelowna Secondary. Lane 5, Linda Zhu, Mount Douglas. Lane 6, Alvia English from South Kamloops. Lane 7, Emma Blackwell from Parkland Secondary. And in Lane 8, Avion Mary Dean from Pacific Academy.
And out in lane 8, Avion Marie Dean has the fastest seat time here with the 24.64. She's going to be very capable of challenging Jayla Dennis. She is also the grade 8 record holder. We just saw those races run.
We saw her run an 11.9 yesterday in the 100-meter finals as well. So
right, she's
keep
very
an eye out
fast
for her.
She's looking good on the outside. Dominating this race as well. Linda Zhu, Mount Douglas, is holding down second. But it is Avion Marie Dean from Pacific Academy, Linda Zhu, Mount Douglas, and very close between lane 1, 2, and 4.
And what looks to be a very fast time for her as well, 24.60. Wow.
And that actually ties the record. Is this going to happen again where we have the record broken 3 times in one grouping?
I think so, and that was also into a minus 3.1 headwind, so that home stretch was, they were facing a lot of wind on that home stretch.
Yeah, that makes it even more incredible.
Must be lane 8. I think they both broke that record out of lane 8.
Well, when you think about it, coming around the stadium, that lane is going to be shielded a bit from the wind by the stadium.
So it could be to their advantage.
Could be a factor. Well, we're getting really scientific about this, aren't we?
Linda Zhu in second, Mount Douglas, 26.23, a very fast time for her as well. So she'll have to wait from a time perspective to see if that brings her through to the final today.
Now we move on to the third heat. Lane 1, Ariana Sakuchi from GP Vanier. Lane 2, Chloe Ajabaku from Langley Christian. Lane 3, Trinity Jarman, Kitsilano. Lane 4, Peyton Rogers, R.A. McMath. Lane 5, Faith Obazagamwen from North Delta. Lane 6, Ellie Walton from Burnaby North. Lane 7, Kaylee Stinn, W.L. Seaton in Vernon. And Lane 8, Addison Lewis, GP Vanier.
Girls getting some great cheers. Gotta love it. The school spirit is flying here this afternoon.
That is just getting ready in the blocks here.
Fastest seat time here comes from Peyton Rogers from R.A. McMath, 24.70.
That was our 400-meter junior champion yesterday.
Oh, we've got a really stacked field here. 24.70. That is just a tenth of a second off the record. And looking like this is going to be a dandy final. Peyton Rogers looking very strong coming around the corner out of lane 4. And she is going to take this race easily. Lane 2, Chloe Ajabaku from Langley Christian will take second. And out in lane 6, Ellie Walton from Burnaby North will take third.
Winning time of 25.30 for Peyton Rogers from R.A. McMath. It's here in the middle of the track there.
She looked pretty comfortable there. I have a feeling we're going to see more from her in the final.
Chloe Agabaku with a 25.97 or 98. Finishing in second. Ellie Walton close behind from Burnaby North in 26.20.
That 25.98 should be good enough to qualify her for the final, but we still have one heat remaining.
Minus a 3.3 headwind as well, so
yeah,
it's looking a little windy out there for these athletes, but we're still seeing some pretty fast times regardless of that.
That's the beautiful facility like this. The one and only downside is wind, and that's something we have no control over. But It just seems like there's frequently a wind blowing straight down into the straightaway.
Yeah, so up next, the fourth and final heat, we have Anita Needham Cook from Point Grey Secondary, Dania Brand from Nanaimo Christian. In lane 3, Cameron Harms from Houston Christian School. Lane 4, Mina Stefanovic from South Point Academy. Lane 5, Megan Thompson, Pacific Academy. Lane 6, Mareed Owen from Little Flower Academy. Lane 7, Taya Fraser, Ecole Dr. Charles Best Secondary. And in lane 8, Kaylee Lofstrom from KLO Middle School.
Taya Fraser and Kaylee Lofstrom are the top 2 seeds. Keep an eye on them.
On the outside lanes there. We've seen that lane 8 being the...
We saw Taya Fraser just a while ago the first qualifier, fastest qualifier for the 300-meter hurdles. She's a busy girl today. Also will be running some relays. Kaylee Lofstrom, you can't rule out anybody with the last name of Lofstrom in any race. A very well-known sprinting family in the Okanagan. Taya Fraser looking pretty strong out in lane 8. Kaylee Lofstrom as well. Going to be Kaylee Lofstrom from KLO all the way. Taya Fraser right behind her. Looking very strong. Kaylee Lofstrom, Taya Fraser surging, hoping to stay as close as she can.
A very tight finish for that third place spot.
So Kaylee Lofstrom, let's see what her winning time is.
25.32. Kaylee Lofstrom, the winning time. Taya Fraser with a 25.53. Out in lane 7 there, you can see her in the blue. The great
Yeah,
finish.
and that will be pretty close to, wow.
Wow, you almost needed a sub 26 to make it through
Yeah.
to the final. You don't see that very often at this
No.
this age level. So some very fast times. I think the conditions are, aside from the wind, almost perfect.
That's right. And if, it's unfortunate. Sometimes you'll get a gust of wind and it'll affect one race. The next one it'll calm down, and that's very crucial to races where you need a good time to get into the final.
In lane 4, Gabrielle Akufo from Robert Payton Secondary. In lane 5, Chance Chin from Hemsworth Secondary.
So getting ready on the track, we have the junior men's 200-meter dash heats.
Now we have lane 1 is empty in the first heat. Lane 2, Kingston Smith from Burnaby Central. Lane 3, Adam France, Houston Secondary. Lane 4, Gabrielle Akufo from Robert Bateman. Lane 6, Chase Chin, Handsworth. Lane 6, Meki Mendigal from Lord Tweedsmuir. Lane 7, Rajan Conaster from University Hill. And lane 8, Tariq Facey from North Peace. Record here, I think we just mentioned the Lofstrom name a few moments ago. He is the record holder at 22:17 here. Now, I'm not sure if they are related. The name is spelled slightly differently and they're from different schools, but very close. Fastest time in this grouping comes from Gabriel Akufo, Robert Bateman at 23:37. And he's looking very strong right off the start. He's running out of lane 4. Meki Mendigal from Lord Tweedsmuir very strong as well, but all the way this is going to be Gabriel Akufo from Robert Bateman. It'll be very close for second and third, but it looks like it's going to be Kingston Smith from Burnaby Central. Great race there.
Winning time of 23:03. Very quick time for the heats. That was Gabriel Akufo from Robert Bateman Secondary.
Mendigal from Lord Treesmere just sneaking up there to take second. And Kingston Smith in third. So 23:60, the second place time. 23:72. And they're chasing a very, very fast time there with that record of 22:17.
All right, getting ready. We have Heat 2 in lane 1. We have Benji Wegwitz from Spectrum Community. Lane 2, Wyatt Bonnet Goucher from Penticton Secondary. Lane 3, Sebastian Gutierrez from Burnaby Mountain Secondary. In lane 4, we have David Pushasu from BC Christian Academy. Lane 5, Mason Wright, Kitsilano Secondary. In lane 6, Alexander June from RE Mountain Secondary. And in lane 7, Liam Golding from St. Thomas More. We saw David Pushasu in the 100-meter finals yesterday with a winning time of 10:96, so a very fast 100-meter runner. So keep an eye out for him out in lane 4.
Pretty decent 200-meter runner, too. The North Fraser zone, he was dominant in the 100 and 200.
We also had Marshall Moore, who was third place in the 100 meters yesterday, ran a fast time of 11:26, so some quick runners in this race.
Looks like lane 8 is empty, though, unfortunately. Marshall Moore, you just mentioned, there is not in the race.
Oh, that's too bad.
I always like to see the top competitors be able to be there. Pushasu right away off to the very good start. I like his chances. That's lane 4, David Pushasu. Liam Golding, St. Thomas More, solidly in second, but Pushasu cruising now. Just easing up at the finish line. Liam Golding finishing second.
Great job, boys. Excellent heat there.
Winning time of 23:01 from David Pushasu. He had a great drive phase in that first 50 meters. He maintained his good drive phase. I'd say that kind of kept him in a good spot and ran a great turn and kind of shut it down with 50 to go. So I think we have a lot more to see from him in the finals.
That's right. And just in grade 10, but he is already a veteran competition at the BC High School meet.
I think he ties the winner from the first heat. So we saw two low 23s. Liam Golding with the very fast 23:38 as well. Saw him running out in lane 7 there in the red, so congratulations to him as well.
He won the 100 and the 200 at the Cheetahs track meet last weekend. I can't remember specifically his times. I know he did go under 11 seconds in the 100, so look for great things from him. In the third heat now, we have in lane 1, Cheyenne McDaddy from WJ Mowat. Hayden Matcock, Kelowna Secondary. Lane 3, Jaden Robillard from Sullivan Heights. Lane 4, Cole Pagliaro, Notre Dame. Lane 5, Zachary Malcolm, Belmont. Lane 6, Aiden Avani, Elgin Park. Lane 7, Larson Timmerman from Credo Christian. And Lane 8, Quinton Waldner from Sand Secondary. Fastest seed time in this group is at 23:44. Sorry, 23:18. Aiden Avani from Elgin Park. Cole Pagliaro, Notre Dame, 23:44. Look for the race between those two. We do have an empty lane in there. Out in lane 6, Aiden Avani from Elgin Park, looking very strong. Aiden Avani, and he is going into cruise control now. Lane 3 will be Cole Pagliaro from Notre Dame.
And Aiden Ivani with a 23.10 winning time. And looks like actually Cole Pagliaro was a DNS, so missing from that lane 4, unfortunately.
Oh, sorry.
But Jaden Raw-Ballard from Sullivan Heights in that second place time of 23.62.
My mistake there.
We're looking like we might need a 23.6 or quicker to get one of those non-automatic qualifier times.
That's right. Moves us into the final grouping, Heat 4.
Right, in Heat 4, we have in lane 2, Bradley Lee from St. George's School. In lane 3, Liam Jensen from Victoria High. Lane 4, Lorenzo Barillero from Heritage Woods Secondary. In lane 5, Emerson Prasad, Sullivan Heights. Lane 7, Achaleki Tate from Holy Cross Regional. And in lane 8, Kingston Soper from AL Fortune. So it looks like lanes 1 and 6 are empty.
Emerson Prasad from Sullivan Heights has come into this with a 23.09, very fast. Achaliki Tata from Holy Cross also very fast at 23.47. We have a number of athletes in the 23 range here. Emerson Prasad, we can just see him right there in the picture. Good look on the outside at Kingston Soper from AL Fortune and Enderby.
So the fourth and final heat. Junior men's 200 meters.
Achaliki Tata from Holy Cross looking very good out in lane 7. It's going to be very close. I'm not going to guess at this one, but it is Tata, but he faltered just a little bit at the end. And did Emerson Prasad from Sullivan Heights catch him? We're not sure. Very close. I think Tata was able to hold on.
Winning time of 23.77 for Achaleke Tata. Great run from out in lane 7 there. Emerson Prasad, a quick time of 23.92 as well. Sullivan Heights running out there in lane 5.
That was a little bit, I'm not going to say too much of a slower heat, but it's going to be difficult to qualify out of that round. You're going to have to be under 24 seconds for sure to qualify.
Right, so that's the junior men's 200 meter, and that they'll be running in the finals at later on today at 4 p.m.
Now, we saw some great runs yesterday in the senior women's 100 meters, and we hope to see a duplicate of that coming up here now. We have a lot of athletes very capable here. Yeah, but I wanted. I think. And here we go with the first heat of the senior women. Automatic qualifier is number 1, and then after that, next 4 fastest times. We have Nova Woodman Kent, Francis Kelsey in lane 1, Alessandra McCready, St. Thomas Aquinas in 2, Shiona Marcotic in Oak Bay in 4, Isabel Ogby, Pacific Academy in 4, in 5, Kalena Tupa Singh, Pacific Christian, lane 6, Kyla Sleeth, Sir Charles Tupper, Freya Forrest in lane 7 from Sutherland, and Jada Francis from Holy Cross. Kalea Tupas Singh out in lane 5. She is our fastest seed time, and she is going to take this heat quite easily. Looking very smooth. And I think lane 6 is Carla Sleeth from Sir Charles Tupper taking the second spot.
Winning time of 24:94. Wow. Exciting for her to dip under that 25-second mark.
That's right. That ties her seed time. So she's not in unfamiliar territory there. Kyla Sleeth finishing second.
26 flat. Very fast time for her as well. Or 26:05. And Freya Forrest in third and 26:31.
So we're off to a good start there. Move on now to the second heat.
Looks like they're not in the blocks yet, so I think they're just walking over. So just a few moments for this heat.
Not sure what the holdup is there, but usually the runners are right there when one heat finishes, ready to go in the next one.
We'll introduce our athletes and we'll come back to these amazing athletes our next heat of senior women on the track in 200 in lane 1, Kiara Malva from Midwest. In lane 2, Elise Lee from St. Anselm Regional High School. Lane 3, Emily Spratt from GW Graham Secondary. Lane 4, Samara Jo Takar from Johnson Heights. In lane 5, Madeline Van Spal from Holy Cross. In lane 6, McKenna South from Charles West. In lane 7, Caitlin Weaver for Open Motion. And in lane 8, Rhea Vander from Seattle Secondary.
The record in this race is held by Yvonne Mensa, set back in 2003, 23:92. It's one of the, I think one and only times we've seen a athlete go under that 24-second mark in the 200 meters in the girls category.
Yeah, Yvonne Mensa was a very strong athlete. She was a long jumper, sprinter. She won several provincial championships. This one being a record-breaking performance for her. Outstanding athlete. Very famous track family of that era as well.
In 5th place, Ulysses Fox from A.R. McNeil, 10:7:52. In 4th place, Gurparjap Sandhu from MNI, a distance of 10:81.
And the girls are now stepping up into their blocks for the second heat.
Finisher, a distance of 11:22. Mabani Atata from Holy Cross. A centimeter further, 11.
Just noticed a couple of BC Athletics officials there. If you look up in the dictionary the word veteran, it will say see BC Athletics volunteers. Some of those people have been doing this for as long as I can remember. It's incredible that they're still doing this. Very dedicated to their craft. And these meets could not survive without them.
And it requires quite a few of them as well. You'll notice each event has, you'll see 3, 4, 5 required for each event. So it's
Right.
it definitely takes a lot of them to make this track meet happen.
And they know their stuff. They're veterans at it, and they're very calm, cool, and collected, and keep things running very well. Now we have Kara Malcolm, New West in lane 1, Elise Leduc, St. Andrews Regional in 2, Emily Sprott, G.W. Graham in 3, Simmerjot Takar, Johnson Heights, Madeline Van Spal, Holy Cross, McKenna Self, Charles Best, Kaylin Peaver, Okanagan Mission, and Raya Pander from Siakwam. Fastest 2 times here come from McKenna Self and Kara Malcolm.
Looks like actually lane 1 is empty, so Kara Malcolm seems to be missing from this race.
Right. That's unfortunate. She's a very strong runner.
I think lane 2 is empty as well. Oh, so yeah, lanes 1 and 2 are empty. So just 6 athletes running this race.
So McKenna Self from Charles Best out in lane 6 comes in with the fastest seed time, and she is already trying to take control of this race. And it is going to be McKenna Self, although she is getting a late charge from Madison Van Spal. And I think Madison Van Spal has just eked her out. Very, very close. But it is Self and Van Spal very, very close.
Very close finish at the end there. It did kind of look like on our screen that Madeline Van Spal was making up that ground and had that final lean, but McKenna Self was able to hold on and get that winning time of 25:45. So very quick time. Madeline Van Spal 25:50. Just a few hundredths of a second separating them two, and then Caitlin Peaver in third, Okanagan Mission in 25:78.
It's going to be interesting to see what it will take to get that second qualifying spot.
All right, up next in the fourth and final heat. Heat 3, sorry. We have in lane 1, Alexia Latour, a Cole Salish secondary. Lane 2, Keone Roberts from Dutchess Park Secondary. In lane 3, Brianna Jones, MEI. Campbell Coles Leister from Maple Ridge Secondary. Karina Talbot in lane 5 from New Westminster Secondary. Lane 6, Emma Touche from Charles Hayes Secondary. In lane 7, Caitlin Anderson, WL Seton Secondary. And in lane 8, Maya Burnett from Holy Cross Regional. So we got a full heat this round.
The fastest time in this grouping will be from Alexa Latour with the 24:80. Corina Talbot not far behind with the 25:82. Look for the battle to be lane 1 and lane 5.
Alexa Latour going for the 100, 200, 400 triple. So we saw her in the 100 meters and 400 meters already this weekend.
That's a tough one.
It's a tough triple.
Very tough. 6 races. And I'm not sure if they're involved in any relays as well, but that adds to the fun.
That's her out in lane 1 with a great start.
Karina Talbot looking very good from New Westminster. But on the inside lane, Alexa Latour looking very smooth. Karina Talbot cruising in second. Alexa Latour looking very good. Caitlin Anderson, WL Seton, and Vernon coming up, I think, to take third, but it is going to be Latour, Talbot, and I think Caitlin Anderson in third. Vernon Track Club. Athletes from several Vernon schools are showing well. They've got a very strong summer track program up there.
So she ran a 24.60 out in lane 1. So currently the fastest time so far we've seen in the heats at this level.
And again, the time to beat for the record is 23:92. That record goes back 22 years to 2003 by Yvonne Mensa from Little Flower Academy. She had a very successful high school career in a number of events,
holds
actually.
both the 100 and 200 meter records.
Yep.
Very fast time for the heats. Once again, running into a bit of a headwind, so she's currently leading the pack here.
And now we come to Heat 4. In Lane 1, Shira Metzak from St. Thomas More. Lane 2, Bailey Leduc, Penticton. Lane 3, Natasha Everett, G.W. Graham. Lane 4, Sienna Mostawi, Aberdeen Hall. Lane 5, Jaden McLaughlin, Riverside. Lane 6, Candace Chung, Burnaby Mountain. Lane 7, Lily Stewart, Kitsilano. And in Lane 8, Sage Parfit from Reynolds. Fastest heat time coming in here, very close between Jaden McLaughlin, 25:24, and Lily Stewart, Kitsilano at 25:62. Jaden McLaughlin was the silver medalist at last year's championships, and she is from Riverside in Port Coquitlam. Okay, something happened at the start there. They're sitting back to their blocks again.
I'm not sure what happened there, but it looks like they just got called back in, so getting back ready in the blocks.
So the lanes to watch are lane 5 and lane 7 here. Sienna Mostowi from Aberdeen Hall running well out of lane 4. It's going to be a close, tight race here. Sienna Mostowi looking very strong there. And out in lane 7, Lily Stewart. Jaden McLaughlin's really going to have to go here to qualify. So that is Sienna Mostowi from Aberdeen Hall.
25.30 for Sienna Mostowi.
Lily Stewart in second, I believe.
On the screen
Parfit,
it says I think the results are just refreshing here. There they are. So Lily Stewart second place, 25.41.
And I think Jaden McLaughlin in third.
26.05. Which I think bested the second place finisher in the first race, so we'll need to see if that time will be enough to move her through to the final today.
Yeah, it's going to be hoping after a silver medal performance last year, probably a little bit disappointed with that race, but hopefully she can cruise through to the final. And that is the final race of the senior women's heats. Now we moved on to the senior men's heats.
Yeah, Sienna Mostawi ran a fantastic turn. She kind of came off the corner there, I think, a couple steps ahead of the rest of the athletes, so she was able to finish quite strong and
she
get
ran
that
a
automatic
very
qualifier. I wonder if that's a PB for her.
Not sure. She ran very strongly coming around the corner and a good start too. You could see right at the beginning she really wanted that. There would be just a brief pause. The senior men have not shown up at the start line just yet.
So we have the senior boys walking over right now. The record in this race is held by Joel Nelson, 21:34, set back in 1997.
And Joel Nelson is currently vice principal in the Vancouver high school system.
I'm sure he's watching this meet quite closely every year just to see if that his record will hold.
I hope so. I did give him a heads up that his name might get mentioned. Great runner, went on to a successful college career down in the States. Now, we were talking about Ryan Lofstrom. There is a Ryan Lofstrom from Cara High, and there's a Ryan Lofstrom from Kelowna. So I think Ryan Lofstrom is related to part of that sprinting family, Kaylee Lofstrom.
And we'll see him in this first heat. Coming up shortly with the fastest seat time.
21:98, that's a pretty good time for high school. It is easily the fastest time in the grouping. We do have a 22:81 and a 22:87.
Next up, we have the men's 200-meter dash senior. I just wanted to give a huge thank you to Trevor from Rockridge, who's been announcing for the last 2.5 hours. Big round of applause to Trevor from Rockridge. I have back on Mike Campbell from the Nano Christian School back on for the rest of the day and cannot wait to celebrate these athletes. We're just driving in now.
Yeah, Joel Nelson's record of 21:34. That record's been around a long time, 1997, and that's one of those records that could be around for a bit longer.
But we saw Ryan Lofstrom win the 100 meters yesterday, so he's definitely got the speed this year to test it.
That's right. And Ryan Lofstrom is in his grade 12 years, so he is probably going to be going for it. What a coincidence that we have two Ryan Lofstrom. So. And here we go. They're getting set to start the first heat. In lane 1, we have Daniel Fleming, Abbotsford Christian. Lane 2, Spencer Medlin from Handsworth. Lane 3, Enoch Francis from École Salish. Lane 4, Chris Wong, Oak Bay. Lane 5, Ryan Lostrom, Kelowna Secondary. Lane 6, Anderson Bicknell, Vernon Secondary. Lane 7, Nathan Loudon, Vancouver College. And in lane 8, William Flett, St. Andrews Regional. So all of these heats are going to be very fast and very competitive. It's going to be a tough road to the final for all four of these the athletes in these four heats.
Yeah, we'll need to see some pretty fast times for them to get through.
Yeah, and you've got to run your best in the heats. It's not one of those situations where you can cruise. There might be one athlete who can cruise in each heat, but after that, everybody's got to go for the gusto.
Nope, you got to treat it like a final.
That's right. And then hopefully turn around and do it again later in the afternoon.
Yeah, there's a pretty short time period between the races, so
it is.
You kind of got to be as strategic as you can without kind of jeopardizing your opportunity to move forward. Because if you're not running as hard, other athletes will be, and they might surprise us in these heats.
We have seen a few surprises at the finish line. Here we go. The athletes are in their blocks. Look for Ryan Lostrom running out of lane 5. He is with the yellow jersey. Looks like lane 6 is empty.
And we're off
Oh, it looks like it's been called back.
Yeah.
Not sure what happened with that.
Not sure there. Waited a bit. They were halfway around the turn before they called them back. So,
Hoping there wasn't a false start.
yeah. Starter looking like she is wanting to deliver a message.
Hopefully it's a good message.
Yeah. Not sure what happened there. The discussion between the two head starters. Don't see a card in anybody's hand just yet, or do we? Oh no.
To watch and see what.
Dreaded red card. Lane 3. Unfortunate. Yeah, that was different. It took a long time for them to call that one back.
Yeah, typically it's right away. Maybe there's just a bit of a delay in the starter's gun, but
yeah, that sometimes happens. The gun misfires.
a lot of suspense there as well. I'm sure they were all questioning, did I believe a little bit too early? Or though they do, the way they catch the false starts at this level is just based off eyesight versus at the international levels, the blocks are actually hooked up to a system that will automatically catch it.
That's right.
So,
and interestingly enough, you can still be, there's a certain threshold in the electronic starting blocks where you could still be legally not ahead of the gun. But, there's a very, I forget what the allowance is, but it's like 0.31 of a second or something like that. And now they're off. Ryan Lostrom taking control of this race very early. Boy, does he look strong. He looks very strong.
Wow, looking so smooth.
Yeah, he's very smooth. Comfortable. He is just on cruise control right now. And he's going to come in still very fast time, but I don't know. He's looking pretty good there.
He shut it down with about 60 to go.
Yeah.
Still around a 22.10. 22.11. So that's Ryan Lofstrom with the winning time of the first heat.
Wow.
Nathan Loudon from Vancouver College ran a fantastic turn as well. He was pretty close to Ryan coming off that home stretch, but Ryan was able to maintain his momentum and power and get that automatic qualifier.
Yeah.
Just did a quick look both ways, which is good. Make sure no one was sneaking up on the inside of him.
Yeah.
So we'll expect to see a very fast time from him in the finals.
It's going to be an interesting final. If the weather conditions are right, I don't know, that record of Joel Nelson's could be in danger. If anyone can do it over the last several years, it's Ryan Lostrom. I had a couple of other fast guys coming up too, though. A lot of athletes here in the 22 range, solidly in the 22 range.
All right, getting ready on the track. We have Heat 2. So in lane 1, we have Gavin Elslayer from Wellington Secondary. Ryan Chin, lane 2, Vancouver College. Lane 3, Spencer Blumeris from West Point Grade Academy. Lane 4, Lucas Acosta, Dover Bay Secondary. Lane 5, Derek Frimpong from Maple Ridge Secondary. Lane 6, Kaden Kular, Siakwam. And in lane 7, Raisuke Wada from Burnaby Central Secondary.
Some pretty fast guys in this group too. Was running out of lane 5. Derek Frimpong yesterday was the bronze medalist, I believe, in the 100. He has a 22.42. Liam Barnes has a 22.92. We have a 22.60 from Spencer Blumeris. He was right up there in the final of the 100 too.
Yeah, saw a very fast 400-meter time from Spencer Blumeris yesterday, running 47.9. So expect some good sprint endurance from him.
Yeah, 200, 400 is a good double. Athletes often go for the 1 and the 2 or the 2 and the 4.
as we've seen at this meet, sometimes the 1, 2, and 4.
This is a little bit crazy. You add relays into the mix. Derek Frimpong is leading this group convincingly. Derek Frimpong, Spencer Blumeris, and West Point Grey also right up there. It's going to be Derek Frimpong, Spencer Blumeris just closing in on him at the end. Very powerful runner.
Winning time of 22.30 for Derek Frimpong. And Spencer Blumeris in second, 22.52. Derek Frimpong running a fantastic turn.
It's going to take low to mid 22s to get into the final with this group. So much parity. They're pretty relaxed there.
Yeah, he quickly made up that stagger, so you saw a lot of his 100-meter sprint technique and form kind of showing in that first part of the race, but lots of good sprint endurance as well.
Be coming up with the introductions for Heat 3 in just a moment. In the next grouping, we have 4 athletes who've run under 23. We have Nicholas Zhang in lane 1, Vancouver College. Lane 2, Noah Kloppers, Charles Hayes. Lane 3, Emmanuel Hanzek from Immaculata in Kelowna. Lane 4, Abdul Hain from Duchess Park. Gabriel Mangladan in from Holy Cross. Lane 6, Christian Adego from Pacific Academy. David Ham, Okanagan Mission. And Jackson Burrell from Walnut Grove. Emmanuel Hanzek from Immaculata, looking very strong, and he's going to take this heat, followed very closely by Nicholas Zhang. That was a very close one.
I wasn't sure if that was Jackson Burrell on the outside. Looked like him and Nicholas Zhang came through
Could have been,
almost
yeah.
identical. So 22.69 for Nicholas Zhang, getting that second spot, and Jackson Burrell in third, 22.72. But your winner there, Emmanuel Hanzek in 22.51 from Immaculata Regional High School.
And will we be seeing his twin brother? Yes, we will in the next heat.
Very powerful runner.
Yeah. Obviously good family genes there. We've had interesting collections of twins over the years. The Wyatt twins, the Pinto twins, the Self twins. The Self twins, McKenna and Delaney, never really run head-to-head, though. They do the 100 and the hurdles. They keep things separate. But all the other sets of twins seem to do the same events. The Hanzek brothers, the Wyatt brothers, the Pinto brothers, always together.
I once knew a pair of twins have the exact same personal best down to the 100th of a second in the 800 meters.
That's scary.
So it's quite interesting to see.
There's some kind of karma there,
Yeah.
isn't there? Okay, now we have the third heat coming up. Or sorry, the fourth heat. And the athletes are ready to go. We have Damon Wijayakun from R.A. McMath in lane 1. Kyoshi Copeland, Walnut Grove in 2. Gabriel Hanzek in 3 from Immaculata. Noah Loudon from Vancouver College at 4. Lane 5, Benjamin Williams from New West. Lane 6, Dawson Carcott, Sir Charles Tupper. Lane 7, Luca Bertoia, Caribou Hill. And in Lane 8, Oliver Westland from Rutland. Fastest seed time here comes from Gabriel Hanzek. We just saw his twin brother a moment ago, 22:21. So he will bear watching. Noah Loden right beside him in lane 4 has the 22:88. Gabriel Hanzek looking very strong, running out of lane 3. And he will come around the corner in the lead. He's looking super smooth. Oliver Westland of Rutland out there as well. Lane 5, Ben Williams in New West. Very close as well. But it is going to be Gabriel Hanzek matching his twin brother's performance from the previous heat.
Winning time of 22:28. And that was, let's wait for the official results for second, third, and fourth there. That was Oliver Westland, 22:69, running out in lane 8. I think he almost came off the turn in first place. He ran a fantastic turn.
He did look really good. And that concludes the 200 meters. Heats, we'll look forward to the finals, and all of those races promise to be very exciting. We look forward to that happening a bit later in the afternoon. We'll be moving on shortly to the 3,000 meters.
Or actually, next up we have the 400 meter, 300 meter hurdles at 2:10. So a bit of a break in the action, just while they get these set up. And
okay, there will be a brief break in the action. We are coming to you from the 2025 BC High School Championships, and we will take a brief break while we await the hurdle setup.
on the south side, just past the grandstand on the south side, lady shot put. We want to recognize the top 8 finishers in all of BC at 2:30. Race walk though at 2 o'clock. Podium ceremony. Next event is event 64. Hard to believe we're already at 64 events. Event 400 meter hurdles. Senior men's 400 meter hurdles is the next event. And just a reminder that BC School Sports 50/50 draw. Today is the final day to purchase your year-long 50/50 tickets. I bought mine at Basketball Provincials. The draw is tomorrow. You will be competing against me. The current jackpot is over $13,000. Look for the QR codes around the stadium or visit Raffle Texas and search BC School Sports. You must be 19 years or older to play. Just a reminder of our sponsors as well, BC Dairy. BC Dairy is proud to support BC School Sports. On behalf of BC Dairy Farmers, we are dedicated to supporting student athletes across the province and building lasting relationships within our communities. Learn more at bcdairy.ca. Olivia Ludman, can you go to the awards tent? In another minute or so, we'll be giving away our top 8 finishers in senior race walk. Senior race walk. We'll start with the girls. So we're getting to the podium here in about 30 seconds. We will announce our top 8 in the entire province in race walk, a growing sport in Canada. And Olivia Lundman, if you are here, if you could join us at the podium, we would love to have you. To have Canada's best help out if you happen to be here. Join us on the field. Okay, we are going to announce the top 8 in all of BC in the women's 1500 meter race walk. 1500 meter race walk presented from BC School of Sports is Josie Delisa. Josie Delisa. And we have a special guest. Helping and present the awards is not Josie, but Canada's Olympian, Olivia Ludman. Round of applause. Thank you, Olivia. I saw Olivia watching her walk up to the Eiffel Tower at the Paris Olympic Games last year off late at night, cheering her on, and there she is, ready to present to our future race walker champions. We have Olivia is a 2-time national champ. She is an Olympian, like I mentioned, and she is ranked top 30 in the world. Give us a wave, Olivia. What a special treat for our race walkers. Let's talk about our finalists now. Our top 8 finishers in Congratulations, ladies. Okay, we are moving on down to our boys. Boys, come take the podium. Senior boys. Again, presented by Canadian Olympian ranked top 30.
We are back to live action now, coming from the 2025 BC High School Track and Field Championships from the Township of Langley, McLeod Stadium. We're getting set in just a few moments to take care of the finals for all of the distance hurdle races.
8th place in BC, all the way from Gold River. Solomon Pearson from Gold River. Congratulations.
We'll have the introductions in just a moment.
Gold River. How off is Gold River at the provincial championships?
You can see on the screen some awards presentations taking place. These are race walkers, and the young lady presenting the awards is Olivia Lundman, who is Canada's Olympic race walker and ranked in the top 30 in the world.
Good job, Luke. Give me a wave, Luke. That's from Unity Christian School. And
Kind of nice for her to be here to be able to do this.
secondary. Congrats, Josh.
We just saw her present the award a few moments ago to Maya Pajtik, who broke the provincial record, her own provincial record, as a matter of fact, by 20 seconds. Quite a remarkable race.
It's always nice when they're able to bring some celebrities.
That's right.
To give out the medals, or people who have kind of made an impact on each of those individual events. So it's great to see that they were able to come.
That's right. Inspiration to them all.
And our gold medalist, I think he medaled last year as well, from Unity Christian School with 6:46, Lincoln Froze. Congratulations, Unity Christian School.
We see the athletes standing behind their blocks, getting ready. We'll be doing the introductions in just a second here.
And we are now going to introduce quickly the men's 400-meter final. Senior in lane 8 from Kitsilano Secondary, Avery Nielsen. Round of applause. In lane 7 from Yale Secondary, Alex Manuel. In lane 6 from
And here we go, the introduction in
in lane 5 from Pacific Academy.
in lane 1, Ethan Hull, Brooks Secondary. Lane 2, Luke Primo from Vancouver College. Lane 3, Will Van Shagen from Sardis. Lane 4, Liam Barnes, North Surrey. Actually, lane 4 is empty. Lane 5, Ethan Moran, Pacific Academy. Lane 6, Devin Kozak, Penticton. Lane 7, Alex Manuel from Yale. And lane 8, Avery Nielsen from Kitsilano.
Actually, looks like lane 4 does have an athlete, so that looks to be Liam Barnes.
That's a good thing because he was one of the top qualifiers. So in our group here, we have all 8 athletes who have gone under the 60-second barrier. Liam Barnes, out of lane 4, in fact, being the fastest qualifier. Sorry, second fastest qualifier with a 57.93. Devin Kozak from Penticton in lane 6 was the top qualifier.
Meet record in this event is 53:49, set back in 1992 by James Leishman, so a very long-standing record.
Right, that is a long one now, 98, 33 years.
They don't jump over them, they run over them.
Liam Barnes, lane 3, Will Van Shagen from Sardis, looking very strong. He's really looking good there. He's made up quite a bit of stagger. He is the first one over the hurdles. And he's now closing in on eating up the whole stagger here. He's looking very strong. So that is Will Van Shagen from Sardis. And he's running away with this one.
Still looking very strong coming off that 8th hurdle.
Will Van Shagen, and out in lane 6, Devin Kozak from Penticton.
Making a move.
And Devin Kozak, I don't think he's got enough room to catch him, but it's going to be Will Van Shagen, Devin Kozak, and in lane 5, Ethan Moran from Pacific Academy. A very good race for him.
54:88.
Wow.
Very fast time. commanded that race from start to finish. We saw him eat up the stagger quite early, probably about 200 meters. He was
Yes. Yeah, and that's pretty close to that record. That record's been around for 33 years, and there's a reason for that. It's a good one. So yeah, great race. Good race for Devin Kozak as well, and to Ethan Moran.
And Will Van Shagen was last year's second place finisher, so that was great to see him come back this year for that gold medal performance.
55.19 for second for Devin Kozak, and Ethan Moran 55.49. Also very, very good times. And most years those times would have won this event.
It's challenging for them as well because they already ran the race earlier today, so that's the second time they've had to run that grueling race.
That's right. It's not a really long spread. Scheduling for a meet like this is always very difficult, and trying to pace it to consider the athlete's needs. But some athletes have unusual needs. They perform in unusual combinations.
But it's also a good opportunity to kind of see what maybe the collegiate level would look like, where you're having to run multiple rounds of the conference championships, sometimes like 4, 5, 6 races. So it is sometimes a good opportunity to see kind of what's to come.
That's right. Coming up now, we have the senior women's 400-meter hurdles. The only thing that changes is the height of the hurdles. They're dropped down to 30 inches now. The distance in between the hurdles is identical for all of the age groups and all of the distances, 200, 300, and 400. If you've just joined us, we're just starting off with these distance hurdles in the afternoon. My name is Roy Boss. I'm here with Andrew Boss. We're very pleased to be the commentators for this meet, and it's been an outstanding event for these athletes, and seen numerous records broken. It's been crazy, in fact, the number of records that we've seen.
Yeah, more than we can count.
That's right. Okay, here are our starters. We have in lane 1, Dima Al-Magbel from University Hill, Isabel Mitchell. In lane 2, from Crofton House, Mael Westner, Marcus Feld. Lane 4, Delaney Self, Charles Best. Constance Nago-Getz from GW Graham. Arden Mathis, Sullivan Heights. In 6, Grace Jones, Killarney. In 7, Alexis Chow from St. John's School. In 8. We have 4 athletes that ran in the 105 range, so this is going to be very close between Delaney Self, Constance Nago-Getz, and Arden Mathis and Grace Jones, all in the 105 range. So this is going to be a very competitive final.
And Arden Mathis and Delaney Self were 2nd and 3rd last year, so they're both back gunning for that gold medal performance.
Arden Mathis is in grade 12, as is Delaney Self, so this is their final kick at the can.
Meet record in this event held by Stephanie Cho, set back in 2014, 60.09. So we've never seen a grade 12 senior girl run below 60 seconds. So that's one time that when it happens, it'll be something exceptional.
That's right. That's a tough barrier.
World record in this race, down at 51, held by Sydney McLaughlin. So a very fast time being run at the international levels.
I would substitute the word ridiculous with very for very. It's crazy. You subtract about 3 seconds from that, and she's running down in the 48 range on the flat 400. Now she's kind of branching out a little bit. She's been running 200s, flat 400s, and then just recently ran a 100. Ran pretty well too, 11.2 or something like that.
Yes. Good all-around athlete.
I guess it gets kind of boring setting a world record every time out. And all of those $100,000 bonuses. Let's try something different.
They're keeping them in their blocks a bit longer. Looks like the starters just getting the starting gun ready to go. Puts the bit more suspense, kind of having to sit there a bit longer than usual.
Interesting is noting the bonuses that athletes get for breaking world records. I believe it's 100,000. 100,000 every time you break a world record. And Duplantis, the pole vaulter, has got it down to a fine art now. He makes sure that when he breaks the record, he breaks it by a centimeter at a time. And he's done it, I think, 9 or 10 times. So you add that up, and that works out to pretty close to $1 million just on bonuses for breaking records.
Yeah, very strategic.
That's right.
Sure.
I want him managing my profile.
All right, looks like they're ready to go.
Watch how the athletes go over the hurdles. Delaney Self has a bit of an edge there. She's hitting the hurdles first of all. And she is really making up some time now. She has passed all of the athletes on the stagger. She's really going after this one. And she has very strong hurdle technique. Of course, she's been a sprint hurdler forever. She's looking very strong indeed here. Comes around the bend. She is clearly the leader. Excellent technique, not slowing at all for the hurdles. Here she comes. One more hurdle to go.
Arden Mathis making a move out in lane 6.
Oh, wow, this is going to be close. It is Arden Mathis. And now also moving up in lane 3 is Myal Wesner. Wow.
It was a very close finish at the end.
Delaney Self leading that race convincingly, and all of a sudden got a late surge from 2 other athletes. 102.95 for Arden Mathis. That's a very good performance for her.
A couple seconds faster than what we saw in the heat, so that's
right.
A very exceptional time.
Yeah.
So your top 3 finishers: Arden Mathis, Molly Wesner, and Delaney Self. All below that 104 mark.
Wow. See, very close finish.
I think she looked a bit shocked coming across the finish line.
Look of disbelief there. That's great.
Oh, congratulations to those ladies.
I think that's a personal best for all of them. Wow, it was a great race as well.
It was about a second faster than the winning time last year, so.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's been a while since we've seen anybody down in the 1 minute range. Yeah, Stephanie Cho was very definitely in a class by herself. Corey Campbell Fell back in the early 2000s was also very strong there. She went on to have international success, getting a bronze medal at the World Junior or the Pan Am Junior Championships.
I recall back in 2015 and 2016, I think there were a couple of athletes running 60 flat as well that were pretty close to Stephanie Cho's record, but it's one of those ones that I think will be around for a while.
That's right.
All right, so that concludes the 400-meter hurdle finals. Now we're going to be moving on to the 300-meter finals for the junior girls and boys.
Just a bit of a break while the starters move their equipment and the hurdle crew adjusts the hurdles. Now down to 33 inches for the junior men, and this will be 300-meter hurdles. And the junior men will be chasing the record of 39.26 set by Thomas Maw from St. George's back in 2019. That is a very fast record. There's a reason why it stood for 6 years.
You can see on the screen the junior boys walking over to the track, starting to get ready. Saw some pretty fast times in the heats.
Tyler Havidson from Penticton Secondary, 40.39. He's within a second of the record. Micah Breedveld was very close down in the 41s.
Winning time last year was 39.54. That was actually pretty close to the record, so we almost saw that broken last year. That was Zimu Liu from Walnut Grove Secondary. But anytime you're getting under that 40-second mark in this race is quite exceptional. Even 40.41, very, very fast.
That's right. Eight hurdles in total. An interesting thing about this race and the 400-meter hurdle race is there's so much distance between the final hurdle and the finish line. So there's a chance for somebody who may be a really good sprinter but not as strong on the hurdles to really make up some ground. And we've seen a lot of cases here where athletes have been in the lead and caught going down that last stretch. You can survive the first 10 hurdles and you'll still have a bit of energy left. There's a lot of room there to gather. You don't have to worry about those darn hurdles in the way.
It is a bit of a bigger, or a bit of a different race than the 400-meter hurdles. I know from experience, moving up from the 300-meter hurdles to the 400-meter hurdles, it is a pretty big change. So really look forward to seeing some of these junior boys up at the 400-meter level in the next 2 or 3 years.
That's right. It's good to see when kids start off in the grade level or grade 8 level, and you know, we can kind of follow them all the way through their whole high school career. So it's great to see that the kids stick with it.
You noticed quite a big distance between the starting blocks and the first hurdle. So typically when they hit that first hurdle, they're moving pretty quickly.
That's right. And again, striding, we mentioned earlier that uniform striding is very important. You want to make sure that you get to every hurdle with the same takeoff and lead leg. So you're taking an odd number of steps in between hurdles. If you're taking an even number of steps, then you're going to be alternating legs, and that's not an easy thing.
Yeah, that takes a lot of practice. Though it can be to your advantage if you get there with the wrong foot. You're not going to lose any momentum and be able to just quickly get over it and kind of regain your steps.
Yeah, that's right. It is a rare talent to be ambidextrous in your hurdling. The sprint hurdles, not so much. That really doesn't do you any good. You want to be a three-stepper in the sprint hurdles for sure. That's where you're going to get your maximum speed.
Yeah.
The starting lineup, here we go. Samuel Neufeld from Sardis in lane 1, Mackay Cooper, Kamlitz Christian in 2, Damian Watt, St. John Paul in 3, Hayden Hurdybees, Langley Secondary, Jedediah Poe from White Rock Christian, Tyler Hedvidson from Penticton Secondary, and Adrian Fong, Burnaby Mountain, Micah Breedveld from Samuel Robertson. Micah Breedveld and Tyler Hedvidson in lane 6 and 8. Tyler Hedvidson looking very strong.
It's Hurdy-Beast in the yellow looking strong as well around the turn.
Tyler Hedvidson showing excellent hurdle form.
Adrian Fong followed closely behind by Burnaby Mountain.
He's looking really strong. Boy, he's not backing off on those hurdles at all. 37, 38. Ooh, he's going to be very close to that record. I think he's gone under 40.
He may have just dipped under, wow.
Yeah. Excellent race for him. Tyler Hedvidson from Penticton.
39.91, wow. Wow, very fast time. Congratulations to Tyler Hedvidson. Looking very strong in that last 50 meters coming off that final hurdle.
What really set him aside is his hurdling technique. He very strong. His lead leg, as soon as it's over the hurdle, it's on the way down to the ground.
Yeah, we saw him in the sprint hurdles, winner in that event earlier this week. So you know he has that good hurdle form to be able to get over those hurdles as quickly and efficiently as possible. And it definitely showed in that race.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen somebody double in the hurdle races. I can't recall that happening in the last few years. Hurdling technique is important, but they're very different races.
Yeah. Jedediah Poe, very quick time for second place, 41.67, and Adrian Fong in third place with a very fast time as well. So congratulations to those top three finishers.
Our three medalists. Good job, guys. Now we come to the junior women, 300-meter hurdles. This will be the final distance hurdle race of the meet.
All right, in this race we have in lane 1, Katie Brandsma from Abbotsford Christian. Lane 2, Jayamuni Shanuli Silva. Oh, we're just going to wait a second for them to, there we go. Lane 8, we have Portia Comer, Okanagan Mission. Lane 7, Annika Tim from St. Andrews Regional High. There in lane 6, we have Taya Fraser, Charles Best. Lane 5, Tanaz Alaka Kalon from Burnsview. Lane 4, Leah Vorster, RE Mountain Secondary. Lane 3, Elise D, St. John Paul Academy. In lane 2, Jayanumi Shanuli Silla, Holy Cross Regional. And in lane 1, Katie Brandsma.
Great. Now we had Taya Fraser from Charles Best. Was the fastest qualifier of the group in 44.47, so keep an eye on her. Tanaz Akla Kalon from Burnsview, very fast as well. Leah Vorster will definitely bear watching. Maybe a whole bunch of them will bear watching. This is going to be a very close final.
We actually, we just saw Taya Fraser break the record in the heats.
That's right, she did, yeah.
Or tie the record,
Tied the record, exactly, yeah. So she'll be motivated in the finals.
So she's out in lane 6.
She's the Fraser Valley North champion, also a member of the Coquitlam Cheetahs. It's interesting, though, they've placed her in the final in lane 6, normally lane 4 or 5. Tanaz Aula Colon from Burnsview off to a very fast start. Leah Vorster, Ari Mountain as well. It's going to be a very fast final. These girls are showing stuff they didn't show in the heats. Obviously, they were cruising at the time. Lane 4, Leah Vorster, Ari Mountain. Tanaz Alak Kalan, Burnsview, Taya Fraser holding down third, but it's going to be Vorster, Alak Kalan, and Fraser taking third. Fraser's making a real run. That silver medal, very close. This didn't quite have enough room at the end, but she was gave it a good shot.
Looks like she came in under 44. Just wait for the official times.
So Leah Vorster's time, we'll see.
43.91.
Wow.
And that is a new provincial record for the junior girls. Wow.
Great finish for her. We could see out in lane 6, Taya Fraser making a real run for that silver medal.
But just wasn't able to catch Tanaz Alaka Kalon for that second place finish.
That's right. Anyway, a great race by all three of these girls. PBs for all of them, and all of them broke the record.
That's almost by a second and a half. Wow.
Yeah.
43.13.
Alak Kalan broke the record as well, and Taya Fraser broke the record again. Actually tied it in the heats and broke the record in the final. So congratulations to all three girls.
Another one for the record books, eh?
That's right.
She ran a very tactical race. I think went out at a perfect pace and just was able to hold it together the whole way and finish strong and come out with a very, very fast time.
Junior girls 3,000 meter run final. Gold, bronze, silver. We got 32 runners. We'll introduce them while they run. It's going to be a long 3 kilometers of a sunny, sunny day. Top 32 in BC. And meanwhile, keep wondering if the big purple parasail thing on there, the guy who's saying take off while we're watching. I think the guy said so. Another pole vault happening across the way while we get ready to do. Let's cheer on that pole vaulter. Oh, look at that. Over in the pole vault, he got it. He cleared that height. Well done. I don't know who you are, but an amazing jump. I'm not even sure the bar can get higher.
All right, next up on the track, we have the 3,000 meter finals for junior women. We have a pretty big heat for this. We have about 30 athletes. So we have Ula Palmer-Bird from WL Seton Secondary, Sarah Weeb from Burnaby North Secondary, Sasha DeHaal from Panorama Ridge Secondary, Ember Smith, Revelstoke, Clara Simpson, Reynolds Secondary, Lillian Oliver McLean from Heritage Woods Secondary, Sahana Cooner from JN Burnett, Sage Arkwhite from John Barsby, Elia Comio from Hansworth Secondary, Catherine Kennedy from Robert Alexander, Ari McMath, Frankie Johnston from Valley View Secondary, Lucy Orr from MEI, Taya Holubar from Walnut Grove Secondary, Charlotte Lang from York House Secondary, Leah Robinson, Ari Mountain, Maya Pisek from Mosscrop Secondary, Kimora Piper, Robert Bateman Secondary. We have Chloe Gibson from Burnaby North, Charlie Nelson, Hope Secondary, Presley Hickey, Penticton Secondary, Elsa Rahim, Vancouver Tech, Stella Nadler, Kahiri Secondary, Danica Vrebel from Glen Lyon, Norfolk, Leah Oren, Vancouver Tech, Annabelle Chow, Kitsilano Secondary, Niami Richardson, Glen Eagle, Eva McDonald from Grandview Heights, Tallulah Bathurst from Highland Secondary, Anya Dillon from Nechako Valley, and rounding out the field, Skyla Lewis from Ladysmith.
This is a time final.
We can see the big group there just getting ready on the track.
Wow, a lot of them, 32 of them.
So 3,000 meters will be 7.5 laps around the track. So you can see them starting over at the 200 meter mark. So once they get past that first 200, we'll see about 7 laps in this race.
7.5 laps around the track for this 3,000 meter race. And another pole vaulter about to jump.
At the collegiate and international level, we typically see, we don't really see the 3,000 meter being run much anymore. It's the Olympic level, it's the 5,000 meters. We see the 3,000 meter steeplechase, but kind of once you get into that international level, it's up at the 5,000 level.
Right, with this large number of athletes, they're doing what's called a waterfall start. They're separated into 2 groups. The group on the outside looks like they're getting a bit of a head start, but they actually have to run around some cones. They have to run around some cones, and then they all melt together on the straightaway. So that's why you see them broken into 2 groups. And the cones on the track means that that's creating actually a second lane for them.
That's why they're starting in a bit different spots, but it makes it a bit less chaotic as they're getting their positions.
That's right. This is the largest group we've had in a race so far, 32 athletes. But they will tend to spread themselves out reasonably quickly. There they go. We can see the 2 groups. And we have the chase car.
Oh, that's pretty cool. That's a good view.
That's a good idea. Chase car going out the rabbit. Now they can all merge in. This is where it really gets interesting. There is a huge crowd. This looks like the Vancouver Sun Run. We'll try and keep you posted. Lane Sasha Dalal from Panorama Ridge, early leader. Stella Nadler from Cara High Secondary, sitting in second right now, but it is very early in the race. They're just starting to settle themselves into a pace. Charlotte Lang from York House, sitting comfortably in third. Well, still our early leader is Sasha DeHal. So Sasha Dalal, Stella Nadler from Cara High sitting in second. Charlotte Lang in third right now. Still very early in the race. Those 3 ladies are starting to separate themselves a bit from the pack, and the pack is huge right now. Sasha DeHal from Panorama comes in with the fastest seed time here of 10:22, followed closely by Clara Simpson from Reynolds at 10:26. Charlotte Lang from York House is ranked 3rd going into this. Stella Nadler, who is in second place right now, is actually ranked 7th. Still very early in the race. The record here is set by Mariella Hodson back in 2022 from Elgin Park, 9:54.83. That's a very fast time.
Awards 10, 3:30. Here comes the girls one more time. That's the clock. Big cheers, big cheers. It is hot outside. The wind will help.
That is Sasha DeHal with 5 laps remaining.
No matter where you at on that track, girls, you are top 32 in BC. You went through cities, you went through zones, and you made it this far. You are fast. My most recent 3,000 meter time was about 37 minutes, so you're doing better than me.
So Sasha DeHal and Stella Nadler both well out in front of the pack.
One more announcement. We're looking for Davey Gibb. Davey Gibb from White Rock Christian. Can you come to the finish line? Davey Gibb from White Rock Christian, come to the finish line.
There's the pace car again. Is that legal?
One more time, Davey Gibb to the finish line.
Here comes Sasha DeHal heading into 4 laps remaining.
Sasha DeHal has a nice lead here early on.
Stella Nadler still with a significant lead in second place.
Yeah, still keeping within distance. Still 4 laps to go, so lots of room to slowly make her way up to Sasha DeHal.
Just trying to make out who's in third place there. Charlotte Lang from York House still holding on to 4th.
Girls, you're all doing so well. Keep up the great running. Everybody here is proud of you. I love these advances in business. So we get cheer forward, not advance. You guys all
Sasha DeHal running a very, very smooth, steady pace here.
Hey, good job, Dad. Oh, and another amazing goal vault across the line. He just cleared it again. I think this is going to clear it before. Great job, Owen. Give us a wing pole vaulter if you can hear us. Great job.
There's Sasha DeHal followed by Stella Nadler. Just trying to nail down who's in third place.
Just making sure one more time.
That is Clara Simpson from Reynolds holding down third. Lucy Orr, MEI. Sorry, Charlotte Lang from York House.
So far, Sasha DeHal from Panorama Sector is having an incredible race. Great 10.
This is where things start to get a bit confusing, where it is possible for lead runners to lap other runners in the race. Makes it a little harder to keep track of, but we'll do the best we can.
Great job, girls. You're running well.
And here comes around the corner Sasha DeHal. We can see her just coming into sight now. He's still our leader. She is coming into 2 laps remaining. Still very, very strong pace. Stella Nadler. Clara Simpson from Reynolds.
Clara Simpson from Reynolds having a great run, only a great 9.
Lucy Orr, MEI, holding down 4th.
Lucy Orr from MEI having a great race as well. Amazing bright green socks.
Catherine Kennedy from Robert Alexander McMath, holding down the next position, and followed by Annabelle Chow from Kitsilano. And we're just kind of coming around with about 600 meters to go on the far side of the track. It is Sasha DeHal, completely in control of this race. Sasha DeHal now will be heading into her bell lap.
Almost ready for the bell lap. A while ago, Sasha's a hero of the crowd right now.
Coming through in 8:40, a very fast pace, moving into through this last lap.
Claire Simpson from Reynolds now moved into second. Stella Nadler now holding down third. Lucy Orr, MEI, in fourth, I should say.
The meet record in this race is 9:54, and she is on pretty good pace for this.
Where's the? I was just trying to find it. She's got to come through. Yeah, I think it's. She's going to be very close, but it's. I think the record is not going to happen today. She is finishing strongly, though. Here she comes with about 140 meters to go. Unless she can put on a real sprint, the record is not likely going to happen.
She'll be gunning for that sub-10 performance.
Just over the record at this point.
It's a great shot of her coming down that home stretch. You can see how fast she's moving.
Right on that 10-minute mark, pretty close.
And Sasha DeHal, 10 flat, 1-0 with the winning time.
Claire Simpson from Reynolds taking second. And that is Stella Nadler from Cara High is going to take third, I believe. There she is, and for some reason she crossed the finish line way on the outside. Not quite sure why that is, but she will take third place.
Now Charlotte Lang in fourth, coming through in 10:27. Lucy Orr in fifth, MEI 10:31. We have a bunch of athletes coming through in those top 15 positions, finishing hard. Great battle between Taya Hooplar and Ember Smith from Revelstoke Secondary.
26 minutes faster than my personal best. Great job, girls. Sprint across that finish line. Be so proud of your school. Your parents are so proud of you.
You see Maya Pysick just crossing the line. She was the race walker that ran such an amazing, or walked such an amazing race.
That's a rare double at this championship.
Very
so that's,
rare.
Great
yeah.
to see her in this race as well.
Normally you don't see race walkers in any other events. They tend to specialize, but we have seen her run in 3 events this weekend. Obviously a lot of stamina. You have a great battle right here. Sarah Weeb from Burnaby North.
It's Charlie Nelson from Hope Secondary. Great battle to the end between the two of them.
Here comes Ellie Hansen from Pacific Academy. And there she finishes the race. Ellie Hansen, Pacific Academy. Great job. Tired bunch of ladies. Tired but happy.
It's a tough race to run, right in the middle of the day when it's getting up to, 24 degrees out. So
yeah,
it's good that the officials have that water station at the front and they can rehydrate. And
There's Sasha DeHal, the winner. Flashing smiles, getting lots of congratulations. Great performance for her.
Take a peek at high jump right now and see if we can continue to shatter the record in high jump. Congratulations, junior boys.
Yeah, we've seen her run a couple races this weekend, so she'll be happy to finish off the meet with that victory.
That's right. Hopefully very shortly we're going to get the final results here up on the screen. Here's Sasha DeHal once again crossing the line. And right there we have the second place finisher, Clara Simpson, finishing strongly. She really made her way up through the ranks.
Yeah, she kind of closed the gap in that last lap. It was about 6 seconds away from Sasha DeHal, so a very fast 10:06 as well.
That's right.
All right, so moving on to the junior men's 3,000 meter final.
And for our athletes too, if you are overheating right now, we have ice water and ice at the red tent and the blue tent at each end of the field. There's a blue tent over by the long jump pit and a red tent by the steeplechase.
Very welcome station here. I thought it was a pace car, but it's a water car right now.
Be good if they could hand out water while they're running. That would be I'm sure super helpful for the athletes, I'm sure.
Uber water. And now we get ready to start the final of the junior men. And here we go with the lineup. We have Cohen Kissman from Kelowna, Alexander Gooding, Fleetwood Park, Isaiah Johnson, Clayton Heights, Coulter Sieben, Kelowna, Finley Bogan, Highland, Park Siemens, MEI, Jesse Charmley from Reynolds, Nolan Wood, Ecole Salish, Lakin Olson, Sardis, Calvin Bott, Sentinel, Jacob Bottling, Carahai, Cameron Meldrum, Carahai, Ruben PNR, Sutherland, Casey Hemstad, Hansworth, Matthew Razio from Highland Secondary. I'll just pause in the introductions here while we see the waterfall start. Once again, two groups, and now they merge. Gets a little crowded here.
That is a lot of runners.
Wow. It is a lot of runners. 32 runners again. Matthew Razio from Highland Secondary, Jack Bolton, Smithers, Tommy Reed, Nechako Valley, Ojas Grover, Siaquam, Advaith Iyer from Burnaby North, Matthew Fandrich, Pacific Academy, Eames Kim, Hansworth, Jason Wang, Semiamu, Magnus Sandell, Howe Sound, Ethan Rainford, Holsworth, Lucerne, William Steger, MEI, Quinn Coleman, Windsor, Francisco Alvarado, Manny Mantilla, Burnaby South, Jared Roberts, Westside, Xavier Sutherland from Kearney, and Chase Piggin from Clarence Fulton, and Isaiah Burke from Dr. Charles Best. That's Isaiah Johnson from Clayton Heights, our early leader. Cohen Kissman from Kelowna, right up there as well. He's sitting in second place.
It's Finley Bogan as well, Highland Secondary, currently sitting in third. And Nolan Wood, Ecole Salish, right on his inside there as well.
Yeah, this is too early to call. These guys are taking the dare to lead the pack.
Luckily, it's not too bunched, so the runners do have a bit of space between each other, so it's not getting too not too much contact at this point in time.
Isaiah Johnson and Cohen Kissman from Kelowna opening up a little bit of distance. Coulter Sieben from Kelowna sitting in third.
William Steiger from MEI. Quinn Coleman, Windsor Secondary. Windsor, champions of basketball and football this year.
Nolan Wood from Ecole Salish right up there as well. It's still Isaiah Johnson with the early lead. Cohen Kissman from Kelowna. They're separating themselves a little bit, starting to open up. They have the third and first fastest times. coming into this race, with Kissman owning the fastest seed time of 9:06, about 20 seconds ahead of the second seeded athlete. But that is Isaiah Johnson. Nolan Wood from Ecole Salish holding down third.
Five laps to go. They're starting to separate themselves from the group, moving at a very quick pace.
Yeah, very fast right now. In terms of seed times, there's about 20 seconds separating Cohen Kissman from Isaiah Johnson. So we'll see where that leads us. Can he maintain this pace?
And we saw a lot of these runners in the 1,500 meter finals as well. Isaiah Johnston was that winner, but Finlay Boggin was in there, Coulter Sieben. So a lot of them going for that double or triple this weekend as well. A lot of them were actually in the finals last year as well. Isaiah Johnston was second place last year, so and a lot of them were grade 11, so they're in their final year, kind of wanting to end their high school career off. Oh, junior category, right. A couple more years.
That's right. The record they're chasing, 8:39.55, was set by Charlie Malatswa from Oak Bay. We have seen him compete very well this weekend. He is not in this race, but we saw him in the 1,500 meters earlier. Wow, they're really taking it out. They turned this into a two-man race. And after that, there's about 100 meters behind. There's a pack of 1, 2, 3, 4, about 8, 9 runners.
That's still Finlay Boggin, Park Siemens, and Nolan Wood leading that separate pack.
Isaiah Johnson is trying to open up some room there. Cohen Kissman wants to stay in contact with him. He can't let him get away. Park Siemens from MEI leading that next pack right at the moment. And I say right at the moment because that is subject to change.
Coming through with about 3 laps to go.
That's Park Siemens now sitting in third.
Finlay Boggin sitting in fourth, and that's Alexander Gooding from Fleetwood Park, who's moved into fifth.
Oh, Isaiah Johnson really opening things up now, and we're getting close to the end of this race. We're more than halfway through, and he's wanting to build a lead that hopefully for him will be insurmountable. Kissman can't afford to let him get too much more out in front. 2 laps remaining. Isaiah Johnson still with that lead. Cohen Kissman from Kelowna.
Not backing down. Still keeping a bit of a distance there.
Parker Siemens opening up some space there for third place. The top 3 spots still pretty definite at this moment. 2 laps remaining. So Park Siemens from MEI tries to separate himself from the pack while sitting in third place.
600 to go.
Isaiah Johnson, we can see on the backstretch, are looking pretty smooth. He looks like he's accelerating a bit now. They're kicking up the pace here. Now, it makes you wonder if he's going to be chasing that record by Charlie Mlotswa. He's going to need to come through in under 60 seconds, though. 62 seconds in that final lap. That's pretty tough after a race like this.
Another record to announce too. Gabri's sister Anha in grade 8 girls shot put with 11.48. Grade 8 girls shot put. Anha Gabri 11.48 for another.
Finley Bogan holding down 4th place. Jesse Charmley from Reynolds. Lakin Olson from Sardis. Coulter Sieben. Looks like our top 3 are pretty much decided here.
Coming through with 200 to go.
He's going to be close to the record, but I don't think it's going to be broken. Unless his name is Usain Bolt over the last 150 meters or so. Here he comes. This is our leader.
100 to go.
Isaiah Johnson. Isaiah Johnson will take this race convincingly.
Oh, he is moving. 8:45.
And here comes Colin Kissman, will take second. And now rounding the corner, Park Siemens from MEI will be our bronze medalist. Finley Bogan from Highland Secondary will take 4th. Little glance over his shoulder there. Now wait a minute, hold on here, folks. Finley Bogan trying to make a run. Oh, wow.
Left it a little too late, but
just
fantastic.
a bit. Yeah, he had some gas left there.
And that was Jesse Charmley from Reynolds coming through in 5th, followed very closely by Lakin Olson from Sardis in 6th. Coulter Sieben, Kelowna, Nolan Wood, Nicole Salish, Advaith Iyer, 9:27. Alexander Gooding, 9:33. Some very fast times. Wow.
That was a good race. Very competitive. Charlie Malasso holds the record in that race. Very high quality runner. We saw that earlier. And these guys are scrambling to the water station at the end.
Isaiah Burke having a great finish here too. Well under 11 minutes. Great job, Isaiah Burke. Again, all 32 of you are the best in BC in the 3,000 meter happening.
That was Francisco Alvarado, Xavier Sutherland, Chase Piggott, and Quinn Coleman coming through. Jason Wang, Semiamu, great finish there as well. There in the replay, you saw the sprint finish between Finlay Bogan and Park Siemens. So great 3rd and 4th finish there.
Yeah, Siemens just able to hold him off at the end. Oh, another great race.
All right, so that concludes the junior men's and women's categories for the 3,000. Now we're moving on to the senior.
And again, we see the rainbow start, or sorry, not rainbow, waterfall. Well, there is a rainbow of colors there.
Makes our job easy.
We have 31 athletes, very large field again. And we have Adriana Boudelar from MEI, Claire Babiak, Oak Bay, Delphine Gosselin, Kitsilano, Kafira Camara from Sir Charles Tupper, Claire Goodison, Windermere, Alida Lennon from Howe Sound, Jivat Sajan from Lord Bin, Mary Neal, West Point Grey, Ava Lewis, Oak Bay, Nellie Leofsons from Brooks, Janea Sandu, Ecole Salish, Lucy Finlayson, West Point. West Point Grey, Brooke Hempstead, Hansworth, Peyton Mansiuk, George Elliott, Amaya Result, From Nanaimo, Jordis Hickey, Penticton, Madeline Rollick. From West Van, Maya Royal. From Revelstoke, Sarah Campbell, Oak Bay. Kara Piggin from Clarence Fulton and Vernon. Lily McDonald, Charles Hayes. Ruby Coleman, Windsor. Rouging Shu from Queen Elizabeth. Claire Barbosa, Corilo. Satoda Fante from Pacific Academy. Samantha Warren, Alpha. Karen Sue, Matthew McNair. Elizabeth Dorfling from Sardis. Ruby Kump, Ari McMath. Ruby Ney, LV Rogers and Trail. And Kaylin Robinson from Mosscrop. Very large field of 31 athletes. Top seeded runner in this group is Adriana Boudelar from MEI. And there she is comfortably heading into the lead with her signature pink socks. Looking very relaxed. Boy, she's got such a soothing, relaxing pace.
She was our 1,500 meter runner, 1,500 meter winner yesterday, running a meet record of 4:25.86. So she's coming off an already phenomenal performance and weekend. Also, Claire Babiak was second in that race, running a very fast 4:35 as well.
The record in this event, 9:33.44, set by Hannah Bennison from Vernon. And I remember that race distinctly. It was my first time doing this broadcast. And she came through and just absolutely shattered the record. A very steaming hot day, and it was almost 10 years ago to the day. And that record still stands, and it's likely going to stand for a while longer.
Yeah, that's a world-class time.
Now, having said that, Adriana Boudelar is in grade 11. She's got another year left over. And she is only going to get better. Claire Babiak from Oak Bay sitting in second. Kiefra Camara in third from Sir Charles Tupper. Still early in the race. We have 6 laps remaining. But Adriana Boudelar is running a race all by herself already this early in the race. Adriana Boudelar still expanding her lead. Claire Babiak from Oak Bay has dropped back now. She is sitting in, still with that pack. She's sitting in 5th place. Delphine Gosselin from Kitsilano now moving into 2nd place, I believe. And here comes Adriana Boudelar with 5 laps. Actually, it should be 4 laps remaining. They're just going to flip the sign now. think that is Claire or Delphine Goslin from Kitsilano sitting in second. Claire Babiak from Oak Bay now moved back into third, but this is to be determined, this group here.
It's also Peyton Manziak from George Eliot Secondary. Currently just running on the outside in about fourth or fifth position, so running quite well.
Claire Goodson from Windermere also right up there in that group. Large number of grade 11s in this race.
So expect to see a lot of them back this year or next year as well.
Some of the athletes, their grades are listed and others are not, but there are 11 listed grade 11 runners in this race, so that's bodes well for the future for sure. And here coming around the corner is Adriana Boudelar. Once again. Delphine Goslin from Kitsilano still hanging on to that second place position along with Claire Babiak from Oak Bay. But this next pack is
still anyone's race.
I don't know what's going to happen there. Somebody has got to take charge there pretty soon.
Still have about 3 laps to go, so there's still the opportunity to separate from that pack.
This is what we would call a tactical race down here among the next grouping. First place is already pretty much decided. But nobody there willing to really stick their neck out and take charge. Could create a very interesting sprint at the finish. They're back at the 200-meter mark. We see Adriana Boudelar. What a beautiful running stride she has. She looks so relaxed.
Looks so effortless.
That's
but
right.
She is moving at a very quick pace, so it's hard to even tell.
That's right. And she's got such a long stride. It's very deceptive.
Here she is coming down the home stretch, coming up on 2 laps to go.
She seems to have a little bit of push on each step. That's the deceiving part of her stride.
With one athlete left, trying for 4.6 meters. So if you're watching on there, 4.6 meters.
And she's already coming off a couple races this weekend, so
yeah, she's been a busy girl.
It's great she's able to still maintain this quick pace, especially in this heat wave. I feel like that's out there right now. It's a hot one.
Speaking of heat waves, I remember vividly when Hannah Bennison set the record, it was well up in the 30s that day, just a boiling hot day. And be able to see it down past the finish line, there's a light post and it creates a shadow on the track. And all of the runners immediately finishing after that race immediately headed for there to lay down in the shade. That was the only shade around. I think it was up around 34 degrees that day.
Wow.
Horrible day to be running at 3,000 meters. But the end result was a record that still stands today, 10 years later. Now here comes Adriana Boudelar from MER. She has about 500 meters to go. She's just going to be heading into her bell lap. And it gets interesting. I'm not sure where the pack is now. We see the pack just crossing the 200-meter mark now. Kiefer Camaro has now moved up into that group. It is Claire Babiak, Maya Royal, and here comes the next pack. This is Claire Babiak, Maya Royal, Claire Babiak. Okay, Maya Royal has come from nowhere here. She's from Revelstoke, running very strongly. And then the next pack has, Claire Babiak, Kiefer Camara, and Peyton Manzik from George Eliot, along with Claire Goodison from Windermere. Maya Royal, is grade 11 from Revelstoke, really running an astounding race here. And here comes Adriana Boudelar. She is going to be our winner. Adriana Boudelar finishes in roughly 9:55. Their little victory signal. And here comes our second place finisher, Maëlle Royal from Revelstoke. Wow, what a race she has run. Claire Babiak battling it out in third place now with Kiefra Camara from Sir Charles Tupper. Maya Royal takes second, just crossing the line now. Claire Babiak from Oak Bay. Kefira Camara from Sir Charles Tupper. Wow, great finish there.
And that's Lita Lennon coming through.
This is where it gets really confusing. We have a whole stream of them coming through all at the same time.
That was Jordis Hickey from Penticton Secondary, rounding out in 8th place. Ava Lewis from 9th from Oak Bay Secondary. Jivut Sajan from Lord Byng Secondary, 1046 in 10th place. Lots of hard finishes at the end here. Quite a few athletes under that 11-minute mark, which is very fast. That's Brooke Hempstead and Amaria Zalt just coming through the finish line there.
We have a little medical mishap, seems going on down at the finish line.
Maybe a bit of a heat exhaustion down there.
Very likely, yeah. Not surprising with the way the weather is today. Deceptively warm.
That's Elizabeth Dorfling coming through the finish line there, finishing strong.
You see the top three finishers are high-fiving. Adriana Boudelar, Claire Babiak, and Maya Royal. And great race for Adriana Boudelar from MEI and winning that dominantly. But we have another story within a story here. Maya Royal from Revelstoke, who was ranked 18th, and her seed time was well over a minute behind some of the other athletes, and she came through big time to finish second. So congratulations to her. Claire Babiak, Oak Bay, taking third.
Yeah, I think Maya Royal paced herself perfectly. She was kind of sitting back for the first couple laps, and I think she just kind of realized, oh, I have a lot left over, and then she just kind of took off and commanded that second place finish.
Her seed time is probably based on qualifying up in the Okanagan or Kootenay zone. May not have had the kind of competition that she was facing today, and she definitely rose to the occasion there. So that's a great effort for her. Hannah Benison from Vernon, you can sleep well tonight. Your record is still safe for another year.
We'll see next year, though, with Adriana coming back.
That's right. And Maëlle Royal will be back next year as well. Claire Babiak, I'm not sure what grade she is in. Beside her, it says grade 9, but that can't be right. Now, she would likely, if she's in grade 9, be running as a junior, but we don't know that for sure. Anyway, now we move on to the final 3,000 meter race of the day. Oh, sorry, no, we have a couple more. We have the grade 8s as well following this. Again, a very large field, 32 runners. And here we go. This is the grouping. Riley Simmons from Sardis, Samuel May, W.J. Mowat, Peter Kunka, Summerland, Ethan Nozick, Claremont, Andrew Neal, West Point Grey, James Dowdy, Eric Amber, Parker Aiken, Victoria High, Miles Graham, Unity Christian, Kai Collingwood, Okanagan Mission, Arata Nakanishi from Robert Bateman, Nico Stockwell, Sir Charles Tupper, Carl Von Papen, Reynolds, Kukan Narbit from Richmond Secondary, Camille Pisek from Killarney, Owen Sanquist Sherman from St. Michael's University School, Liam Graham, Samuel Robertson, Victor Von Papen, Lambert Park, Benjamin Smith, Templeton, Ethan Cohen, Langley Fundamental, Mason Berg, MEI, Jason Sandu, Fleetwood Park, Ethan Peregrine, Sahali Secondary from Kamloops, Kai Jan, Glen Eagle, Arjan Sandu, Ecole Salish, Abrij Nagra from Fleetwood Park, Asher Barrett, Glen Eagle, Sita Funiyama from R.A. McMath, Ryan Eng, Steveston, London, Samuel Bunn from Heritage Christian, Christian Richards, Prince George, Lucas Karina from Burnaby Central, and rounding out the field, Bryn Price from Smithers Secondary. You've come a long way, baby. Another little bit of history with this next race. 8 years ago in 2017, Charlie Donat from Hansworth Secondary, in the weeks leading up to the BC High Schools, he made a bold prediction that he was going to break the record in the 3,000. And at the time, the 3,000 was kind of a rare event. You don't see it very often. And he predicted he was going to break the record. And again, it was a very, very hot day, and I can't remember offhand who it was that was pacing him. They must have had some deal going on, and they paced him really well, and he set the record. He did break it, lived up to his own prediction with a record of 8:15.93, and that is Charlie Donat from Hansworth.
Went on to have a successful career at SFU as well. So
that's right. Yeah.
That can be...
Well, it was kind of funny at the time. It was considered to be a little bit brash, you know. And again, it wasn't really a common event. So anyway, worked out well for him. And I remember that day. It was very exciting to comment on that race.
I mean, if you look back at the history, most of the 3,000 meters we've seen in terms of winning times is around the 3:30s, 3:40s, sometimes in the 8:20s if we're lucky. But that 8:15 was...
That's pretty darn
something
fast.
Special, yeah.
Yeah, that was very fast. Yeah, that was sort of like calling your next pool shot. Just a brief pause in the action. The athletes for the senior men have not checked in just yet.
Thought I did see them walking over there. I'm not sure.
I thought so too,
Not
but
sure where they went.
they've disappeared. You can see over on the far side of the track the pole vault happening.
Even further behind, you can see the pole vault. You might see, or not the pole vault, the javelin. You might see a giant spear being thrown up in the air just by that giant screen in the background.
The bar in the pole vault right now is set at 460. Pretty good height. That's a very good height, in fact. Not sure what the record is, but it's not far away. I think the record is around 485 or something like that. So that's getting up there.
Quite a big heat here as well. Time finals. There's about 33 athletes. Reminds me of watching the cross-country championships, how there's just a herd of runners, about 100, 150 runners all taking off at the same time.
That's right.
It's quite a sight to see.
I don't know if you've ever seen at the start at the Vancouver Sun Fun Run. That's crazy. 50,000 plus runners, all converging on the same spot. Sometimes the lead runners, between the time the lead runners cross the start line and the last back of the pack, is sometimes up to 10 minutes. It's so congested.
Yeah, still waiting to even get started.
Oh, very near attempt at 460 over there in the pole vault. Yeah, so I'm not sure what's happened with the 3,000 meter men.
Just looking at some results from the field. We had the senior men's long jump happening today. Winning jump of 698 by Nathan Roth. Terry Fox secondary. A very long jump.
Yeah, almost 23 feet.
Got that on his last jump, his last attempt. Though the wind was illegal, still a very far jump. That's the men's senior pole vault happening right now on the other side of the track. We'll have the junior women's high jump happening at 2:30 today, so that's probably currently in process. We don't have the current standings, but that's happening over on the west side of the track. Had the senior women's triple jump won by Sophia Varma with the 12:10. That happened earlier today.
That's a good jump. The award presentation going on for the senior girls 400 meter hurdles. That was a great race. Some very happy girls there.
Yeah, very close between those top three finishers.
That's right.
And I think the 3,000 meter runners are actually near the start line. I can see them all huddled under a tent, so maybe there's
yes, they are. Yeah.
maybe a bit of a malfunction with the timing, or
Yeah, not
them
sure
just trying to get this start ready.
what the holdup is. We're just starting for the first time on the weekend, run a little bit behind schedule.
Following this event, we'll have the 800 meter finals, 200 meter finals, the 3,000 meter time finals for grade 8 boys and girls, and then the grand finale 4x400s. Looking forward to those as well.
Right. Exciting way to finish off any track meet.
And it looks like they're getting the call to get ready.
There we see the athletes getting ready to start now. We see the waterfall start set up again. 32 athletes, as we introduced earlier. Pace car following them once again. Yeah, I'd like that job. Riley Simmons, Sardis, moving into the very early lead. Andrew Neal, West Point Grey, right up there as well. Samuel May from WJ Mowat, but that's our very early in the race, just barely getting going.
The pack's already separated quite a bit, so lots of room for them early in the race.
Looks like Samuel May sitting in second place from WJ Mowat. Andrew Neal, West Point Grey.
Ethan Nozick, Claremont Secondary in that bunch as well.
Arjan Sandu, Nicole Salish now settling into second place. Samuel May, WJ Mowat holding down third. Let's see, 6 laps remaining. Still a lot of time, a lot of distance to cover. That's Riley Simmons, good view of him. Arjun Sandhu, Nicole Salish sitting in second right at the moment.
Is that Peter Kunka sitting in fourth? Couldn't quite catch that, but
yes, I think so.
yeah, we saw Riley Simmons yesterday in the 1500 meters set that meet record of 350.08. So he's coming off a fantastic win. We also saw Peter Kunka was fourth in that race with a very quick 351 as well. Arjan Sandhu as well from Nicole Salish was fifth. So lots of these athletes are going for the double and coming off some very fast performances yesterday.
And I think in sitting in fifth place, that is Andrew Neal from West Point Grey. Field starting to spread out just a bit. Just over 4.5 laps remaining.
We were talking about this earlier, but the meet record in this race is held by Charlie Denat from Handsworth at 8:15.93 back in 2017. So the time to chase.
Riley Simmons' seed time coming into this is about 17 seconds off that. But we do remind you, Riley Simmons is grade 11, so he has another year here. We sincerely hope we see him back next year, bigger and better.
Samuel May coming off a third place performance from last year, and Peter Kunka a fifth place position. So they're back for round 2 this year.
Arjun Sandhu right up there. Now Peter Kunka moving into second place. But at this point in the race, that pack, their exact position is sort of meaningless. The rubber really hits the road in the last lap or so.
Yeah, Riley Simmons being the junior champion last year, so still early in his career as a high school athlete. Moving at a very quick pace down that backstretch.
That is, I think, Peter Kunka from Summerland in the lead right at the moment. Riley Simmons nesting in right behind him. Arjun Sandhu right up there as well. Samuel May, W.J. Mowat. In terms of seeding, Riley Simons is the top seeded, followed by Samuel May. Peter Kunka, third seeded. They're looking pretty cozy right now. They're not setting a blistering pace. I suspect this might turn into a tactical race more than a speed race.
It's Andrew Neal, West Point Grey, sitting currently in fourth. Still anyone's race, though. Wow.
Yeah. So we now have a pack of 7 just beginning to separate. And they're going to have a little fun here changing leads.
Arjan Sandhu making a bit of a move, taking the lead, taking that initiative.
He is the 24th ranked athlete in this event, but we've seen what can happen there. It doesn't matter what your ranking is coming in, it's what you do when you're here.
Yeah, he ran a great 1,500 meters yesterday, so we know he has the speed and the endurance.
So he's leading right now. Peter Kunka, Riley Simons, and Samuel May.
It's Ethan Nosek currently sitting in 5th place as well, so he's joined that pack as well.
Right, he could be in the mix as well. Andrew Neal, West Point Grey, is staying close to the pack.
Oh, still anyone's race. Coming through with about 600 to go.
So about 600, just a little less than 600 meters to go. Arjun Sandhu, and now moving up there we have
It's Ethan Nozick from Claremont, moving into first with the bell lap.
Wow, he's really taken off now. He means business. Peter Kunka still holding down second place.
Riley Simmons in fourth, responding.
Sandhu still hanging in there in third. This is going to be a great finish. Now it gets a little confusing because they're going to be lapping. Now Peter Kunka moving into the lead. Ethan Nozick still right up there. Peter Kunka, Nozick now making a run.
Arjan Sandhu still sitting in third, but looks like it's Peter Konka coming with 100 meters to go.
Kunka looking over his shoulder, and he is accelerating away from the group. Ethan Nozick, Claremont. Arjan Sandhu, Nicole Salish will take third. Riley Simmons from Sardis will take fourth.
Samuel May coming through in fifth.
Wow, great
and
run.
Andrew Neal, West Point Gray in sixth.
That was a great run by Peter Kunka. He, very strategic race. Great tactics. He saved his best for last, and that brought him the victory.
I think that was critical, making sure that you had enough at that last 200, 250.
That's right.
Make sure you had that kick.
Yeah.
Given how close it was. Winning time for Peter Kunka, 8:31.51, so a very fast time. Ethan Nozick, 8:32.44. Arjan Sandhu, that third place finish with 8:35. Your top three finishers.
Sandhu is grade 11, so he has another year back here. I hope to see him. Asher Barrett from Glen Eagle and Coquitlam finishing very strongly.
Sita Fanyami from RA McMath finishing strong as well.
This is Bryn Price from Smithers Secondary. Wow, great finish for all these guys.
Great finish. Everybody out there loving money. One more round of applause for our senior boys 3,000 meter runners. The Shitty has almost taken over the whole front of the track, but not quite yet.
Maybe like 5 minutes.
Yeah, for sure. No rush.
Now we'll be preparing for the 800 meter final, starting with 3
Runners at the end of the finish area finding whatever shade they can grab onto. There's not a whole lot down there, but they're looking for it. Peter Konka showing the replay there, little chest thump. Looking over his shoulder, make sure there's nobody closing in on him.
All right, they're getting set up on the track for the 800-meter finals. So we'll have the grade 8 boys, girls, junior girls, boys, and then the senior girls and boys 800 meters. So 6 races coming up.
Are we running the boys first or the girls first?
This will be the grade 8 girls.
Grade 8 girls, okay. Stepping on the track right now, we're just getting ready for the finals of the grade 8 girls. And the next series of races are all finals. We see the girls just getting set up for the start of the grade 8 girls 800. We'll be doing the start in just a few moments' time. Good look at Alexandra Eyre from West Point Grey Academy. And we're ready to do the introductions in just a moment here. We will introduce them starting from lane 8, working down. Okay, first of all, we have Rachel Hardy in lane 1, West Point Grey. Lane 2, Lucy D, St. John Paul. Lane 3, Avery Hines, Semiahmoo. Lane 4, Evelyn Argyle Anderson, Dover Bay. Lane 5, Elliot Vandermeer, Claiborne Middle. Lane 6, Bryn Riley, Nanaimo District. Lane 7, Olivia Bernaro, Langley Christian. And Lane 8, Alexandra Eyre from West Point Grey Academy.
Stand up. Lane 8, you have to stop out, Tate.
The fastest heat time here belongs to Bryn Riley from Nanaimo District. She'll be running out of lane 6. Elliot Vandermeer, Claiborne Middle, had the second fastest at 2:27.40. The record here is a very fast 2:17.97 by Maya Buckler from Kitsilano. They have to run around the corner, and then there is a cut-in point, and they can all cut into the inside lane. And there we see the cones. We see on the outside Olivia Bernero from Langley Christian really rocketing across the track to take that inside lane. That is Bryn Riley from Nanaimo District with the early lead.
Bryn Riley had the top seat time earlier today. She does have the early lead from Nanaimo District, but it is close.
Bryn Riley, Olivia Bernero, Langley Christian sitting in second. No, it's still very, very tightly bunched, so this is going to get interesting now. Coming through in the first lap in about 1:10, 1:15. Bryn Riley, Olivia Bernero still with the lead. top two.
These girls already ran 800 meters at 8:30 this morning. They started us off with the crack of dawn this morning. Maybe not the crack of dawn, but 8:30 a.m. is still pretty early. And a few hours later, they're out here running again in the heat. And we have full shade now from half of the track.
The sense that Olivia Brunero is getting set to make a move here now. See Elliot Vanderburg from Claiborne Middle right up there as well.
Just over 200 meters to go.
Evelyn Argyle Anderson from Dover Bay.
Just grade eights, running 12, 13 years old, running
But now,
for gold medal. Here we go.
Olivia Brunero from Langley Christian is taking over. Olivia Brunero, Bryn Riley, Elliot Vandermeer from Claiborne Middle in third place. And that is going to be the finishing order. It'll be Olivia Brunero, Bryn Riley, and Elliot Vandermeer from Claiborne Middle taking the bronze medal.
An official time of 2:26:35 for Olivia Brunoro. Bryn Riley in second, 2:27:30. And in third place, Elliot Vandermeer in 2:29. So 3 very fast times for your top 3 finishers.
Olivia Brunero looking very happy, getting some hugs from teammates and friends. Actually, we see some kids from other schools there.
Great strong finish by her at the end there.
Very determined look on her face. Great job. So that concludes our first final of the 800 meters. We now move on to the grade 8 boys. We have a very fast record in this event of 2:02.98, set by Hudson Irvine from Earl Marriott back in 2019. That is a very fast time. And I don't think we'll be seeing that one broken today. MD Andaya from Sir Charles Tupper, Marcus Govro, St. George's, Ashram Shagfat, Carson Graham, Rio Nugan, Sir Winston Churchill, Christosimos Mesotopitas from Vancouver College, Oliver Van Nostrand from Shuswap, Wesley Chung, Burnaby North, and Milo Pelletier from Calmalca, secondary in Vernon. Fastest seed time coming in here was from Rio Nguyen from Sir Winston Churchill. He'll be running out of lane 5.
They ran a 2:09 in the heat, so a very fast qualifying time. Just actually a couple seconds faster than the rest of the athletes.
That's right.
So he ran a really good heat. But anything can happen in this this final.
That's right. He is looking like he wants to take that lead early in the race, so he's going to be cutting in. As soon as he gets past that cone, he's going to be heading for the inside lane. Settling in behind him, Wesley Chung from Burnaby North. Marcus Govro from St. George's as well. Rio Nguyen from Sir Winston Churchill. He's now settling comfortably in there. He had the fastest heat time.
It's Chrysostomos leading the pack from Vancouver College coming through the bell lap.
Right, and Rio Nguyen from Sir Winston Churchill.
He's looking nice and relaxed, wow.
Sitting in second.
Coming through in 65, very fast pace.
Yeah, he's looking like he's in command of this race. Mesotopitas from Vancouver College. Rio Nguyen from Sir Winston Churchill holding down second. But Mesotopitas is trying to open up a little bit of distance.
Great arm action.
Marcus Gavro from St. George's School way back in the pack looking like he wanted to make a move there. I think he still does.
Oh, he's starting to move, starting to make it.
Here we go. Here comes Rio Nguyen. He is now going for it, and we're going to have a dandy battle. Mesotopodus is holding him off. He's not letting him go by. He has really finished strongly. Newen may get caught for second. We have a battle there. We have two athletes passing him. And he does get past. Mesotopodus has given it his all. And we're going to have to wait for second, third, and fourth there because that was very close. Can't call it from this angle.
Looks like it was Rio Nguyen from Sir Winston in second in 2:11. And Oliver Van Nonstrand, Schuschwab, sprinting into third place. Had a fantastic kick to finish in that third place spot. And Marcus Gavreau from St. George's in that fourth place position.
I think Rio Nguyen maybe used up a little bit too much gas trying to catch him at the end, and they're very close to getting past there. You can see how close it was. A little bit of nudging there. Wow. Okay, we'll have to get the final results. Rio Nguyen in second, it looks like. Van Nostrand in third. Guvro in fourth. That was a great finish, though. Very exciting.
That's what you like to see in the 800-meter finals, all-out sprint to the end. Hard to call it. It's that close. Wow.
And here we go now with the junior women, 800 meters. We'll be giving you the introduction in just a moment.
All right, in the junior women's 800 meters, we have in lane 1, Natasha Kiljansky from R.A. McMath. Lane 2, Malviz Liu from Okanagan Mission. In lane 3, Adelaide Albert from Parkland. In lane 4, C.L. Fitzpatrick, Rockridge. We have Charlotte Go, Frances Kelsey, Amelia Ann Liu, Okanagan Mission. Linky Rath from Kamloops Christian, and Katie Rourke from Kitsilano Secondary.
We have two sisters in this race, the Liu sisters from Okanagan Mission.
Looks to be Amelia Ann Liu taking that early lead at a very quick pace. Linky Rath followed closely behind, and C.L. Fitzpatrick closely following.
Charlotte Goff, I think, sitting in fourth place. But it is Liu from Okanagan Mission. Amelia Ann Liu really opening things up. Linky Rath sitting in second. C.L. Fitzpatrick, Rockridge. Charlotte Goff sitting in fourth.
Wow, she is moving at a quick pace.
Holy cow, yeah. The record here is 2:07, but that's not going to happen today. That is such an amazing record. We may not see that one broken for another 40 or 50 years. I don't know. That was a good one. So it is Amelia Ann Liu from Okanagan Mission. Pretty fast here.
Coming through with 100 meters to go. In great position.
Oh, she's going to be very close to that record, surprisingly close. C.L. Fitzpatrick now moving into second. Linky Rath holding down third. Wow, this is going to be a very fast time. She's going to be under 2:10.
Wow.
Very close to 2:10. Charlotte Goff sitting there in fifth place. That was a great race by Amelia Ann Liu. Very surprised. She came in with a 2:14 time in the heats, but 2:10 or so. What's the exact time on that?
2:10.42.
2:10.42. That is a very fast time. Just 4 seconds off a very amazing record. So Lou Fitzpatrick taking second, Linky Rath taking third, Adele Albert from Parkland in fourth, Charlotte Goff, Frances Kelsey in fifth, Kate Rourke.
It's Kitsilano 2:20, Melviz Liu, Okanagan Mission 2:22, and Natasha Giljansky 2:31. So all very fast times. Wow.
But for Amelia Onlu, that was almost like an out-of-body experience for her. That was amazing.
I was going to say, it looked like she was taking it out too strong, but she just didn't slow down.
That's right.
So she paced that perfectly.
Yeah.
And ran a phenomenal time. Probably one of the fastest times we've seen in quite a number of years.
It is,
like you said, was actually pretty close to that record. So expect good things to come from her over the next couple of years.
So just for reference, the senior record is 2:08, and she is just 2 seconds away from that, and she's in grade 10. So she's got another 2 years if she sticks with it. Okay, here we have the junior men. Hudson DiGenova, Oak Bay, Sasha Goodeye, Charles Best, William Cram, Ladysmith, Finn Adamson, Glenland, Norfolk, Gabriel Veloso, Sullivan Heights, Miguel Phillips, South Delta, Mahi Marwaha from RE Mountain, and Colin Nishi from RA McMath. And we do have a couple of athletes dip under the 2-minute barrier here. Miguel Phillips, William Cram, and Sasha Goodeye from Charles Best. The record is 1:54.50, set back in 2014 by Dean Ellenwood from Langley. Finn Adamson, Glenland, Norfolk, really jumping out there right now. Wow, he's really opening it up.
It's Mahi Marwaha from RE Mountain, and Miguel Phillips following closely behind. And Gabriel Veloso in fourth place, but Hudson DeNova from Oak Bay moving up into third, but it's going to be Finn Adamson with a commanding lead coming through in that final lap.
Now the rest of the pack is still, everybody is within, say 3 to 5 meters of each other. They're still up in the air there.
Actually, looks like Finn Adamson came through in about 56, which is a very quick pace.
That's really fast.
Still looking strong with 200 meters to go.
He comes through in less than 30 seconds. He could be very close to that record. He is really flying right now. $1:54.50. Wow. Is he? I think he's going to be close here. Let's keep an eye on this. 2:53.54. Wow, very close. That is something I did not expect to see today. I was focusing so much on that, I missed out the next group of guys. I was watching the clock.
That was William Cram from Ladysmith coming in second with a great finish on the outside. Miguel Phillips from South Delta, second, 1:59, and Gabriel Veloso in fourth, 1:59. So you had a big group in that second to fifth position, just in that 2-minute flat. Wow.
1:55.27. So he was that close, less than a second away. I was kind of wondering when he went off so fast in that first lap.
I was going to say I was a little worried seeing the split time, but I think, switched gears when he went through that first lap and started
That's
going
right.
even quicker, and
Yeah.
was able to hold it off the entire race and come through with a fantastic winning time.
I was worried and encouraged both at the same time.
That was a gutsy race, but
Very, yeah.
I think
So-
I think he knew what he was doing. He looked pretty confident and happy at the end, though.
That's right. So I think that's probably the second fastest time ever. I would be willing to guess. I don't know for sure. But very fast time. Here we have Chloe Simon, Lord Bing, Ava Rodway, Pacific Academy, Rory O'Brien, Sutherland, Maggie Epp, GW Graham, Maya Vizina, St. Andrews Regional, Bria Gillette, Nanaimo District, Gabby Barton, Crofton House, Rachel Malau, West Point Gray, rounding out the field. All smiles. This is the senior women's final. And again, this promises to be a very competitive race. Maggie Epp coming through with the fastest heat time, and Bria Gillette right behind with the 2:15. The record here is held by Laurie Durward from Handsworth, 2:08.61.
That's Maggie Epp taking the early lead, followed closely by Rory O'Brien. But still pretty close. The pack is pretty much all together, so still anyone's race.
That's right. We're heading into their bell lap, and yeah, they're very close to each other. Rory O'Brien with a slight lead right now. But all 8 of them are still in contention. Chloe Simon right up there as well. You can expect she'll start to move up.
We know she has the speed.
And very importantly here, the experience too. But she's been a pretty busy girl this week and today.
Well, she's starting to make a move, sitting there currently
There she
in
goes.
third.
They're starting to move now. That's Rory O'Brien from Sutherland right up there as well. Chloe Simon now with just over 200 meters to go. She's making her move. And
Oh,
here
there she goes.
Yeah, there's the sprint. And what a sprint it is. She looks like a 200-meter runner there. Wow, what a finish. It is Chloe Simon.
Maya Vizina followed closely behind, with Rory O'Brien there as well.
And it is going to be Chloe Simon. She's going to come through with a very fast time here. Chloe Simon coming through in about 2:12. Maya Vizina and Rory O'Brien from Sutherland.
Close finish between Bria Gillette and Maggie Epp as well for that 4th and 5th place spots. But the winning time for Chloe Simon, 2:12.45. Very fast.
That is a very good time, yes.
What, did it fly over the place?
That's somebody who's going to sleep well tonight.
She's had a fantastic weekend.
She has, yeah. She's won everything she's gone in. And I'm not sure if she's running in the 4x4 or not.
That was great to see. You kind of just saw her switch gears at about 200 to go. Full-on sprint, and was able to come to a commanding win.
That's right.
Now look how strong she looks in that final. There's your winning time. Chloe Simon, Lord Bing, 2:12.46. Maya Vizina from St. Andrews Regional High, 2:13. And Rory O'Brien from Sutherland, 2:15.18. So your top 3 finishers. All right, in the senior men's 800, we have Jacob Amos out in lane 8, Killarney Secondary. Lane 7, Noah Lowers from Credos Christian. Lane 6, Quinn Tveit Borgenstrand from Hansworth. We have Maverick Ricola from Penticton Secondary. Bernardo Sada representing Walnut Grove Secondary. In lane 3, Sam Nystrom from Gladstone. Lane number 2, representing Penticton Secondary as well, Miles Hayden. And in lane 1, Egan Franny from Stellies Secondary.
This is going to be a great final as well. One of many.
I think it's anyone's race. The heats were pretty much all within that 156 to 158 time, so expect to see something fast here.
Yeah, all 8 athletes were under the 158 range in the heats. Bernardo Sada, Maverick Ricola both ran very strong races, 156s. Maverick Ricola with the lead right at the moment. Noah Lowers, Credo Christian holding down second. Can't quite tell who's in third there. Bernardo Sada from Walnut Grove. And it is Maverick Ricola from Penticton Secondary going into the bell lap.
57, quick pace.
Noah Lowers. Now, who's that going into the lead there? Is that Quinn Tveit Borgenstrand? I think that's Quinn Tveit Borgenstrand from Hansworth. All of a sudden rocketed into the lead.
Noah Lowers responding though.
Yeah, Maverick Ricola hanging right in there. It's now a 3-man race. This is going to be a dynamite finish. So we have Borgenstrand, Ricola, and Noah Lowers. And it is Noah Lowers breaking out. Noah Lowers, Maverick Ricola. And Borgenstrand taking third. Wow, great finish.
Noah Lowers with a 154.15. Wow. That was a fantastic run. Maverick Ricola in second with 154.93. And Quinn Tveit Borgenstrand with a 155.65 with that third place position.
All right, that was the dynamite final. Noah Lowers timed that perfectly. He stayed with the pack, kind of let them set the pace, and then at the end he had enough left to win. A great race by him.
Look how strong he looked in that last 50 meters.
He did, yeah.
His form looked perfect. He doesn't even look tired. Wow.
I bet he is, though.
Yeah. Well, with that time, that's a very fast time.
Yeah. Oh, the record in that event, 150.70, set way back in 1984. So that's our 41-year-old record by Peter Sharp from Mountain Secondary. Peter Sharp went on to compete well internationally, as I believe, and at the college level. But that's a once-in-a-generation record as well. 41 years old.
Ah, exciting race.
And that concludes the 800-meter runs. Coming up next, we have the 200-meter finals. And we've got some dandies coming up here.
If I was not announcing, I would get in on that. Please do help out BC School Sports. Actually, right, and also while we're here, let's do a big thank you to BC School Sports for putting on such a great event as well. The BC School Sports employees are working so hard, 15 hours, 16 hours a day, to make this happen. Round of applause. time we get their officials, let's also thank all the volunteers out there today, all the volunteers helping the team. Thank you, volunteers. Again, one garbage bag full, one big bag of candy.
We're getting ready now for some real speed events. The finals of the men's and women's all age groups 200 meters. That's going to be some dandy races here. And we have a few situations where we could have some records broken. In fact, we did see some records broken in the heats. We're starting off in just a few minutes with the grade 8s. Just a brief pause in the action right now while the starting crew moves all their equipment.
Looks like some people are already picking up garbage, trying to get the elusive, massive bag of candy. So thank you. Keep up the good work as you pick up that garbage down there. Yes, boys. I see the boys down there. A couple of 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds working hard. Keep up the good work, boys. We're going to get you that candy. You don't go out on the track to pick up the garbage, though. Let's keep doing this if you can.
We'll be getting ready to start the 200 meters in just a few moments. We have the athletes lining up. The first group, this is the grade 8 girls. Time-wise, we're running just a little bit behind, about 15-20 minutes. We hope to make that up. We have Serena Chapman from Dover Bay in lane, Elizabeth Linder from Dover Bay in 8. Briar Balaka, Stitos Lalem. Lane 6, Julissa Veenstra, North Surrey. Blake Towers in 5 from Little Flower. In lane 4, Chioma Uzozi from York House. Jada Waite from St. Thomas More in 3. Ileana Arens from Abbey Christian in 2. And Serena Chapman, Dover Bay in lane 1. Fastest time in the East came from Chioma Uzozi from York House at 25:79. She was the only one that cracked under the 26-second barrier. That's a very fast time.
Very fast.
The record is 25:26, held by Evian Marie Dea from Pacific Academy. Set last year. And we'll watch for her out in lane 4. And she's off to a rocket start, along with Jada Waite from St. Thomas More running inside her. And Jada Waite is really flying now. She got off to a great start coming around that corner. Ran a great turn. It is Jada Waite, Chioma Uzozi, and moving up, Julissa Veenstra may have taken second place. I don't know. That was very close.
Julissa on the outside just came out of nowhere. Wow.
That's right.
25:76 for Julissa Veenstra with the win.
Right.
Jada Waite in second, 25:79, and Chioma Uzoi in third, 25.91. Wow.
So Veenstra, yeah, she came out of nowhere there. Jada White looked so strong coming around that corner. She looked to have that race completely in control.
She ran a fantastic turn.
Yeah, that was... yeah, she did. She just nipped through there. It was very close. Veenstra, 25.77, 25.79. I did say it was close. 2/100ths of a second.
It doesn't get closer than that. Wow.
No. So great race for those ladies. The record of 25.26, Yvonne Marie Dia from Pacific Academy still stands. Lives to battle another year. Great start to our 200-meter finals. Now we move on to the grade 8 men. We'll do the introductions in just a moment's time. We have Jackson Ewart, Glenland Norfolk. Lane 7, Tassie Lianga, St. Andrews. Lane 6, Cassiope Udamaga from Shasti Kel. Louis Gonzaga, Vancouver College. Cole Walters, St. George's. Narianne Deer from St. Thomas More. Lane 2, we have Brody Powalchuk from Brookswood. And in lane 1, Andrew Chin from R.A. McMath. Cole Walters will be the one to watch in lane 4 from St. George's. He was just, let's see, 6/100ths of a second off the record held by Jackson Bradley from R.A. McMath. Sorry, David Midgley, 23:13.
Kasobi Udamaga had a fast heat as well, 23.95, so keep an eye out for him as well. Out in lane 6.
All right, we potentially could have a record here. Cole Waters looking very strong. Gonzaga from Vancouver College looking strong as well. Cole Waters looking very powerful. But coming down the outside, Udamaga from Shasti Kel. That's going to be a very close finish, and I'm sorry, I can't call it from here.
Looks like Udamaga might have just outleaned him at the end.
Yeah.
To wait for the official results. And 23.53 for Udamaga.
23.53, and that would be a new record. 23.54. Sorry, just outside the record. Very close, though. 23.13 is the record.
Cole Waters a great run as well, running in lane 4 there. 23.61, so he'll be really happy with that time. And that was Louis Gonzaga from Vancouver College in third, 24.05.
Yeah, looking at that angle, he did have, pretty good lean there. So Cassiope Udamaga, Shasti, Kelly Road Secondary, 23.54 winner. Now we move on to the junior women. I've been looking forward to this one. I think we can expect to see some very fast times here. Taya Fraser in lane 8, Charles Best. Sophia Zanone from R.E. Mountain in lane 7. Jayla Dennis, Centennial in lane 6. Peyton Rogers in 5 from R.A. McMath. Lane 4, Avion Marie Dean, Pacific Academy. In lane 3, Kaylee Lofstrom, KLO. In lane 2, from Langley Christian, Chloe Agabaku. And in lane 1, Ashni Patel, Burnaby Central.
So we saw in the heats, Jayla Dennis and Avion Mary Dean both break the previous junior girls provincial record. Jayla Dennis with that exceptional 24:37.
Avion Marie Dean, we just mentioned her name moments ago. She is the record holder in the grade 8 division. I'm not going to stick my neck out in this one, but this is going to be a dandy. Jayla Dennis has already won the 100 meters. She'll be anchoring Centennial's relay team later. Running out of lane 6. However, this is going to be a very fast race. On lane 4, Avion Marie Dean from Pacific Academy looking very strong. This is going to be tight. Jayla Dennis is coming on strong, and I think it is Jayla Dennis who's taken that. Avion Marie Dean very, very close. Wow.
Oh, winning time 23:99. 24 flat rounded up.
Wow. That is a new record for sure. Held by Alexa Latour from Nicole Salish.
Avion Marine Dean with the very fast 24:17 as well. Peyton Rogers in third, 24:75, also dipping under that 25-meter second mark.
Well, for Jayla Dennis, that race was won in the last, 5 meters.
Yeah, it looks like Avion Marie Dean had it coming off that turn, looking very strong.
She got off to a rocket start and came around the corner in very good position. That's the trouble with running out in lane 6. You can't really see what the competition is doing.
You kind of have to readjust your kind of race pattern once you kind of see them if they pass you on the inside.
Right.
But she responded.
So another meet record for Jayla Dennis. That's 2. Haven't heard the results from the high jump yet, but okay, we now move on to the junior men. Liam Golding, St. Thomas More in 8. Meki Mingendal from Lord Tweedsmuir in lane 6. Gabrielle Akufo, Robert Bateman. Aiden Ivany, Elgin Park. David Pishasu from BC Christian in lane 4. Akaliki Tauta from Holy Cross. Lane 2, Kingston Smith, Burnaby Central. And rounding out the field, Quinton Waldner from Sands. Akufo had a 23:04. Aiden Ivany, 23:11. David Pishasi, 23:02. This is going to be very close. So keep an eye on lanes 4, 5, and 6. That's where the action is going to be. But as we've seen in other races, we can't count out everybody.
Yeah, we saw David Pushashu kind of shut it down in that last 50 in the heat. So
yeah,
I'm sure he'll bring a lot to this final as well.
I would put my money on him, I think. He's looking to complete the sprint double, as Jayla Dennis just did. And he's off to a very good start. Man, he's a very good corner runner. And he's coming around the corner in control of this one. David Pishasu, BC Christian Academy, and he's gaining on it. Pishasu from BC Christian. And very good finish. Looks like he might be under that 22 mark. The record is 22:17, held by Ryan Lofstrom from Carahai.
Pretty close, 22-26.
Wow, very fast race for him.
Gabriel Akufu with a very fast 22.60 as well, getting that second place spot. And Aiden Ivany from Elgin Park in 22.99. Running out there in lane 5, so a great finish for him as well.
Yep.
So that's the sprint double for David and that 100 and 200 meter provincial champion.
And just before that, a sprint double for Jayla Dennis. Now we move on to the senior women, and this also promises to be a very fast final.
Where are you guys going?
One of the athletes in this group, Alexa Latour from École Salish, was the record holder in the junior event. I'll have the introductions in just a moment. There we have Lily Stewart from Kitsilano, lane 8. Lane 7, Madeline Van Spal, Holy Cross. Lane 6, Alexa Latour, École Salish. Lane 5, Kelena Tupas Singh from Pacific Christian, Sienna Mostaway, Aberdeen Hall. Lane 3, McKenna Self from Dr. Charles Best. Lane 2, Caitlin Peaver, Okanagan Mission. And lane 1, Corina Talbot, New West High. And this is going to be a fast one as well. The record is held by Yvonne Mensa way back in 2003 from Little Flower Academy at 23:92.
And Alexia Latour ran 24.61 in the heat, so she's coming in with the fastest seat time.
Yeah, and if I remember correctly, in the heat she was cruising. I don't think she'll be cruising here. Tupas Singh from Pacific Christian looking very strong as well. Alexa Latour looking very strong coming out of lane 6. Tupas Singh right behind her. Alexa Latour looking very, very smooth. She is gliding. She is so smooth. Alexa Latour, Tupas Singh, and in lane 4, Sienna Mostaway from Aberdeen Hall. Hardly even breathing hard.
24-14 winning time for Alexia Latour.
Wow.
Wow.
That is very fast.
She's had a busy weekend doing the 1-2-4 triple.
Great. That is extremely busy. That's beyond busy.
With a very fast time, 24-14, getting pretty close to that record as well.
That's right. Alexa Latour is just in grade 11, so that record could very well fall next year. She keeps it up. But boy, did she ever look smooth. Almost didn't look, it's just her running style.
Looks very effortless.
Yeah, that's right. She just cruises, hardly even breathing hard.
That was Kaliana Tupas Singh from Pacific Christian in second with 24.83, and Sienna Mostaway from Aberdeen Hall with a very fast 25.07.
That was a very stacked field. I have to say, very competitive. Feel fortunate just to have made that final, I think.
These were pretty perfect 200-meter weather. There's just a slight headwind or a tailwind, which is pushing them along, and I think the weather, it's up around 24 degrees right now, so it's a lot of fast times we're seeing. All right, out in lane 8, we have Oliver Westland from Rutland Senior Secondary, Spencer Blumeris from West Point Gray Academy. In lane number 6, Gabrielle Hanzik from Immaculata Regional High. In lane 5, Derek Frimpong, Maple Ridge Secondary. Ryan Lofstrom, your 100-meter champion from Kelowna Secondary. Emmanuel Hanzik from Immaculata Regional High School. Lane 2, Nicholas Jang from Vancouver College. And out in lane 1, Jackson Brahel from Walnut Grove Secondary.
And looking forward to this race since the heat. Boy, this is going to be a very fast one. Ryan Lofstrom from Kelowna, if anybody's capable of that record, he ran a very controlled, cruise control heat. And the record of 21:34 by Joel Nelson from Frank Hurt Secondary way back in 1997. So that record is almost 30 years old. Frimpong is going to be very strong as well. I'm going to say look out for Ryan Lostrom and Frimpong. Can't rule out the Hamzik brothers. Lostrom and Frimpong looking very strong. One of the Hamzik twins sitting in third right now. Derek Frimpong looking good, but it is going to be Ryan Lostrom, Derek Frimpong, Gabriel Hanzek from Immaculata taking third, and twin brother Emmanuel taking fourth.
Ryan Lofstrom, 21:58.
Whoa. Great time for him.
Derek Frimpong in 22:04, a very fast second place finish.
I think that's a PB for him. And the Hanzek twins, Gabrielle and Emmanuel, taking third and fourth. I always wonder what it must be like, the twins in the same competition. The car ride home, dinner that evening. But I think they have a great relationship. And the parents have every right to be proud of both of them.
So that was Lofstrom, Frimpong, and Hanzik in your top three finishes. Blomaris in fourth, 22:31, and Emmanuel Hanzik in fifth, 22:37. Great finish by Jackson Brahel from Walnut Grove, 22:64, tying with Nicholas Jang. Vancouver College and Oliver Westland, a great 22:92, rounding out the field, so a very fast final.
Right, 21:58.
One of the fastest hundreds we've had in quite some time.
That's right.
Fastest 200s we've had in quite some time. All right, that concludes the 200-meter finals today.
We're getting ready now for the grade 8 3,000 meters. And following that, we will finish off our day with the 4x4 relays. There will be 4 of those. We'll take just a very brief break while they reset the equipment for the 3,000 meters. On the track right now, we see the field lining up for the women's grade 8 3,000 meter run. This is a final. We saw the junior and senior finals a little bit earlier. Lila Tier from Regent Christian, Zoe Ball, Walnut Grove, Kavita Dillon, Nechaco Valley, Bryn Riley, Nanaimo District, Emily Gandon, Sutherland, Natalie Gann, Little Flower, Eileen Watson, Lord Bing, Evelyn Argyle Anderson, Dover Bay, Amber Vetakunas from Nanaimo District, Heidi Schramm, Crofton House, Gabrielle Reed, Don Ross Middle, Maya Bruneau, Siakwam, Haley Fanton, Regent Christian, Sophia Berkner, Grandview Heights, Cameron Neville, Sir Charles Tupper, Kate Moyens, St. John's School, Cadence Johnson, Heritage Christian, Khaleesi Martz, Vetter Middle, Owen Wong, Sir Charles Tupper, Libby McKenzie, Elgin Park, Yvonne Hayden, Holy Cross, Kira Asarud, Glen Rosa Middle, Sadie Durnan, Sahali, and Olivia Fox, Don Ross Middle. 24 athletes. We still see the waterfall start, though a little bit smaller grouping. 8 fewer athletes in total than we saw earlier in the senior and junior events. We're looking at Lila Tier from Regent Christian and Zoe Ball from Walnut Grove, Kavita Dillon. They are the top 3, and along with Bryn Riley from the Nanaimo District, the top 4 ranked athletes here. Lila Tier comes in with a 10:56 time. And they are off. They get ready to cut in. And the pace car leading the way there, and our top-seeded runner, Layla Tier, Zoe Ball, Walnut Grove, move into the early lead. Kavita Dillon, Nechako Valley, and Bryn Riley, Nanaimo District. They're falling into the top 4 right away. We saw Kavita Dillon earlier from Nechako Valley win one of her races. I think one of the first gold medals for Nechako Valley that I've seen for a long time. That's great. A long way to come. You make your trip worthwhile with a gold medal. Lila Tier hanging in there with the leader group. It's quite a height difference between Kavita Dillon and Lila Tier. So 6 laps remaining. We still have Lila Tier, Kavita Dillon, our leaders. Gabrielle Reed from Don Ross Middle right up there as well. We have 6 laps remaining. First time I've seen, I'm calling it the pace car, but a golf cart following the athletes around. I'm not quite sure why that is happening. Camera? Right. Oh, I just got it. It's a camera angle. So we have Lila Tier, Regent Christian, so holding down that spot. Kavita Dillon, Nechako Valley. Zoe Ball, Walnut Grove, right in there as well. You can see Haley Fanton from Regent Christian up there as well.
We saw Kavita Dillon win the 1,500 meter grade A race back on Thursday, so it's good to see her back in this event to round out the track meet.
Now she's taking control of the race, moving into first place. Lila Tier from Regent Christian still hanging in there. Now Kavita Dillon comes into the race with an 11:10.90, which is about 10 to 15 seconds slower than Lila Tier. But again, we have to consider the Chaco Valley may not have had the same competition. And she showed us the other day that she is a very capable runner, so she's showing us that again.
Yeah, I think one of the common themes of this meet is don't rely on seed times.
That's right.
So we've seen quite some significant improvements in a lot of these races as we've been going through the heats and the finals.
That's right. Now Kavita Dillon taking the lead, not dominating or anything, but still right there. Zoe Ball, Walnut Grove, and Lila Tier nestled in second and third. Haley Fanton and Ember Vitikanis from Nanaimo District holding down the next two spots. It's late in the day, Andrew. Now I get it. Camera, wow. Seriously, I've not seen them do that before. It is a great idea, and it gives you a really neat camera angle.
Kind of puts you into perspective.
That's
kind
right.
of when you see how quick that it's moving, and then you kind of see them going along with it.
That's right.
Like, okay, they're going at a very quick pace.
Yeah. Kavita Dillon, Zoe Ball, Lila Tier. Our top three, and there's still another three behind them that are still in contention.
Kativa Dillon and Zoe Ball starting to move away slightly from the rest of the pack.
Haley Fanton from Regent Christian right up with that group as well.
Lila Tier still very close in there. Is that Hallie Fanton still sitting in fourth?
Three laps remaining now, just under 3 laps. Kavita Dillon, Zoe Ball, right in our camera there. Tucked in behind them, Lila Tier, Regent Christian. Haley Fanton, Regent Christian, up in fourth spot. That's a little pack of four now, separating themselves.
Two runners kind of following closely behind in fifth and sixth, still technically within reach. Looks to be Ember Vatakunis from Nanaimo District Secondary and Emily Gandin from Sutherland. Close behind as well as they come up on 2 laps to go. Still moving at a very quick pace.
The record here is 10:36.54, held by Indy Cudmore from Mark R. Isfeld, set 2 years ago. with about 600 meters to go. Our pack is just cruising by the 200-meter mark on the far side, about to round the corner into the straightaway.
Still a pretty close pack here, though.
That's right. I think we're going to see some action happening pretty soon. Here they come. Kavita Dillon, Zoe Ball, Lila Tier, Haley Fanton sitting in fourth. Amber Vitukanas from the Nanaimo District sitting in fifth right now.
All right, here's the bell lap. Switching gears, starting to move away.
Now from here on in, she needs to run in around 58, 60 seconds to have a shot at the record. She's in good position. Zoe Ball from Walnut Grove. Right with her. She's not letting her get away. Lila Tier, Regent Christian, still sitting in third spot. Haley Fanton right on her heels. And here comes Kavita Dillon from Nechako Valley. She comes through in about 20 seconds here. I think she's got a record. 10:36.54 is the time to watch. 10:36.54. She's got about 8 seconds.
I think she's close.
I think she's going to do it. 33:34. Yes, I believe she's got a record here. And what a great race that was for Kavita Dillon from Nechako Valley.
Wow. 10:34.16, so that is a new record.
That's right.
Zoe Ball with a second place finish, 10:39.75.
She's very close to the record too.
Haley Fanton finishing in third, 10:42. And Lila Tier in fourth, 10:42. So a photo finish between that third and fourth position.
Wow, for Kavita Dillon coming all the way from Nechako Valley, that's a pretty long trip to earn 2 gold medals and a provincial record. Not a bad day's work. 2 days' work.
Yeah, big things to come from her over the next couple of years.
Lots of congratulations at the finish line. Right away, grab that drink of water at the end, an ice pack, and head for the shade.
Yeah, it's very smart for them to put that water station right at the end. Don't even need to stop running, just straight to the water fountain.
Yeah, very hot day. I mean, yeah, a day like today is excellent for the sprinters, but it is definitely hard on the distance runners. Oh, very exciting race there.
Great finish by Olivia Fox from Don Ross Middle. And that concludes the Grade 8 girls 3,000 meter final.
Excellent race it was. Another record. How many have we had?
Too many.
Too many to count. Yeah, just counting the records is a real strain on the brain. And that's a good thing. And now we move on to the final individual event of the meet. This will be the men's 3,000 meters. And here is our starting lineup. Caleb Baker from Elgin Park, Alexander Como, Handsworth, Kelly Keats, Vancouver College, Teddy Nelson, Mulgrave, Jake Ulansky, Glen Rosa Middle, Mason Acker, Vetter Middle, Lou Cloutier, Kitsilano, Taylor Grieve, Aspen Grove, Christiostomos Mestopatitis from Vancouver College, Charlie Thiessen, Peter Ewart, Reese Findlay from Rockridge, Preston Ryan, Ecole Glenbrook, Harvey Taves, Bert Bowes, Sam Halton, Windermere, Isaac Sutherland, Chilliwack Middle, Matthew Runzer, Handsworth, Lincoln Wilson, Grandview Heights, Wesley Chung, Burnaby North, Miles McDonald, Delta, Lucas Lang, Pacific Academy, Xavier Gladish, DP Todd, Fisher Vibe Coleman from the Cusp, Connor Garrison, College Heights, and Tide Cruiswick from Kalo Middle. And this is the last time today we'll see the waterfall start. Generally speaking, the top-seeded runners will be on the outside group. Teddy Nelson right up there, Caleb Baker from Elgin Park sitting in second, I think, right now. I think that is Teddy Nelson from Mulgrave in the lead at this point. Sorry, that is Teddy Nelson from Mulgrave. Caleb Baker from Elgin Park sitting in second. Jake Olansky from Glen Rosa Middle now moving up. Actually, quite a bit of spread for this early in the race.
Yeah, we saw Teddy Nelson in the 1,500 meter finals for the grade 8 boys, and also Caleb Baker as well. So those are your two athletes leading the pack. There's also Alexander Comeau from Handsworth, currently sitting in third.
Kelly Keats from Vancouver College, right up there as well.
Jake Ulansky from Glen Rosa Middle School, sitting closely in fourth as well.
Now Caleb Baker with the lead. He's taken over. And in behind him is Alexander Como from Handsworth. And Teddy Nelson was the leader early, but he's now slipped back into third, but still very much with the group. Things are starting to spread out a bit right now. Our two lead runners really opening things up.
The record in this race is held by Michael Schremer from Kelowna Christian, set back in 2018. That was a 9:21.56. So Caleb Baker coming in with the fastest tee time of 9:34, so kind of pretty close to that.
Yeah, with the competition level the way it is, anything is doable. That is Caleb Baker, Alexander Como from Handsworth, now kind of opening things up a bit. Bit of a spread between them and the third, fourth, fifth, and sixth pack.
Still about 5 laps, so lots can change. Still Teddy Nelson sitting back there in third, but also Kelly Keats from Vancouver College sitting closely behind.
Mason Acker from Vetter Middle in there too. And here they come down the straight stretch, fourth, heading with 4 laps remaining. That is Teddy Nelson and Kelly Keats from Vancouver College. Running very strongly, now trying to move up a bit. Teddy Nelson fighting him off, saying, I will have no part of you passing me. Keats and Nelson trying to rein in second placer Alexander Como. And now Kelly Keats has now moved into third place, but Teddy Nelson is not letting him get too far ahead, and they're both kind of reining in Alexander Como from Handsworth. But still Kayla Baker from Elgin Park, running very smoothly, very confidently. Again, looking over his shoulder.
Just making sure he knows where everyone is. Looking pretty relaxed, running at a really good pace. Doesn't look like he's exerting himself too much.
Alexander Como still sitting in second, but Kelly Keats from Vancouver College is moving up on him.
3 laps to go. Anything can happen still. Caleb Baker down that back stretch, moving at a pretty quick pace.
He's been pretty steady throughout the race. He's had been at the front of the pack pretty much the whole time.
It's Mason Acker on the screen from Vetter Middle. Jake Ulansky from Glen Rosa was just on the screen there, sitting in that top 10 position.
Caleb Baker running very well. He's got a nice, easy pace.
His form is so fluent. He looks like he's not even exerting any energy, but he is moving at a really quick pace, coming through at 7 minutes with 2 laps to go.
Alexander Como from Handsworth staying in second. Kelly Keats, Vancouver College, moving up and expanding his third place spot. He looks like he is within striking distance of Alexander Como.
Coming through with 600 to go. It's a big pack there coming through the final home stretch, with their 2 laps to go as well.
And here comes our leader heading into his bell lap. Looking very strong. Yeah, to break the record, he's going to have to come through in a 60-second lap, and I don't think that's going to happen. But a valiant effort nonetheless. Alexander Como still hanging on to that second place position. Kelly Keats solidly in third.
So 300 to go for Caleb Baker.
Yeah, a really nice stride.
He has a very classic distance form.
That's right.
Fluent, easy.
Yeah, no wasted motion.
200 to go. Alexander Como coming through and about 150 to go as well behind.
And here he comes down the straightaway. About 80 meters left. Wow, he looks really good. You're right, he is a classic runner. And now coming up, we have Alexander Como from Handsworth, who will take second. Kelly Keats from Vancouver College will take third. Teddy Nelson, Mulgrave will take fourth.
Teddy Nelson from Mulgrave coming through. About 30 meters to go. Mason Acker from Vetter Middle coming through as well.
A lot of runners fishing at this time. Okay, we got a little battle going on here, coming down the straightaway now.
Charlie Thiessen, that was a great finish by him as well.
Lincoln Wilson trying to make a run there.
Reese Finley, great sprint out to hold off those other two athletes. Lincoln Wilson and Taylor Grieve, great finishes by them as well.
Great finish there by Christos Mestopoulos.
We saw him in the 800 meter earlier today, so.
Yeah, he's had a busy day. 2 800s and a 3,000. Be running the air conditioning full blast in the car on the way home, for sure. That's a lot in one day for a grade 8 kid. It's a lot for anybody.
It's a lot over the entire weekend.
Yeah.
Put it into one day, that's
right.
Very impressive.
Yeah. This is Wesley Chung from Burnaby North. And that concludes the individual events for this meet.
These are your final times. Caleb Baker, 9:35. Alexander Como, 9:45. And Kelly Keats, 9:50.
We have 4 events remaining.
4 very exciting events.
That's right.
Always a great way to finish out the meet.
So there are team championships for each age group, and sometimes they can be decided by the relays. I'm trying to remember back. Do relays earn double the points, or do they earn more points?
No, I don't think so.
No? Never sure about that.
But sometimes the team totals do come down to the 4x4. That's why sometimes you'll see the entire team out on the home stretch cheering their teams on.
Right. There are going to be some good ones here. Let's see. They're all going to be good. Runners are coming onto the track right now. This is the junior women's 4x4. And this is going to be an exciting way to finish off. We'll be getting underway with the introductions in just a moment. And the athletes are all set on the blocks. We'll be doing lane introductions. Lane 8, we have Burnaby North. Lane 7, we have Charles Best, Coquitlam. Lane 6, R.A. McMath from Richmond. Lane 5, R.E. Mountain Secondary from Langley. Lane 4, Kitsilano from Vancouver. Lane 3, Oak Bay Secondary from Victoria. Lane 2, Crofton House School from Vancouver. And in lane 1, rounding off the pack, Siaquam from Surrey.
Meet record in this event is held by R.A. McMath, 4:01:01, set back in 2019. So we do have a R.A. McMath school in this race, so they'll be representing that that record.
Fastest heat time was from Kitsilano at 4:10. So based on that, the record may not be threatened here. But just, let's see, 8 seconds separates the top 8 runners, or the top 8 teams. And that can all change in the final.
Set.
And off they go. The 4x4s, the runners must run in their lane for the entire first lap. And it is a bit of a longer stagger than for a normal 400, so it's a bit deceiving when they come around to pass the baton.
That looks like it's R.A. McMath on lane 6, eating up the stagger quite quickly on the athletes out in lane 7 and 8, so a very quick start for them.
So lane 6, R.A. McMath for sure. Burnaby North on the outside. Lane 4, Kitsilano moving up. Kitsilano had the fastest seed time going into this final.
That's R.A. McMath gets the baton off first. Kitsilano followed closely in second. It's Crofton House out on the inside. Oak Bay closely followed out in lane 3. Burnaby North out in lane 8. And Kitsilano has taken the lead.
Now they can cut into the inside. You see they've all done. Kitsilano had the fastest seed time coming in by about 2 second margin. Ari McMath was very close to that. Now let's see who's making that move there now.
That's Ari Mountain takes the lead.
Wow. Ari Mountain looking very strong.
Clean exchange.
Charles Best right up there too. Almost a little collision. They're sitting in 4th place. This is the 3rd leg now. Jill Kitsilano with the lead.
Ari McMath running a great 3rd leg, moving their team into 2nd place down that backstretch, closing in on Ari Mountain.
Kitsilano now has fallen back a little bit. A real battle there between Ari Mountain and McMath. Ari Mountain and McMath are likely going to be in the running for team championships. And that's Kitsilano coming back. Kitsilano is within striking distance with a good last leg. This is where determination kicks in. Ari McMath moving very fast.
I would have loved to see that split time that the R.A. McMath athlete ran.
That was
very
good.
Quick leg.
Yeah, it was. Ari Mountain now starting to move up a bit. Question is, can she catch her? This is going to be an interesting finish. She is really turning up the heat right now. And the runner from Ari Mountain is holding her off. McNath is in 1st place. Ari Mountain is going to take 2nd. Kitsilano in 3rd. And now here comes Crofton House. Sorry, Burnaby North. Wow, there's a good finish.
Wow, and the official winning time, 4:01.30.
Wow, that's amazingly close to the record. McMath comes within about a second of breaking their own school record. For 101.
Wow, 0.3 of a second away.
Wow, good job for them.
R.E. Mountain running a 4:03 or 4:04 flat, it looks like. A very fast time. Kitsilano coming in 3rd, 4:10.31. 4:03.99 officially for R.E. Mountain.
McMath wins that race and very strong throughout. Did not really have a weak link on that team.
Like we've been saying, anything can happen in these relays. I don't think we can look at the times from the heats because you put these teams together with 8 of the fastest schools in the province.
That's right.
You see a lot faster legs, a lot faster competition. So that was about 10 seconds faster than what they ran in the heats.
Yes, for sure. 4:01, that's a pretty solid record. I mean, that's averaging out to 60 seconds a lap, pretty much. And any school finding 4 junior girls that can run 60-second laps, that's pretty impressive. We've seen all weekend long, though, that Robert McMath Secondary has a huge turnout. They've got a great deal of depth, and obviously the coordinators of the program there are doing something right and getting so many quality kids out.
Absolutely.
Now we move on to the junior men. We'll have the introductions in just a moment. With the introductions coming up, the athletes are in their blocks ready to go. Here we have Dr. Charles Best in lane 8. Lane 7, Handsworth Secondary. Lane 6, Fleetwood Park from Surrey. Lane 5, White Rock Christian from South Surrey. Lane 4, Burnaby Mountain. Lane 4, Burnaby Mountain. Lane 3, West Van. Lane 3, West Van. Lane 2, Burnaby Central. And finally in lane 1, RE Mountain Secondary.
Meet record in this event is held by Walnut Grove, 3:31.77 back in 2023, so a pretty new record.
Yes, White Rock Christian are at 3:36 in the heats. So 5 seconds, we saw what can happen in the girls' race just a few moments ago. They're bettering their time by almost 10 seconds. So seed times don't really mean much. Teams to watch here will be White Rock Christian, Fleetwood Park, Handsworth, Burnaby Mountain, so lanes 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Looking pretty even out there right now.
Burnaby Mountain just taking on the next stagger. The same with Fleetwood Park.
Charles Best looking good on the outside there as well, running out alone out in lane 8.
That's Ryan Gibb from Charles Best, looking very strong. We can't rule them out either. They've got a pretty tough team. Fleetwood Park now moving up. White Rock Christian. And Charles Best will pass off the baton first. Fleetwood Park and White Rock Christian. Charles Best looking like they have a bit of a lead, but they're having to cut in from the outside lane. That's going to be tough. But they will settle into the first place lane.
That's Handsworth followed closely behind. Fleetwood Park just on his shoulder, making a move into second.
Yes, it is Fleetwood Park now, and they're going to be chasing down Charles Best. That is Fleetwood Park. Charles Best still hanging on. You're not letting him get by. He is starting to edge past him.
That's RE Mountain, I think, moves into third place. White Rock Christian in fourth, getting it out there.
A little bit of traffic there. Runners having to negotiate some bodies.
I'm surprised we didn't see any collisions there.
No, that was close.
So that's Fleetwood out in first right now.
Fleetwood Park, Charles Best still hanging in there. Handsworth, White Rock Christian. Fleetwood Park really opening things up now. Be heading into the anchor leg here. Fleetwood Park, White Rock Christian.
Burnaby Mountain's actually sitting in third right now. And I think that's Handsworth coming to get the baton out in fourth.
This is the anchor leg. This is where the things start to happen. Now look at Burnaby Mountain taking off. Burnaby Mountain challenging now for third and challenging for second. And while they're at it, why not go for first too? White Rock Christian bouncing back, but it is still Fleetwood Park, and this is going to be a good finish. We got three teams that are looking pretty hungry there and sitting in second, third, and fourth. Here comes White Rock Christian. Burnaby Mountain still going after that third place spot. Now White Rock Christian taking over the lead. Fleetwood Park. Wow.
Wow, what a phenomenal last leg by White Rock Christian.
That was good. Boy, the runner from Fleetwood Park, you could just, he just didn't have that gas left in the tank to hold him off. And we'll see the time. White Rock Christian's time coming up will be
3:34.82.
pretty good time, close to the record, within 3 seconds.
There's your winning team on the screen there, looking very happy. Fleetwood Park with a 3:35.33. Phenomenal time as well. Great last leg.
And in third place was
Handsworth Secondary,
Handsworth,
3:36. Wow, that race changed leaders more than I could have counted.
Right. Changed faster than Donald Trump changes his mind. So we have 2 events left. This is going to be winding up to be a great finish to the day. Now we move on to the senior relay. And we just learned that Centennial, who had one of the faster qualifying teams, was faced with a disqualification. Not sure why that happened, though. So it'll be unfortunate not to see them in the final.
Yeah, we actually had 2 DQs in the heats. We had Centennial School and Elgin Park as well. We don't have any additional information on that, but that's always unfortunate to see.
Right, you don't see that very often, actually, in the 4x4. Okay, we'll have the introductions in just a moment here. MEI is in this race. We'll see Adriana Boudelar again anchoring that team. As if her day wasn't busy enough already. Here we go. On the outside, we have MEI in lane 8, Brianna Jones. Lane 7, Oak Bay Secondary, Shiona Markotic. Lane number 6, Holy Cross Regional, Jada Francis, lead runner. GW Graham in lane 5. Emily Sprott, our leadoff runner. Pacific Academy in lane 4, Isabel Ogbus, leadoff runner. Lane 3, Sir Charles Tupper, Kayla Sleeth. Opening runner, New West Secondary, Abby Brolin, lead runner. And rounding out the field, we have Crofton House with Isabel Mitchell as the lead runner.
In the heats, we saw GW Graham with the fastest time of 3:58.82, so keep an eye out for them out in lane 5.
Record is 3:54.
I think to get that, you would need to split about 58.5 on each leg to come close to that, which...
GW Graham was within 4 seconds of it, so you know what can happen in a final. Anything. Very even so far. Charles Tupper making a little bit of a move out of lane 3, trying to make up that stagger. GW Graham out in lane 5, though, now really making a move. They've eaten up 2 stagger positions, going after a third. They're looking very strong early in this race. So Charles Topper also moving well in the inside.
MEI looking strong on the outside as well, out in lane 8.
Right, we can't rule them out at all. They're very strong, lots of depth.
There's Holy Cross in lane 6 starting to respond, making a big push to get their team in good position for the second leg.
GW Graham, though, is going to pass off the baton first.
That's GW Graham. Currently sitting in first, but Holy Cross close behind in second.
Now, Pacific Academy had one of the faster times in the heats at 4:02.
You can see her making a move down the backstretch as well. They're currently sitting in now fourth.
Yeah, they look like they mean business. They're now moved into fourth, closing in on third. GW Graham looking very strong here. GW Graham, Holy Cross. And now, look at this. Here comes Pacific Academy charging into second.
So Charles Tupper moving into third. A great leg by that athlete.
Holy Cross sitting in fourth. Pacific Academy making a great run there. They picked up about 4 or 5 positions there. But GW Graham way out in front right now. The record they're going to be chasing is 3:54. That means everybody pretty much has to run sub 60.
About a 58.5.
Yeah.
Which it is, you don't really see at many schools, but they are moving at a phenomenal pace right now. So
That's
it might
right.
be, they might be close.
Here comes GW Graham. GW Graham looking strong.
It's Holy Cross still holding second.
They can come in at about 57, 56 this last relay leg, 58 maybe. Holy Cross looking back into second place now.
Oak Bay close behind in third.
Pacific Academy is going to have to come from behind again.
And that's Maggie Epp from GW Graham on the anchor leg, moving at a quick pace down that backstretch.
She's a pretty solid runner. We saw her run earlier in the 400 meters, I believe. She got a very good stride. Okay, let's see here. 3:37, 3:54. She's got to come in about 14 seconds over this last.
She's finishing strong. It's going to be close.
3:54 is the timer watching. 3:54.
All in.
Ooh, very close.
That is going to be close.
3:54 flat. She is going to be just outside that. Record or no record, there's a very happy group of girls right now.
Now it's Pacific Academy leaning for that second place finish.
Wow.
4:03.03.
Talk about grit. They had to come from behind big time twice.
Holy Cross in that third position. Just a few hundredths of a second behind Pacific Academy.
There we go. So a very happy group of girls, 3:55.06. Record was 3:54, so they were just 1 second and change off that record.
We've probably witnessed one of the fastest 4x4s at this category that we've seen in probably the last 50 years.
Right. Now, frame of reference here. Mount Douglas held the record in that race of 3:54 set way back in 1976. That's incredible. That was a pretty strong team. A couple of the runners on that team went on to international success. One of them married somebody with international success, and they had a daughter who had international success. So there you go, genetics and competing at the BC high schools. All counts together. Wow, very exciting race for GW Graham.
And they did kind of run that on their own, so.
They did, yeah. Nobody pushing them. This brings us now to the very final event of the meet. And speaking of old records, this one goes back to 1982, Burnaby Central. Hansworth came within 6 seconds of that time in the heats. Vancouver College also. But again, one of these old records.
And actually, if you go watch the day 2 live feed on YouTube, there was actually a comment from one of the athletes on that 4x400 team who actually linked a video to that record performance. So if you're interested in watching that senior men's 4x400 race, there is the video available on YouTube if you just go to the comments in that day 2 live feed.
Wow.
And you can also see how much the... All right, so we're just going to do the quick announcements here. So we have Walnut Grove Secondary out in lane 8, Glen Lyon Folk out in lane 7, R.A. McMath out there in lane 6, ran a 3:27 in the heats. Representing Vancouver College is Noah Loden, ran a quick 3:26.04 in the heats. Lane number 4 with Hansworth Secondary. Lane number 3, West Point Grey Academy. In lane 2, we have Penticton Secondary. There's Devin Kozak starting the lead leg off for his team. And out in lane 1, we have North Delta Secondary. Gershandeep Gruel leading his team off out in lane 1. A quick 3:28.48 in the heats.
Now that relay team from back in 1982 was made up of Derek Evely, Clayton Grant, Paul Clark, and Zon Tacharek. I wonder which one of them posted the video. My guess would be Derek Evely.
There's no name, but if you watch the video, it's actually interesting to see how far we've come in terms of just video feed at the high schools, because it's a little blurry, little hard to tell who's who, but.
Probably done on Super 8 film before video cameras for sure.
Yeah, so I'm sure they're watching this race every year, seeing if that record's still going to stand.
Derek Evely, one of the members of that team, was also the record holder in the decathlon from the following year. So he's a multi-talented athlete there. Good to know these old guys are listening. Very fast start right now. Vancouver College looking strong, starting to move on the stagger, making up a bit of time on 5th or 6th, and now passing the 7th and moving up on the 8th. So Vancouver College looking very strong in the early going.
That's Noah Loudon leading his team on this home stretch. The great first leg.
Lane 4, Hansworth also moving well.
Walnut Grove responding out in lane 8.
Can never rule out Walnut Grove, but it looks like Van College will make the handoff first. Luke Primo taking the baton.
Hansworth getting that baton off in second out in lane 4. Out there in the navy blue.
Vancouver College is now in a good position to move to the inside.
West Point Grey Academy making a move into third.
West Point Grey Academy's got a really strong tradition for relays too. Hansworth now moving up, challenging Vancouver College. So is West Point Grey. Let's see if he can hold him off. It is Vancouver College. Handsworth challenging West Point Grey.
McMath currently sitting in 4th.
And Vancouver College maintains the lead on the handoff. This is the 3rd leg now.
2 great handoffs by Vancouver College and Handsworth. It's important to be practicing those handoffs. They're almost just as important as the handoffs we see in the 4x100.
Right. Generally speaking, the handoffs in the 4x4 are a little iffy because there's so much confusion now. Sometimes there's a bit of a traffic shuffle, and there can be quite a crowd. But that was really well done. Vancouver College now still with the lead. Handsworth challenging.
Handsworth moving into 1st, leading into this final exchange. Well, it's going to be close.
Vancouver College not going away. They're hanging right in there. This is going to be a great finish. Handsworth athlete already starting to look over his shoulder. West Point Grey Academy in 3rd place. Handsworth athlete looking very smooth right now. Vancouver College digging in now. And here we go. The grand finish. Vancouver College is trying to make a move. Handsworth athlete looking over his shoulder. And it is going to be Handsworth and Vancouver College. Wow, you know how close he was to that record.
That looked like about a 3:21. 3:21.12, wow.
Yeah.
Vancouver College close at 3:21.66. Wow.
Haha.
Well, the record still stands, but that's probably as close as we've gotten over the last couple of years.
Oh, I've not seen one that close, really. Yeah. So Burnaby Central's record of 3:20 still stands after all these years.
That was West Point Grey Academy coming in through in 3rd at 3:25.20.
That's a 43-year-old record.
To put that into perspective, it's about a 50-second flat on each leg.
Yep.
But when we're looking at this 3:21 winning time, that's about 50.5. So
right. Wow. A great competition, and that is a wrap. Well, first of all, this is Roy Boss and Andrew Boss getting ready to sign off from the 2025 BC High School Track and Field Championships. We'd like to give a thank you to BC School Sports for giving us the opportunity to do this again. It's always a great time, and we will see you hopefully next year again here in Langley. Big shout out to all of the volunteers. A meet like this, if you've been watching in the background, very quietly, there have been a huge number of volunteers making this go very smoothly. That would include the meet organizers, the officials on the track, all of the people supplying food to the officials, you name it. There's so many jobs to be done here, and the organization has been superb. So congratulations to BC School Sports, all of the volunteers, and everybody that's helped this meet come true. Shout out to the athletes. Wow. I think this is one of the years we've seen the most number of records, and there have been some really impressive ones. And even in events where there haven't been records set, the performances have been amazing. Andrew, anything to add to that?
I'm just really looking forward to next year and seeing what's going to come there as well.
That's right. We saw so many grade 11 athletes with superb performances, and you can't help but hold your breath and think, okay, what's going to happen with them another year of training? So once again, from McLeod Stadium in the township of Langley, thank you very much for joining in our broadcast. We hope you enjoyed it, and we are signing off.
Robinson. Okay, one more coming over. Hustle over to the job.